You know, I knew you were selling them. When I saw you giving them away, I thought, you're going to eat the cost.
You know what? Are we on? Welcome to the Born Free podcast. Top of the morning. How's everyone doing? We're here at the Joy of Jazz Festival. Jazz for young people. Today I'm joined by my co-host, Otsile and Nkadimeng. How are you doing today?
How can I not be good? We got good vibes. We got good jazz. We have a killer list of guests coming up. And I mean, like, we are enjoying a warmish Joburg morning, as warm as we're going to get in July.
Yes, of course. I mean, today is really a celebration. It's a celebration of who we are as South Africans. It's a celebration of freedom of expression, the ability to tell stories and to express ourselves through jazz music and to love everything that we're doing. Quick question to you. Who's your favorite jazz artist?
Hey. So it's not really an artist, but it's a group.
Okay.
And they're from the 50s. They're called the African Jazz Pioneers. And Khumo reminds me of my childhood. You know, you think about the Sunday afternoons, you're at your grand's place, and you're polishing your school shoes, you're getting ready for Monday. Warm afternoon, and those songs come in the background.
Yeah.
My absolute favorite has to be Mbombela, which they did in collaboration with Thandiswa Mazwai.
Yes.
Yo. That one there, I'm telling you, when it's playing, I feel like I'm at home. And like it's my childhood, Khumo. I was raised on jazz. If you weren't raised on jazz, I hate to tell you this, but you weren't raised proper. Like, it's so intrinsic to the South African upbringing. I feel like you have an incomplete part of your South African experience without experiencing South African jazz. I still get shocked Tuesday when people don't know who Prahu is.
Yes.
When people don't listen to Jonas Gwangwa.
Yes.
If you are not playing Khumo at your wedding, it is not a proper wedding. Khumo and Mabir. Without those two, it's an incomplete South African wedding. And I just have to say to people, if you have the time, if you have the extra cash, pull up, because today is gonna be a killer day. We have so many great artists. We have so many up and coming, talented young people that are gonna be playing for us today. There's gonna be good vibes, good jazz, and good food as well. Support local. But I'm gonna throw the question back to you. Who's your favorite jazz artist?
Oddly enough, I'm going to give a very modern shout. I'm going to say Belizo, who's kind of mixed jazz and house music and has been able to bring a new life to jazz, a 21st century twist to jazz. I mean, Jazz is for Ordinary People, for me, will always be a very, very important song, just because of the ability to put together music, to put together the idea of the old and the new. It reminds me very much of the introduction of jazz in South Africa, the introduction of our culture, the introduction of who we are. I mean, you mentioned Brahu, Miriam Makeba. There's many of these individuals who, were able to integrate what it truly means to be South African into their story and to share what they are. I mean, the click song, as we know it, as it's known in the Western world, did many things. Told the story of South Africa and told very much who we are and what we're going to do. And essentially here today, we're going to be doing that. We're going to be telling people's story. We're going to be ensuring that we're telling how people got on this journey. But most importantly, we're going to be speaking to young people. We're going to be speaking to them in their moment, explaining how they feel as people who are born free, explaining what their music, their art, their expression truly means for them. I mean, what do you expect from the day? What do you want from the day? What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to good music.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to great interviews.
And it's already going.
But I'm not sure the people at home can hear, but the vibe is starting. But above and beyond that, I'm really looking forward to getting a great understanding of where the next gen of jazz wants to take it. Everything's in a transitional space right now. AI, not just AI, but like you look at everything in the world, nothing is staying static. Everything is consistently changing and getting better. And we're here at the National School of Arts. There's so many young, talented people here. I want to see what they have in store for the world.
Yeah.
Because South Africa as a country has produced world-class artists. I'm ready to see what the next gen is ready to do. And I want to say to people that I knew them before they blew up. And so I'm expecting big things from people today. I'm expecting great music. I'm expecting great insights. I'm also expecting to see how we, us, the new gen, are gonna reframe music. We're gonna reframe art. We're gonna help tap people back into that form that goes beyond what the brain can comprehend and what the heart can express in words. This is something emotional, something spiritual about music, about art, about jazz, in particular jazz. I'm looking forward to big things, man. Big things.
I can't lie. I mean, the joy of jazz, the joy of live music, bringing people together. I mean, I think back to COVID-19, something that still very much is in our recent memory, and how we missed the ability to connect with people, the ability to hear rhythms, to move, to appreciate the rhythms of who we are and what we're doing. But more specifically, I think now more than ever, it's the best time to be an artist. You have the platform, you have the capacity to be your own media house, to be your own brand. And there's a capacity for us to appreciate what people are doing and to appreciate where everyone's going. So very much today is going to be a celebration. It's going to be everything that we do. But more specifically, it's going to be an opportunity for us to really touch back with the community, to speak to the people who don't have the platform, who are on that journey, who are getting to the point where they are becoming successful. As you said, we get to know people before they become successful, before they become these national brands known by everyone in the homes. And that particularly is something that I think we're going to be able to celebrate today. And I think, the beauty of music, the beauty of digital media, the beauty of the space as a whole is that young people like us get a leg up. We get to start early, we get to start young, and that's the best thing that we can do. Of course, we can't do this without the support of the Male and Guardian, so a massive shout out to them always, and we appreciate everything that they do.
MNG, shout out.
But yeah, so before we bring on our first guest today, I want to specifically ask you, how have you been feeling? How's life been? How's everything been? How is just life in general in the west of South Africa been?
Life is feeling a hell of a lot better now that I'm hearing one of my favorite all-time jazz songs. It's called Play Me. And I cannot describe the deeply emotional connection these songs have, because it taps deep into the soul. And but it's been hectic. It's been a hectic week.
Yeah.
July was like one bombshell after another. But I was like, what's happening? Things are just coming hot and fast and from all directions, whether it's in the news, whether it's in your own life, whether if you're in uni, hey, the results are coming out. You got to see that one entrepreneurial law exam, which you thought you cooked, maybe cooked you or maybe didn't. I don't know. Mine didn't cook me, I'll say that. But it's been a crazy, crazy month. And I feel like being here at the Youth Joy of Jazz is the best way to wrap it up. Because in a way, almost different from if I was at a Joel.
Yeah.
I get to enjoy the quality of the experience here. The deep connections. It's a warm day. Warmer at least than it's been in the past week. And so, yeah, it's been good. And of course, I'm with the Born Free family. Like the Born Free fam, you guys are with us today. And I couldn't think of a better way to spend a Saturday. I couldn't think of a better way to share and muse over jazz than without you good folk. And so,
yes.
Yeah, I'm feeling good, Khumo. How about you?
No, I'm feeling good. For us, big things are coming. And more to be announced for the Born Free family. But it's been good, man. I think in the chaos, in the hecticness of it all, in everyone dropping WhatsApp messages and evidence, we found the ability to still find a way to live. We found the ability to overcome, I always remind myself that South Africa has always had a weird history. It's a difficult history. But within that, we've always had the beauty and the places to come together and appreciate what we're doing. I mean, the concept for this Digital Sapphire Town very much spoke to the idea of us coming together and celebrating everything that is life, celebrating the rhythms and celebrating who we are. But I think beyond that, there's so much to live for. There's so much that, as much as it's daunting, as much as it may not necessarily always make sense, There's a capacity for us to look to each other and look to our neighbor and to celebrate what it truly means to be a South African, to celebrate what it means to be young people in South Africa, and to be able to appreciate the fact that even though it's hard, we still find joy. And if that joy is through jazz, it's better. And so, very much so. I mean, you said earlier on before we got on the show that the Born Free podcast is very much, the background of it, what Born Free is. For some reason, jazz music was the thing. It was the thing.
It is a thing. Like, I don't think anyone looked at our style. They look at the Misunderstood Network and they don't feel that this thing has a deep jazz connection.
Yeah.
Because it's not like hip hop. We're not bouncing. We're calm, we're smooth, but at the same time, we're very intentional. And we try to speak to things in a deep way.
Yeah.
One thinks of songs like Bring Him Home by Brahu. Songs that really try to speak to the deep emotion in South Africa about Nelson Mandela and about the prisoners that were not just sent to jail with him when we talk about the Rivonia trial, but you go one step further than that, but those that were arrested before and in between and post that. It's just crazy. And so, today I'm looking around at all of the people that are here. I wish the Born Free family could see, but maybe if they pull up, they can see. But I'm seeing so many young people here that are trying to find new expression. There are very cliche ways that conventionally in society they like to see us finding expression.
Yeah.
I think that events like this create new avenues and new ways of communication, because you see the way the normal joy of jazz is structured. One, it prices us out from the start, but credit has to go where credit is due to Standard Bank and the Joy of Jazz organizers for realizing that South Africa is a country that needs to make space for all of the people that want to enjoy the freedoms that we have afforded to us, whether it's through the Constitution, whether it's through the Bill of Rights. We talk about freedom of expression, creating this outlet for young people specifically, not to exclude us, but to include us in an inner space that is organically for us, made with music performed by us. I think there's something uniquely beautiful about that, and I tie that back to the Born Free Network because that's what we're about.
Yes.
I think you listen to the first post we put out, which was announcing the fact that the Born Free Network is happening in partnership with M&G, and you had the soil in the background.
Yeah.
And I feel like it sets the tone to say that we are the tune of a new generation, and we're going to use young South African artists like the ones on the soil to communicate that. And so that's why I think there's a deep resonance, there's a deep connection, there's a deep emotional tie between what Born Free is and what jazz tries to make people feel. I don't know anyone that listens to jazz and doesn't feel something deep, whether it's joy, whether it's sadness, whether it's just the energy and the inspiration. I'll take us back in time. I think it was 2017, 2018. Our new president at the time, Kapkisi himself, he got to parliament and he started with Humasikala's Tumamina.
Yeah.
He's like, send me to the places where we need our people to be freed, where they need help. The song says, send me. I want to be there for the alcoholic. I want to be there for the drug addict. I want to be there for the victims of violence and abuse. And that's what really Born Free is also here to do. We're here to be there for all of these South Africans, all these young South Africans, all the South Africans to be. We're saying send us to have the conversation, to open the space. I think that's where you see the deep intersection and cross connection. But I want to ask you something. Now, you use Spotify, right?
Yeah.
On your Spotify Wraps, who is your most listened to jazz artist?
Ooh, my most listened to jazz artist. Oddly enough, I would say recently it's been John Coltrane. I've been listening to a lot of John Coltrane, appreciating a lot of the work that he's done. Brahu will always be up there.
Yeah.
Tandiswa Mazai will always be up there. I mean, I remember watching her NPR when she was in the United States and she did a tiny desk. Just an absolute spiritual moment. And I mean, even most recently, Calvin Momo, when he did his live performance and he worked with an orchestra, the infusion of jazz, the infusion of amapiano, the ability to be modern, the ability to say that actually, no, we have the capacity to make something that is so old, so new. We
Yeah.
have some of the ability to bring people together, to tell people stories, but to bring that collective connection that is felt through the music. That's always been something I've been able to appreciate. And I think, you know, I always say this about jazz music. There's something in jazz music that gets you moving. There's something that gets you talking. It wants you to do something. There's an energy, there's a moment that it holds us together, it brings us together. And it reminds us that actually at the end of the day, we're all one. You know, I think around the world, there's almost an element to find our differences, to make us different. But through music, and particularly jazz music, I've always been able to say that that's where, you know, the vision of South Africa was created. I mean, the joy of Sophia Town, the fact that people were mixed together of all different races, bringing together their culture, their identities. And I mean, a young Nelson Mandela is known to be cited there once or twice, maybe finding a
Shuffling to the
liberation.
pata pata.
Exactly. It was the place, it is the place, and it will continue to be the place where, you know, we tell our story. We're able to have conversations and we're able to start planning for our future, start planning for the things that we want to build and the places that we want to go through. But yeah, that's been us. You know, as we appreciate today, all that I hope is, you know, we can find the ability to, beyond platforming people, finding the ability to give everyone expression, but to remind everyone in South Africa that together we all are one. I think there's many a time that we forget sometimes that we can be together, that we can all collectively, in our moments where chaos is happening around the world, we can come together and celebrate who we are, do what we know to do, and really bring the culture, the vibe, the energy. I mean, the rugby's been massive. We've been doing so well in that space. Jazz is just
Shout out to
another
the
place.
bookies.
Yeah, shout out to the bookies, shout out to Sia Kulisi. But now we're just able to appreciate a new space, a different space, and we appreciate who we are. But yeah, before we get our guest on, I do want to ask, particularly with the day, with everything that we're doing, and particularly with where we are, what's your one wish for South Africa? What's your one wish for where we can be going and where we could be going?
There's a quote from an old poem that says, "To the place where the mind is without fear and the head is held high." And so for me right now, it's all about how do we get to a place where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge flows from that place of depth and heart. And you know, it's a very abstract vision, but when we're very honest and we're very realistic as a society, I think that these are the things we ought to strive to create for our country and our society. You know, a South Africa where people feel just, where people feel they feel heard and they are felt, and everyone can enjoy the fruits of the labor that was really toiled for our country's democracy. You know, we're in a space today where young people that are at this specific joy of jazz are finding themselves in the expression of the music, but they're also trying to find themselves in the country that is. They're trying to find themselves in the midst of the mess. They're trying to find themselves in the midst of the chaos, not just in SA as well, but in the world. And so my hope is that we find something that connects us deeply and that is able to move us forward as a society in a space of love, in a space of deep adoration for one another and the beauty of our country and the beauty of our South Africanness. You know, we find that it is in our sporting moments that we're are most united. But I think right now, specifically for where we are, we need to find that unity. We need to find that unity and that strength in our friends. We need to find in our fellow South Africans. We can't be divided by petty, small grievances. We need to find our unity in the things that build us up as a country, and it is in the shared feel. It is in the shared moments of joy and expression and love that we find that unity. And you know, so to answer your question, The South Africa I want is really the South Africa that's here today. It's the South Africa of people that find what unites them and agree to build a country together that benefits all people, not just a small few. A country where everyone lives a life that at the end they feel that they really drank it up, you know.
Yeah.
You only live this life once. I think it should be in the heart and in the mind of every South African that we do everything in our power to make sure that every single South African born today, born in the past, still to come, gets an equal opportunity to make what they can, make something great out of their life. And even if they don't make something great out of their life, that they can turn back and say, well, that was a pretty damn good life. And we reduce the suffering, we increase the enjoyment. South Africans know how to have a vibe. I want every South African to have that. And yeah. It's a very long-winded answer, but I think I answered you there.
No, definitely. I mean, you know, when I think to the South Africa that we can have, the South Africa that we can be in, I remember very much so of the life that we live, you know. And I remember very much so of the visions, the dreams, the Rainbow Nation, the things that make us who we are. And I don't cite them just because they're being told to us, but I cite them as just a moment to remember that there is an ability to hope, there is an ability to love, there is an ability for all of us to come together. I mean, I always love the moments of brilliance, the moments of celebration where South Africa comes together. One thing about our country, we can celebrate. We can celebrate. I remember being
Sister Bettina. if you were just doubting, ask yourself, every time you've heard Sister Bettina, have you not felt the vibe and the celebration?
Yeah. And you know, the South Africa that I hope to see, the South Africa that I foresee seeing is one where all people, young, old, even young and old, youngish, youth and dala, as MEC Vuyisa Ramakgopa once said on our podcast, are able to come together and really appreciate the South Africa that we have and to build the South Africa that we have. I think time and time again, there's, as I mentioned before, there's a weird thing where we've gotten to the point where we're not always able to share space. We're not always able to come together as a country and to recognize our collectivization. But not necessarily in an idealistic way, but I want to get to a point where every South African can appreciate every moment, where things like jazz, where things like discourse, are things that are spread far and wide throughout our country, through the rural villages versus the urban city centers. I mean, it's all meant to be one. I think South Africa is a very diverse land. When we talk about the 12 official languages that we have, the amount of culture, the amount of people who we are, it's to find a space and a place where we can appreciate every single moment, to appreciate every single person and who they are in their uniqueness and what they do. And so very much that's the South Africa that we'll be building out. I think as we wait for our guests and as people slowly start to come through, our first guest is presently here. Welcome through. Good day.
Welcome to the Born Free podcast.
Good day. Hi. Now, welcome. You may sit here. Born Free.
Like, share,
Good day. Hi.
and
Welcome
subscribe.
to the Born Free podcast.
Thank you so much.
Tell us your name. Tell us who you are.
My name is Evelyn Mabikwa. I am the NSA alumni, so I was in NSA 2016.
Wow.
I did dance.
Yes.
Specializing in Spanish dance, hip hop. Hip hop was an outside thing, but yeah, that's me.
You know, we're here today gathered at the Joy of Jazz. We're able to experience and appreciate young people showing their talents off, young people expressing themselves through music. Specifically coming from the NSA, what do you think the importance of the arts is to South Africa?
What is the importance of art or artists?
The arts to South Africa.
I think art is so fundamental. For me, it was a very necessary thing in coping.
Yeah.
I really needed a way to cope with life. And every time I could just dance on the balcony outside,
Yeah.
you know, on a random day, on a random every day, I feel like it just brought so much calm to my life. it actually made me become more creative and also just connect with God and with myself and find a way. I'm not a very expressive person on an everyday basis, but the moment I dance, it's like not just the endorphins, but it's kind of like a way of me remembering who I am. So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at today and you appreciate your journey, tell us about your journey. What got you to dancing? How did you find the National School of Arts? And how has it been being an alumni who's now left the space?
I found the NSA through my mother.
Wow.
So my mom and I would always watch Idols. She's actually now passed, and God rest her soul. I know she's in heaven and she's smiling and she's happy for me. But yeah, rest in peace, mom. I love you. But she was the one who we used to watch Idols together, and she'd introduce me to Idols and this commercial dance space and how these people would perform with such enthusiasm and such personality and such character. And I used to like watch a lot of TV growing up. I used to watch a lot of dance, Michael Jackson, Beyonce. I was that person. I was the person who was watching and copying all of Beyonce's dance styles and dance moves. And so my mom would be like, I think she noticed and she was like, you should do that. And then she introduced me to NSA. And I didn't even know an art school existed. You know what I mean? I didn't know there was a place, a hub for artists to come together and express themselves and learn how to do that throughout different disciplines. So that was a beautiful thing for me. And from there, I auditioned, did ballet for like a short portion of like 6 months, and then literally after that, it was like curtains. Let's go.
Yeah.
So here at the NSA, how did you find that they helped you to fully extract from yourself your best performer, whether it be in dancing or any of the other art skills and forms that you had to apply here at the school? Like, what was it that when you look back you say, because a lot of people look at their schooling and they say, it was this one teacher with this specific class that helped extract this part of myself.
Yeah.
And that's really been pivotal in building me in who I am now. What was it here at NSA, and who was that one teacher, if you want to give them a shout out, that helped extract your best self?
Wow. Interestingly enough, it was one of my academic teachers, actually 2 of them. It was Mr. Barnard, my maths teacher, and then it was also my physics teacher. Simply based on the fact that they always talk about life, and they talk about the ebbs and flows of life. They would talk about like how life is real out there. First of all, life is just real, but at the same time, encourage us and really make us feel like we're seen. My Mr. Barnard always made me feel so seen, so valued, so like any effort that I put in was valuable. And it wasn't based on mathematics. Like, we just have conversations, on an everyday basis, and you'd be like, how's this going? Yeah, so they're the ones who extracted that from me. Yeah,
I really love that, because I think one of the things people often miss out when they're thinking about when they think about their schooling, or they think about the environment that they were really built in, is the whole roundedness that has to stem from that it's more than just the academics, it's more than just the core reason why you attended there, that it's the moments that happen in between the classes, whether it's break on the field, which is where we are right now, or it be just the philosophical conversations with teachers. But now, looking forward, you're an alumni of the school. What do you see when you see the newest cohort of NSA students? I'm sure you see them performing, you explore the various facets of the art forms that exist here. What strikes you about them that's different, because this is a youth joy of jazz. There's a massive emphasis Khumo and I are putting on this to say, we want to see the next gen, what they've got to offer. We've seen what the past has done. We credit them, we love them. We are seeing what the present is doing, and we're loving it. But now, as the new gen is coming, what are you looking at and saying, wow, like, these kids are different. They are changing the game, or they're unafraid to be unabashedly themselves.
Yeah. I'm so proud of them. First of all, I just want to say I got the opportunity to do a short little piece, especially with the matric learners of this year, the drama matrics. Shout out, Tato, shout out. And what was beautiful about that is I saw how they absorb information in such simple ways, right? Things are so simple for them, and yet they are so intelligent. They are so intelligent. And one thing I can say I look forward to for them is the fact that they bring things. They don't work too hard. They're not like our generation. I'm a mix between a gen what is it, a Gen Z 2000 and a millennial. We are cortisol. You know, we're on cortisol, that's stress hormone. Yeah, cortisol is a stress hormone, and we are the cortisol generation. And I feel that they know how to accommodate whatever capacity they have into what they do, and that is so special about them, because simplicity is beautiful, yet they have such an elaborate imagination, such a beautiful level of artistry, and such a beautiful way of expressing themselves with wisdom, like at the right time. It's like I couldn't do that at their age. That's why I'm like, guys, you inspire me. So they really do inspire me. So yeah.
Okay, my last question for now. This one has to do with Joy of Jazz. Now, I want to ask you, is there a specific artist, a specific song that you love? And if so, are you hoping that the people playing today will cover at least one of the songs from one of the artists or one of the songs that you love?
Wow. Ooh, that's a question. Okay. I would say there's two. Can I name two? So there's this old one that my mom used to play. It's called Across the Sand by, I don't know the first name, but something Carl. Karl. And then there's another one by Abuzi Junction in that category, in that album, Kokoroko. I think it's called Abuzi Junction.
Yeah.
It's very calm. Oh, there's like this whole harmony vibe. And then there's also this whole like electric guitar section, and it's just magical. It's beautiful.
In your experience being an artist, in your experience being a dancer, how have you felt you've been able to find who you are? Because I hear quite a lot of deep connection. You specifically speak to the very strong religious elements. You speak to the connection with your mother. There's a lot of the arts that's connected you to the world. And how do you feel that connection's allowed you to express yourself and explore yourself? And how do you think that connection connects the world?
That's such a beautiful question. Art for me, dance specifically, is an entryway into expression. I grew up having a lot of moments of, unfortunately, depression, and by the grace of God, I've been healed from depression. But in that, when I would dance, I'd get to express myself. So for me, expression with the movement, and the body is more than just dancing. In varsity, I got the opportunity to do physical theater. And with that, you incorporate meaning, making meaning with movement, with a gesture, a small gesture, something that's readable by, the world out there. And movement is language. And so how does that, you asked me something at the end, how does that connect with the world? I think we all have something to say on an everyday basis, whether it's minuscule or whether it's big. Body language is huge, right? It's how we communicate without communicating. It communicates what our nervous system is saying. And so for me, how it connects with the world is I can then communicate and subvert, even like take something and make it what I want to make it, so that it can inspire people, so that it can empower people, so that it can encourage people, and also bring healing for them. Healing is the most important.
What story do you feel like, and what message do you feel like you try to share through your art? Because I think there's many a times that yes, we take art as a very baseline thing where we think it's very much just some form of expression. But when we look deeper, when we look more specifically into the considerations, the reasons why specific people do certain things, what's your message for the world and what's your message for our audience at Born Free?
Um, a portion of art that is explored, I think maybe in the undercover theater spaces, is the art that brings healing. Once again, um, art can create an environment. Movement can create an environment, an atmosphere. We are sitting here. There's like we're literally listening to each other, but we're like, right? And it's like it's because to create an atmosphere is it's an honor and a gift, but it's also a responsibility. In every sphere, in the podcast sphere, you're creating an atmosphere. You're inviting me, and I feel so invited. Thank you, guys. In every space, we are creating an environment and an atmosphere, an experience for people. And once you're given that opportunity, take it and make the most of it. Bring joy to people. Bring a gift to them, I would say. Or that's what I would want to do with my art.
Looking at your journey after the NSA, how have you felt that the NSA was prepared you to go into the real world? But also, how have you felt your art journey has been in South Africa? What has the industry been like? What has your experience been like in that space?
NSA has prepared me to be hardworking, very hardworking, but also paying attention to a lot of detail.
Yeah.
We would do ballet many hours of the day for 3 days in the week, and I got to a point in my journey here where I didn't dread ballet. I looked forward to it. I looked forward to what the confinement or supposed, right, that we think is confinement, the supposed confinement that ballet brings. I found freedom in that. And once I found the beginning of discipline in ballet, in Spanish, in contemporary, I could then go on to do other styles, hip hop, spiritual, house, knowing my body, knowing what my body can do and what it can't do. So yeah.
You mentioned Spanish dance, you mentioned ballet. There's a lot of culture that exists in all of that. There's a lot of history that goes into that, and in understanding why a specific rhythm is put on a third instead of a fourth, and there's specific expressions that people particularly have. What have you felt you've been able to explore, firstly through the arts, but also just in terms of through the experience of the arts meeting different people? Because I think there's many a time that we don't necessarily always get to appreciate as people who aren't in the arts the specific nuances and the things that specific cultures have brought forward. I mean, when we speak about South African jazz, there's a very true African element, the elements of bongos, the elements of the, almost the use of the voice as an instrument in ways that other jazz spaces might not necessarily think of. What have you necessarily felt in that beauty? Because I mean, as South Africans, we always say we've got the beauty of culture, we've got the beauty of privilege, 12 official languages. We get to experience culture on every single day and every single interaction. So how have you specifically felt your music and specifically dance has allowed you to do that?
I feel that it's given me a sense of respect for culture in many aspects. Ballet came from a culture in the Baroque time. Court dancing. People had a language at that time that was amongst the people. It spoke a certain way. It was among a certain class of people. And then people took from that and started to say, what can I develop from this? What can I use this to essentially in my expression? What can I use it to say? And so I think the thing that I've learned so much about different styles, ballet, what, and South African music and jazz and the culture here is that that's all culture. Sometimes I've heard people say, this might be triggering, but I've heard people say there's no culture in ballet. There's no culture in ballet. And I want to say, having studied it, there's a culture. culture begins with people, right? And people bring certain dynamics that are accepted in a realm of people. And for that, I can also say I have so much love and respect then for jazz, for South African jazz. Whoa, South African jazz is amazing.
Hey.
By the way, can I just say South African jazz is it's unmatched. It's unmatched. Any kind of African expression is unmatched. We talk on a spiritual level with our art and with our music and with how we dress, and the same can be said for other cultures. And I would argue that we just need to respect, come in with respect, come in with honor. It also opens your mind to want to hear from people, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things I found very fascinating there is where you talk about the culture and then you talk about the, like, I can feel the deep emotional resonance there.
Yeah.
And I wanted to speak to you about, when people talk about the arts, especially me, when I say people, I'm talking about me. Whenever I talk about the arts, I talk about the fact that it is a way to talk to the human spirit in a way that the mind cannot do, in a way that oftentimes words fail to actually communicate. And dance is actually one of those forms as well. There's a multitude of different forms of art, but dance will have you feel your moment of these intense rushes of emotions such as joy and anger and deep sadness as well. And I want to speak to you. So how do you find a way to connect to people as you're practicing this art form? What goes through your thought process when you're preparing to go before a specific audience or crowd, or however you want to frame your your fans? How do you prepare yourself getting in that mindset so that the energy that you put into what you're doing on the stage immediately connects with people? Because that in and of itself is something very few human beings are able to do.
That's such a true story. Yo. Honestly speaking, for me, I want to say that I'm so devoted to God, right? And when it comes to Jesus Christ, my father, my friend, my brother, my everything, um, I ask him, "What do you want to say?" And then I ask him, "What can I focus on?" Right? In simplicity, really in simplicity, what can I focus on to give the people that are before us or before me what they need? And it works wonders because the Holy Spirit really comes in and he says one word. Sometimes it's like rest,
Yeah.
sometimes it's community,
Yeah.
sometimes it's just one particular word or a feeling even. And once I've done the all the technical stuff, warming up and so on and so forth, we do our warm-ups and stuff like that. When I step onto stage, I let God do what he wants to do through
Sure.
me. I truly believe that we are in him. I live and move and have my being, even as we're sitting now. But even when I'm on stage physically, what I just love is the fact that he's already given me the gift. I don't have to strive anymore by that point. By that point, it's enough. What we've done is enough. Yeah.
I love what you just said, and it reminds me of one of my favorite songs. It's called "The Blessing," and it says, "Let your presence go before me, and behind me, and beside me, and all around me, and within me. You are with me. You are with me." Because we all, when we're doing anything, we have to feed from some place. We have to feed into our artistry. We have to feed, even with this podcast, we have to feed into the content that we put out there from something. And I think you help the Born Free family understand that in a way that is better than anything I could have. No, because it's beautiful.
Praise
I
God,
think it
praise
has
God.
deep emotional resonance. I'm going to toss you back to Khumo, but I think he's going to just have the final set of questions for our interview.
Yeah, I think in the last question, in my closing question, I want to give you the space to share what you believe is the importance of today. What's the importance of the joy that we find in people? What's the importance of jazz? Because there's not many a time that we get to celebrate as South Africans, to come down, to be together, and to appreciate what we have, the culture and expression that we have. So within that, what's your closing message for our audience, and what do you want to leave them with?
Wow. I would say, young people, you are so capable. You are so free. You are allowed. You are allowed. A lot of times we feel like we are not allowed. You're not allowed to be yourself. You're not allowed to express yourself. You're not allowed to have a love for something and show it, because I'm shy. My friend's gonna think I'm funny, or I'm snacks, or I'm too simpy or something. I'm liking the thing too much. I'm too invested. You are allowed, you know? You are allowed to go through something difficult and simultaneously fight through something and come out on the other side. So that's it.
Oof. Thank you very much. Thank you for
Thank you
coming
for having
onto,
me.
onto us, and thank
Thank
you for
you.
sharing
Shout
your
out.
story.
And we're gonna leave you with a memento. Just before you go, we have your Born Free t-shirts. Feel free to take one.
Any size. There's a large, medium, and extra large.
That's yours. That's
Okay,
yours.
cool.
It is your memento, and it is an absolute honor having you on our podcast. You're gonna do great things. You are doing great things. Born Free family, make sure you go, you follow, you like, you support some of the greatest artists living in your lifetime.
Amen.
And now, Khumo, it's over to you as we get ready for our next guest.
Yes.
But thank you so much.
And as you guys heard, Born Free family, we are here, we're celebrating, we're doing all. We're going to be speaking to more young people, we're going to be having more conversations, we're going to be doing all that is necessary and bringing on our next guest come through. How you doing? How you doing? I'm good. Remind me of your name?
Simphiwe.
You got you, such a...
Hey,
he's killing the game.
I do.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. Actually excited for today. Yeah, how are you?
We're doing well. We're happy to be here. We're happy to be celebrating and speaking to young people like you. I mean,
Yeah.
we look to you and say you are the future.
Thank
We
you.
are going to get to see you before you become a household name.
Yes.
This is only the
definitely.
start of your journey. My opening question to you is, being so young, being here, having the ability to appreciate the arts, to appreciate jazz music, what is the importance of the arts to you? How have you felt it allowed it to express yourself? How have you connected with the world, and how have you been allowed to be you?
Yes. So, as a kid, as I was younger before, I used to be the odd kid at school, and they used to be like, because I used to like singing, I used to like dancing. I just randomly stand on tables and start singing, thinking I'm in High School Musical, and then they would look at me weird, and I felt like an outsider for a very moment. I went through a lot of stuff that just made me stop loving the arts, because I was like, what am I doing? Because people would look at me weird, and I was like, okay, I'm an outsider. What am I doing? Until my mentor in primary came and is like, he's looking for young people who like singing, acting, and dancing. And I'm like, this is my shot. I went there, I told him that I am ready for this. He prepared me for my audition at Stage School of Performing Arts. I'm there on scholarship. I got the scholarship because I was auditioning for a scholarship in the arts. And that's where it all happened. I did my first show. I've grown publicly. Now I'm with the National School of the Arts. I mean, music department. I'm known in the drama department. I'm head of grade 8. So God is doing great things. And I feel like my mentor literally started it all, because without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. So big shout out to Clement Kanye.
Can I
Big
just
shout out.
say, just your brilliance, your enthusiasm, your expression is everything.
Thank you.
And you speak with so much wisdom for someone who's so young.
Thank
You know,
you.
I wish at my age I could do the things that you were doing.
Thank you.
Take us through a day at the National School of the Arts, because us normal kids, or not even us normal kids, us kids who don't get to have fun at school, who are told every day mathematics, English, and going to class. What's a day like here?
Okay, so a day at the National School of the Arts. Obviously, from your home, you come to school, you meet your friends, you'll make noise. Your teachers scream at you in the corridors, you run straight down to your departments, depending on what period you have. So, in terms of academics, we have 4 periods a day. For instance, mathematics, English, I do isiZulu, and for instance, natural sciences. Then our ADDM, which is our arts, dance, drama, and music. So, the first 2 periods, we go to class as usual, cause chaos, because we're unique and stuff. And then we have first break. First break, we meet our friends. We're like, yo, math was so hard today. We do like reaction videos, like, okay, reacting to our math box in 3, 2, 1, yo, jump scare. We do like videos like that. We have fun. We eat our lunch, and then we continue 2 periods, and then a second break is where we run around, waste our energy, waste our voices. I'm a music student, so what I do is I know that I have a voice lesson later on, but I still make noise. I get to class, says like, where's the voice? And I'm like, stop, you know what, it's gone. And it's like, go find it. So yeah, after second break, we go to our next classes. For instance, it's ADDM. We get there, we chill, learn about music theory, learn about the arts, and yeah, just have fun. So that's a day as a National School of the Arts student.
Woo.
Yeah.
As a music student, tell us, who are your inspirations? What do you remember growing up to? Where did you learn about the joy of music and the ability for it to necessarily connect people, but also be something that you could do full time?
Yeah. So I currently have 2 people that I look up to the most. Number 1 has to be Zoe Mutiga. Zoe Mutiga was an NSA alumni, and she was in the music department. And what she said to me, because I was finding music theory so hard that I wanted to switch departments and go to the drama department. But then she said to me, don't let it contribute to who you are, and don't let it affect who you are, because you are talented and you know that you can do it, because I believe in you. And she said that because I was like, but I tend to seek validation from my peers. Am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? And I tend to be so hard on myself because I'm such a perfectionist that I sometimes forget that I'm human after all. So she's like, another thing, people are always going to be like, you're doing well, you're doing great. If you don't believe that, it's not going to happen. So don't let people hype you up, but hype yourself up. And with my second inspiration is Lungile Temba. He's a local artist that is also making his mark in the music industry. His music just helped me go through stuff that was just, because I went through a hectic time at home, at school. I just felt like the world was closing in on me. His music rescued me. I met him when I had to do a shoot with him for the Nali Temba musical film, which is gonna come out very soon.
Wow.
I played Young.
You heard it. You heard it.
Yeah.
Check it
The
out.
onus is on you now. You heard it.
So I played young Enoch Sotongwa in the Nali Temba musical film, the Sakellarides musical film. And honestly, it was just amazing because we shared the same experiences and we went through like the same stuff. And he said to me, you will go through a dark time, but there will be light. So I look up to those 2 people a lot. And obviously my teachers, my principals, my mentors, everyone that is in the arts, even if you're not in the arts. And I find inspiration, even if it's the littlest thing. Like with the 2 of you guys, I feel comfortable and I feel confident now that I feel like, okay, we're chilling, it's not formal and serious. So any small thing, I will find inspiration. So yeah.
So I have a very simple question.
Yes.
Now, one, you're like oozing that aura of excellence.
Oh, yeah?
It's very clear that you're a very targeted person. You have a very clear goal in mind for
Yeah.
yourself. Tell us, 10 years from now, what do you want us to look at you and be saying, Simphiwe is the?
Okay. What I want to do is I've realized that in South Africa, the arts education is not as great as America, Europe, etc. I want to be that musician that said, okay, I changed the situation of the kid. The kid is now a big person because I helped the kid. I want to be that person that gives children opportunities because we are talented, we are diverse, but because the arts is very expensive, we can't afford it. And that's also a problem, and it contributes to the art industry as well. So I want to be that person that they be like, oh, award-winning Grammy musician, Oscar-winning actor, Simphiwe and Ndlovu, the person that, I want the list to go on and on and on. But I also want to be some children's inspiration. I want kids to look at me and be like, you're my idol. I want to be the change maker I want to see in the world. So yeah.
I'm a huge believer when you put something out into the universe, it'll come back. But you speak with such authority.
Thank you.
Nah, you're gonna be it. But my next question now
Yes.
has to do with, in a space like this, you often find yourself co-creating a lot of art
Yes.
with your peers.
Yes.
How are you finding the dynamism of your peers? Are they dynamic? Are they as creative as you? How do you all feedback loop into one another? And how does the NSA help you guys extract the best out of each other?
Yes. So with the National School of the Arts, we are a family, and we all believe that everyone is here for a purpose. Because, like they always say that you might be that student with the straight sevens at school, but then you flunk your audition and you're not going to get in because this is a school that specializes in the arts and academics. And also that's a misconception because I say I'm a learner at the National School of the Arts, and they're like, oh, do you just do music? It's like High School Musical. I'm like, guys, I'm not Troy Bolton. What the heck? I'm like, I'm not Troy. Come on, guys. And with my peers, because I'm so feminine and I'm on the feminine side, we just click instantly. We make jokes with each other. Because I remember in our music theory class, we got our theory marks, and it wasn't looking great at all. And we
Trauma.
all
Trauma.
And we all looked at each other and we're like, Nakia. How, like, we just click so much that we know each other, we can read each other. And because we're surrounded in an environment where everyone knows each other and we are literally the same people. Yes, we have our differences time and time, but we understand each other because you're not the art kid in a big art school or whatever. All of you guys are here and you're special and you're here with a purpose. So I feel like we all just know how to connect. And because we are family, we went through orientation together. We were taught teamwork, we were taught patience, hard work, determination. We're just, we're all a family. So yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So what role do the alumni play in helping foster you guys getting the best out of each other? Because you're attending a school that produces year after year after year artists of exceptional art and skill and talent. You obviously have talent.
Thank you.
Our previous guests obviously had talent. So how do the alumni, what role do they play? Because you spoke about mentorship.
Yes.
I want to know, what mentorship role do the alumni play with you guys, the current pupils of the school?
So I'm gonna say this, like, honestly, being at NSA is amazing, but it can get overwhelming at times. And sometimes the community and the society likes to turn it into a competition. As like, oh, I got a 99, well, I got 100, oh, I got this and I got that. But the alumni come in and be like, guys, it's not a competition. Instead, all of you are here and you're here for a reason and you're here for a purpose. So also they come here, they help us with our pieces, for our exams, our pracs. They come here, they teach us values in the arts. They come here, give us an update on their life ever since they've left NSA. They are that constant reminder that, guys, you are beautiful, you are awesome, you are kind, you are amazing. Don't let people tell you otherwise. Don't let them hype you up. Be your number one supporter, be your number one spokesperson, be your. So I feel like they're the ones that we be like, but so Mutikha told me that it's not a competition, and I'm not gonna make it a competition. You see, we be those people that be like, oh, well, she told me this and I will use it. We be those people that they be like, well, Simphiwe, I got a 99, how much did you get? And I'm like, I am happy for you, but I got 100. You see?
Washa.
I'm happy for you, but I got 100. And then they're like, it's not a competition. And I'm like, I know it's not a competition. And we help each other like that. We'll be like, okay, how did I get this one wrong? And how did you get this one correct? I'm like, because I simplified and you didn't, you know? So we just help each other. And with the alumni, they help us in terms of like giving us opportunities outside there. They'll be like, okay, guys, there are auditions for this and that and that. They'll be like, okay, maybe there's a festival coming up. We need a school that knows what they're doing, the National School of the Arts, you see? So they be recommending us. They be doing the most. They be doing the most.
Shout out to the alumni. You be doing the most. Okay, my last question before I toss you back to Khumo is, who in the space, whether in South Africa or globally, do you look up to and wish to either work with, be mentored by, or shadow because of the skill of their artistry or their talent? Anything, any factor that you makes you look at them and be like, if I could just have a week with this person.
Yes, definitely. It would have to be Billie Eilish. Because when I look at her, I see inspiration.
Yeah.
My music and her music are similar because I like the slow, I like the depressing, I like the, you know. And with Billie Eilish, I feel like in style we have the same, in the singing we have the same, and she's such an icon that whenever she steps on stage, she lets everything go, because she has shared on interviews that because she's an artist that suffers with tics, and I'm an artist that suffers with ADHD, but she knows how to control that. And I'm like, I look up to her and I'm like, I'm gonna be the next you know, like I look up to her and I'm like, I would die to meet you because I look up to you so much. You like, she changed my life. Honestly, for audition songs, I use her songs. Whenever I'm going through a tough time, I listen to her songs, and they be a constant reminder that Simphiwe, whatever you're going through now, you're gonna pass it. And just when I see her, I just feel a heavy load just going down. So I would really love to meet Billie Eilish. Honestly, it would be a dream come true. It definitely would be. So yeah, definitely.
No, full on Simphiwe. No, Bonfi family. Any of you know anyone that can get Simphiwe to meet Billy? Let's make it happen.
Please.
Khumo, over to you.
Your story is amazing to hear. Take us to the audition, because I was speaking to Brenda, and she was telling me that everyone has to audition here. Were you nervous? Were you frightful? Were you aware that you knew what you were doing? How was that experience like for you?
Yes. So, I was a bit confused, right? Because I wanted to do drama and I wanted to do music. I was gonna take my chances in dance, you know, because you have to like go for everything, you know. Because if, for instance, you don't get in the drama department, you have a chance in music. If you don't get in music, you have a chance in dance. But I settled for music, and when I got there, I met the wonderful Tabang Piri, which is my current voice teacher, and Mr. Ndlovu, Mr. Nofeld. I went inside. I was nervous because what they do in auditions, they're not gonna smile with you. They're just gonna be like, you know. And you got there, and because I was trained and I know what I was doing, I got there with confidence. I'm like, hi, my name is Simphiwe Ndlovu, and I'm going to be auditioning for the music department. So with my audition process, I had to sing 2 songs, and then they asked me if I play an instrument, and I'm like, no, I don't. But this year, I'm learning a piano. Yes, which is pretty impressive and it's so cool. Piano is amazing. So I got there, and then I sang my first song. They gave me constructive criticism. They're like, okay, maybe your notes are a bit flat on this area and that area. Try lift them up a bit. Do this differently and do that differently. I took their constructive criticism and I used it on my second song. Immediately after that, Mr. Piri gave me a wink. And I'm like, okay, I know. So then when it was time for the results to come out, I was nervous. I was so scared because I remember I came here in grade 5 while I was still in primary with Rosettenville Central Primary School. I came here for like RCL presentation, and I looked at this school and I'm like, this is where I belong. I looked at the school and I'm like, this is home. So I'm like, this has been my dream school since forever. If I don't get in here, I'm gonna be devastated. So as the day came closer, I got an email, and the email said, "We would like to congratulate Simphiwe and Ndlovu. You have been accepted at the National School of the Arts." I was over the moon. So what advice I have for like auditions and stuff, honestly, just be confident because you're at the National School of the Arts. There's no time for being shy. Honestly, there is no time for being shy. Go out there, kill it, be a vibe. If you mess up, don't apologize. Continue. The show must go on.
Yes.
I was taught that the show must go on. So if you mess up, the show must go on. There's nothing you can do about it. Just smile through the pain. They mustn't see that you're actually like going through, the most. And also just know your work, know what you're doing, and trust me, God will take control like on everything. So yeah, definitely.
Today we're here at the Joy of Jazz, and we're gathered by young people, and it's jazz for young people, jazz by young people, and we get to meet interesting people like you. What do you think the importance is of the youth in the artist space, and how have you felt the youth have been able to particularly use this space to express themselves and to tell their story?
So with the Joy of Jazz, jazz is a genre that is underestimated, and people don't know that jazz is for lovers. People don't know that jazz is actually the type of genre that everyone can relate to, whether you do classical or whether any other genre. But jazz specifically is a type of genre that just allows you to be you. And with the youth, we are the next big thing. And we have to tell our story, we have to get it out there. So with the youth contributing to the arts, especially the jazz, I feel like it's gonna make a huge impact on the upcoming generation. Because Abagogo, they're like, yeah, look at them. But then they forget that the music they're listening to is literally produced by the youth. So with the youth in jazz, I just feel like, and I hope that we continue, we push, we further, we tell our stories as well. Because jazz is a type of genre that allows you to tell your story. Jazz is a type of genre that allows you to be you. So I honestly just feel like with the youth, we are in safe hands. Especially with jazz, we are the next big thing. So yeah, definitely.
There's something that you speak to so telling about the fact that jazz is a way of connecting people. Jazz is a way of breaking generational gaps. You mentioned about Goko, listening to the music by young people, being able to appreciate exactly what they're doing. Take us more into that idea. How do you think music and specifically the arts allows us to connect as people, but also as South Africans?
Yes. So there's two types of people. There's the introverts and there's the extroverts, right? The introverts tend to be quiet and they tend to be misunderstood because you're quiet. Why you quiet? And if they start being loud, they get to be charged by people. So I think that with music, even when as they're quiet as they are, they have a music taste. Because I've seen artists that are so quiet in public, but their music is louder than them. And also, I feel like with music, everyone can connect with music because you're gonna be
happy.
be happy. Music just allows you to be you, and everyone can connect with music. I mean, like for instance, you be having a tough day. You know that you hear your favorite song, your day will be brighter. The extroverts are loud, but sometimes they just want to be alone. And when they're being alone, people are like, okay, now he's telling himself or whatever. He thinks that is big for us and whatever. And they tend to not understand that sometimes we go through stuff because we are also human. So with music, we can find our safe space. We can find our I need to be alone now. So everyone can relate with music. Everyone can, just have fun with the music. So yeah, I feel like with music, it's making an impact in our lives. And the shy kids that used to be shy and now outgoing and they're loud, the extroverts know how to tell people that, okay, guys, I'm not feeling too well. Can I just be alone for now?
Yeah.
And not get judged. They're not having the fear of being judged. So yeah, I feel like, yeah, definitely.
Tell us, where do you find yourself between that extrovert and introvert? We want to know. Tell the audience, who are you?
So I'm Simphiwe and Ndlovu, and I'm known for being loud. I'm very loud. I'm outgoing. I'm bubbly. I have my days as a teenager. Apparently, mood swings. you know. But I just have my days where I'm like, okay, I just need to be alone. But I'm a very outgoing person. I'm loud. I'm happy. Always funny. Always loud. So yeah, sometimes I'm in the middle because sometimes I just want to be alone, and sometimes I just want to be myself, and sometimes I'm just loud, climbing on tables, making noise. So I'm a bit of both. Like maybe 60% of the extrovert and the rest introvert, definitely. Yeah.
Simphiwe,
Yes.
we live in the era of digital media.
Yes.
Everything's online. Are you here at the NSA doing anything that incorporates digital media, pushing your artistry out there on the content so that people can see, can appreciate? I mean, we're gonna appreciate anyway, but give us an early taste. We want to see what it is we're gonna be getting.
Yes. So with the National School of the Arts, we're known for being diverse. Whether it's the press team, or the debate club, or the Christian community, or the LGBTQIA community, the music department, dance, art, drama, and with social media, the press team, led by Zinga January, she's head of press. She's doing amazing. Her team is doing well. You look at her page and you're like, wow. Like, you can definitely tell that NSA is definitely a school with talents through the internet. And imagine seeing them in person. Come on, your minds will be blown, definitely. So with social media, what the school does is it allows people to express themselves, because we have like interviews like, okay guys, what is the one misconception that people get about NSA, and we say it on the internet. And maybe at fashion shows, they're showing it on the internet. They be like, like maybe for campaigning, like for Music RCL, for president, they be like, you don't know who Mang 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 is, this one is that and that and that, vote Mang Mang for president. So I feel like we are like interactive with social media, and we're eating, like we're leaving no crumbs. Because you look at the NSA official page, you will be blown. You'll be blown away. You'll definitely be blown away. Yeah, man. Yeah, definitely.
As we start seeing the crowd coming in, as we start seeing the start of the day come together,
Yes.
I want to particularly ask you, because you're at the start of your journey. There's 5 years, you're at the start of your journey. There's 5 years until you reach matric and before you become a star. What do you want people to take away from who you are and what you're doing?
So 5 years from now, as I leave NSA, I want my grade 8s, because there's a system at the National School of the Arts where a matric has a grade 8 child, and I want my grade 8s to say, you know what, my matric taught me life. My matric taught me that I will go through tough times, but I will conquer. My matric was that matric that changed my life. I want to leave the school as that matric that changed this kid's life. I want to leave the school as, you remember that loud matric? You remember that matric that was always outgoing, that smart matric, that matric that was president, that matric that was in this and that and that. That matric just showed me a different perspective of life. I want to be that matric that opens the doors for kids. I want to be that matric that shows kids the other side of the world, because the grass isn't always greener on this side. I want to show them that side as well, So I want them to be like, Simphiwe and Ndlovu was one of the kind, was one in a million. He's the one that made an impact in the arts industry. So yeah, definitely.
You're already one of a kind. You're already one of a million.
Thank you.
And trust me, you are already making an impact. I think one thing that you mentioned is the South African industry, and here at Born Free, we're very big on building. We're very big on looking forward, and we're very big in terms of making sure that we can speak to what the future ought to look like and how we should engage it. I want to particularly ask, before I ask the closing question, what do you want to see in the South African industry? How do we make it better? How do we take it further? How do we make our own Hollywood right here in the back doors of South Africa?
Yes. So with South Africa, we have diverse landscapes. We have all the resources, but we don't have the support. We have everything in the palm of our hands, but we have no support from the community whatsoever. But South Africa is literally demolishing everywhere. From the rugby, from the cricket, from the netball, from the swimming, it's name it all. South Africa is literally leading from the soccer teams, etc. With the arts industry in South Africa, I just plead and I want us to get the support we need, because without support from your home, you're going to be nothing out there. Because you look at the other art industries outside of the country, they literally are supportive. They're a team. You know, for instance, when a film doesn't work out, they're gonna make a way. They're gonna make a plan where a film will work out. But because South Africans are so stereotyped, they're gonna be like, no, Mara, we told you not to do it. You're not gonna go any further. Because if you're not a doctor, you're not a lawyer, you're not an engineer, you're nothing in the industry. If you're not a person that has like a proper earning job, you're not actually a person anyway. So I want my generation to be the first generation to ever thrive in the arts industry. And also I hope to see like more support. I hope to see like the South African people going to stadiums to see their favorite artists performing. Like I was in Kumalo, South Africans are starting, you know. People are already like coming to see her. A lot of people are just growing already. So all I ask and plead is for support, because we really need it. Because without help from the community and without help from home, we're practically nothing. So yeah, I just hope that we get the support we need, because we have everything. We have everything. The filming places, I'm like, name it all. We have it all. So yeah, I just hope that we get the support we need from you guys, from South Africa, and from our communities and families as well. Because families tend to not give the support needed. But now that they see that, okay, the future is bright, I hope and I pledge that they actually give us the support that we need. So yeah.
Yo, Simphiwe, you're one of a kind. Absolutely one of a kind. I look forward to seeing what you do. Khumo?
Thank you.
In a brief 60 seconds, what's your message to South Africa?
South Africa, you are loved, you are cherished, you are unique, you are special, you are kind. Don't let people look down on you, because they shouldn't do that. Be the change you want to see to the world. And last thing I'm gonna say is, before people hype you up, be your number one supporter, be your spokesperson, and hype yourself up. Know that you are loved, you are cherished, and we will always be here to support you. So yeah, definitely.
You have been the inspiration of my day. You've already made my day.
Thank you.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you so
I
much.
wish to interview you when you're in major movies, killing
Yes,
it, when you are
definitely.
singing on stage.
Definitely.
Thank you for everything. Thank
Thank
you
you
for
so
today,
much.
and we wish you the best from Born Free.
Thank you for having me here.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank
Good people of South Africa, as we are preparing to get our next guest on, we are here celebrating at the joy of jazz what it truly means to be South African. We are here celebrating who we are, the beauty of who we are. We're celebrating young people, and we're speaking for people from the National School of Arts. Bringing on our next guest through, you can come through. The magic. If you're in Joburg, if you're able to come to the National School of Arts, come through, join us, and come celebrate what it truly means to South African. Hi, how are you doing?
Good and you?
Tell us your name.
My name is Fezeka, Manqina, and I am matriculated in the school, National School of the Arts.
Yo, we've just had a killer interview with Simphiwe and Ndlovu. Now we're speaking to the older side. We're speaking to people who are at the end of the journey. Tell us, what is the arts meant specifically for you?
Sorry?
What is the arts meant specifically for you?
Ooh, the art space is
Bring them up.
it's a place of creativity, expression, a place to express a side of you that is not able to be expressed through words. So I just feel like it's an opportunity to show a different version of yourself initially.
Tell us, what's your experience being at the National School of Arts? Because there's not many people who get the opportunity to do both education and art and to live simultaneously through those experiences. How have you particularly felt being able to explore your artistic expression? And how have you felt that this space has allowed you to explore who you are as a person?
It's a blessing, honestly. The National School of the Arts, basically, it shows you how to juggle your life, and it helps you express a part of yourself through your arts and to embrace yourself in the education and academic aspect. So I feel like it's just a blessing. It is stressful, I won't lie, but it is worth it because the experiences, the laughter, the eye contact you have with people when you're jamming, it's just something you can't get back. It's a beautiful experience. I feel like it's just awesome.
Take us specifically to what a day at the National School of Arts looks like for you, because there's not many people who get to experience this beautiful place and this beautiful institution.
A day in a life as an NSA student. Stairs. There's a lot of stairs in the school, I won't lie. Traveling from the
We
academic.
felt-
Oh
Yo,
my gosh.
Yo, guys,
It is a lot.
Comrades Marathon.
That's when, when people ask us, do you do sports? I say the stairs. The stairs is our sports. We don't need anything more. But a day in a life as an NSA student is, they like to separate the timetable. So you have your art side at a specific time, right? And then your academic side. So it's more or less like just, it's like a, how can I say? How would I describe it?
It's not High School Musical.
It's
That's what we
not.
were
It's
told.
not. It is not. It is not just like, oh my gosh, let me put my bag down. I want to sing. I feel like singing. No. It's hard work. People feel like it's not. You can just slack around. People be like, okay, as long as you're talented, you can. No, you have to put the initiative. You have to put the work. You have to work in order to be, because it's a school of excellence, greatness. So you can't just slack around. So they want greatness, excellence, but they want to push. They push you to your biggest limit. They expose you. They take you places. I've been to Sasuke places, and you play in Limpopo, you play in Mpumalanga. It's an awesome. So NSA it helps you open your mind, and the education side is very good. It's not like I'll say they slack with education, right? It is as difficult. Yes, we have math, we have English, we have all those subjects, and they care about it equally. But we have the benefit of being able to do another type of music art as a serious subject. It's like varsity in a sense. I would say NSA is like varsity.
Where specifically in the National School of Arts are you? Because what I've understood is that there's dance, there's music, and then there's drama. So where are you placed?
I'm the
in that?
music department.
Take us through what being in the music department is. Where do you draw your inspiration from, and who do you particularly look up to within the space?
It's an interesting question. For the music department, I play the cello and I sing. So the music department, it helps you, it teaches you theory, helps you understand the fundamentals, the basics, the intermediary, part of theory. It helps you understand what makes music, in a sense. What are the elements that make music sound good and satisfying to the ear? There is some, what would you call it, performance class, where you are taught to perform in front of people. This helps you with your getting over your anxieties and stuff. And we have practical spaces where they practically assess you on your instrument, and you get assessed with your theory work. In terms of inspiration, I would say it's like artists like Zoe Murecha who come from the school, artists like the teachers who are here who choose to stay and give what they've taught or what they've learned, and they're teaching it to other people, that I feel like inspire me, yes, because you're not only taking what you've learned and running with it, but you're also giving back so that you can get a greater thing. You're planting a seed in a sense. Yeah.
I mean, I was asked this question earlier today. On your Spotify Wrapped, who are your top 3 artists?
Oh my gosh. Top 3. Okay, we have Daniel Caesar.
Okay.
Love him so much. We have, I think, Mac Miller.
Hey.
Exactly.
Hey.
You get it. Who was my third top? I think Strome. Do you know Strome?
No, I do
No.
not.
Strome is the best. You should listen to him. Strome was also one of my top 3. Those are my top 3.
Watch me add it to my Spotify. now.
Yes, yes, yes,
As,
yes.
as we're talking.
It's French music, and he looks at the elements of music that are overlooked. Also, Yame is similar to him. It's those little elements like syncopation, the harmonization that people just overlook. The beating, guys, is not all about. Thank you. It's not just all about the
Check
high.
it out, folks. Let me
Yes,
just make sure screen's on
Strome.
full brightness. Check it out. Strome.
Strome. Yes.
You know,
Yeah. Oui.
you know, we've had the beauty of being here at the Joy of Jazz, you know, jazz for young people. What do you think the importance of young people in the arts is?
Young people in the arts, it gives a different perspective to people who are already in the arts. Like I would say, for example, when it comes to music, there's different periods and different eras that we've had in music, and in each era it's different. It's a different way of interpreting it. So I feel like young people are able to see a different way in which people would enjoy, or they're very experimental, especially. So different ways in which people would enjoy listening to certain music. So I'm not a heavy amapiano fan, but I do see the elements in which people will enjoy it. It touches, in a sense, it touches indigenous music, South African type of music, but with a dancing aspect. And some of that is very emotional. And that was touched on by younger people. So I feel like it just helps. It's a different perspective, a different way of expressing people's emotions. So I feel like that's imperative.
Yo, the way you describe that, it demonstrates that the space here teaches you to see things from a multiplicity of perspectives.
Yes.
And integrating that with your own way of doing music. But I want to ask you, you're clearly a very ambitious person, you're a very driven person. Like, I was looking at all of those badges. I was like, hey, no, the big guns have arrived.
Oh, yes.
Hey.
Most definitely.
Who is someone that you, if not aspire to be like, see in the world right now and say, if I could just have a week alongside them, learning from them, seeing how they apply themselves, seeing how they work towards the skilled artistry that makes them the greatest. Who is that person to you, and what makes you want to be like them or go further than them?
That is an interesting question.
Mm.
That is an interesting. I'm a more complicated person. I'd like to think that. So I wouldn't say it's one person, but it's elements of different people. You get me?
Sure.
So, for example, let me take Rihanna for instance. Rihanna, if you look at it, she looks like she wanted to do her Fenty Beauty mostly, right? But she strategically did this by doing music first, doing what she is capable of or talented or good with, and then investing in her dreams. So I feel like that's
Sure.
very imperative. So some people, when they go into the music space, they just go and think, okay, fine, I won't succeed here. I don't have money, I don't have connections, let me just give up. No, maybe if you start with basic job like an accountant, you get the money and then you slowly launch yourself and then you invest in your dreams. So it's things like that that I feel like are very smart that people overlook. Sometimes it's not just, okay, you're not the chosen one, you don't have nepotism. Nepotism sometimes doesn't get you anywhere.
Sure.
You can be seen, are you talented though? You understand? So for example, like Blue, who is Beyonce's child, she is a nepo baby, but she's talented. So that's what's important. So I feel like looking at aspects like that is very important. Looking at, okay, how did this person get out of the situation strategically? It's not about being talented, but keeping sustainability. You have to be sustainable. That's why you have one hit wonders. They do a song,
Sure.
they hit it off, they get 1 million, then they go down, and you're like, oh, what happened to 6ix9ine? What
Sure.
happened to they? Because they just trusted, okay, fine, I'll hit it off and I'll stay there. Sustainability. You have to keep up with the trends. If you don't keep up with the trends, the world is gonna swallow you.
Sure. I don't know what they're putting in the water here at NSA.
It's been hard.
Yo.
Hey.
Yo, I like that mic. I'm worried about it. The amount of heat that is
on
going
fire.
in there. No, like there's so much that you said where people can derive so much wisdom, can derive so much direction. I want to know, where do you get that from? Like, I'm asking about you, the person, because I don't know anyone that could articulate themselves that way, that could express a level of thinking with coherency that way. And
Thank
just
you so
beyond that, the
much.
depth of understanding and wisdom and practicality. Yo,
Thank you so much. For me, I like to critically analyze everything. I don't take it for how it is. I take it for what could it be, right? Because everything has, you don't have black and white. You have black, gray. The same way, there's only one color, and we just all reflecting different colors. The same way you should look at things.
Sure.
So I like to critically analyze stuff and see it as a perception. I feel like the most important thing is to have both emotional and so IQ and EQ, right?
Sure.
So emotional intelligence and intellectual intelligence, because I feel like if you just have one, you're not able to operate with people, which is the emotional intelligence. So and then if you have the other one, you can just operate with people, and you can't practically analyze its situations. So I just I like to question things. I'm not just take it for what it is. I say why, who. I'm that annoying person in the class who likes, I debate on everything. I debate on everything.
Are you on the school's debating team?
Yes, but sadly right now it's a bit shaky, but
We
yes.
understand. You're talking to two debaters here.
Oh, okay. So you understand you have to look at it in different perspectives. And you know what's nice about looking at it from a different perspective? When you ask someone a question that hasn't been asked before, you shock them. I love that. I love seeing that shock of what? So it's just intriguing to ask questions. Initially.
Yo, I mean, one, I think I'd be scared to be interrogated. by
Oh
you.
my gosh.
No, because the way you're describing everything, and the way you describe the way you perceive, you understand, conceptualize, and then ultimately interrogate things, I'm like, hey, no, yeah, there's a bombshell I'm not gonna see
Oh my
coming.
gosh.
But Khumo, I'm gonna hand over back to you.
Okay.
So, looking at the badges, as Otsile said, there's a lot there. There's RCL, there's pastoral support. Take us specifically what it's like being in a leadership position here, because I think that gives you a very interesting space, because not only are you just existing in the space, not only are you creating the space, but you're also creating spaces for people to feel seen and to feel heard. Speak to us specifically about what that experience has taught you and how you felt it's allowed you to engage and explore your leadership qualities.
Okay, for a leader, you need to understand that it's not just you, and it's not just your likes and your dislikes, but it's about the place you're representing. So I would like to say that as a leader, you are synecdoche, because you're representing the school as yourself. So you have to put away no, if I say this, they won't think I'm cool. If I do this, it's not about that. So it's putting your foot down, literally. And I feel like as pastoral support, it's very interesting because I'm that one person that someone can look at. I'm like, I can hug her anytime I want to. So it's not about you, but it's about what you're bringing to the table. You understand? So I need to be there, even if, for example, I'm not fine in my space. I need to understand that it's not always about me and whether I'm okay, but what can I do for other people? And sometimes that makes you okay, knowing that, okay, fine, I've made someone else feel better. Maybe that is something I can feel great about. So it's very interesting. It's very challenging, because what do you stand for? It asks you, what do you stand for as a person? Not just what do you stand for as the school, but what are your principles and values that you know that if someone were to say this, you would not change it. Be like, nope, this is how I am. This is what I do. This is how I do things. So I feel like it's just that. So pastoral support is one of the most engaging leadership roles, because I have to deal with different emotions, different perspective, different complaints. So it's initially that it's an eye opener.
Yeah, and I mean, it's so interesting because pastoral support in any other school is very much just whole dealing with academic spaces. Creative spaces come with so much expression.
Yes.
They come with so much emotion. They come with so much storytelling in terms of people expressing who they are, how they exist within those spaces. How do you particularly feel as those students at NSA are able to use their expressive and their creative means to tell their own story?
Okay, so what they like to do is, especially with things like the drama department, they give you a topic, right? And then they ask you to embody it,
Yeah.
right? through the drama you're gonna do, or through the artistry. Like in art department, you have to create certain things. You have like a source book where you have different interpretations of the topic that's been given to you.
Sure.
So that's the way of you expressing your perspective on the topic. Therefore, you're expressing your ideas, your thoughts, your conceptualization on the topic that have been given to you. So basically, they'll talk about how you feel about the past and how it's affected the present, and you have to interpret that in art by expressing it. So I feel like it just makes you think that, okay, how do I feel about this specific topic? Because you can't just take someone's idea verbatim. That's boring.
Yeah.
So you have to be like, okay, and they make it interesting by making you win prizes, to be like, you have to be original. So therefore, when you go out in the art space, you know that, okay, I'm able to think for myself and I don't have to depend on other people for me to conceptualize a topic.
I love that so much, because what it's also doing is it's teaching you the value of your art.
Yes,
It's teaching the value of what you do, and that you shouldn't underestimate.
exactly.
Well, like there was a question that I had that's completely escaped
I'm
me
so
'cause
sorry.
no, it's a good thing, because it means everything you're saying is tying in so deep that Utsile's brain's just like, stop and listen. Stop and listen. But I wanted to actually ask around, so now, as many of you, you're in matric because you're RCL president. Hey, I wish I was RCL president. Yo. But seeing the heat coming from here, maybe maybe I would
It's a
have
lot.
disappointed. But you're at the point of your schooling education where you've engaged with a lot of your peers from other schools as well. You know, some of the schools that aren't necessarily preparing their kids for the art space. You have some schools that are like my high school, Chepi Boys, just up the road. We were very sports heavy.
Yeah.
And so, having engaged with your peers from other schools, what is something, I want to put this in a diplomatic way. What is the special sauce that you've identified in NSA students that you don't see in kids from other places? What's that special fiber, steel that's in you guys, that when you go and you're, I don't know, you're doing sport activities at other schools, you're doing debating on weekends with them, or maybe you have marumba or dance competitions with them, you see,
That-
these guys, they are lacking this
This
formula that makes us so unique.
connection. I feel like NSA has this sense of connection that is indescribable, because we've got a way of doing things and a way of interpreting things. So we don't take it for how it is. We take it for what we feel like it should be looked at, right? So certain schools will see a performance as we get it done and we move on. For us, it's a feeling. It's momentum. So like we are feeling whatever we're supposed to be feeling at that point in time. We're embracing. It's like we outsing. It's a connection. Like
Sure.
you see how people just perform. They don't look at the acoustics. They're just like, okay, let's get this done. We perform. Whether the crowd engages or not, it doesn't matter. We are trying to bounce off the energy from how we feeling to make them feel that certain way, because music evokes a certain emotion.
Sure.
So we are trying to evoke that particular emotion that we have when we feel this specific song there, and we reciprocate. So if the crowd is feeling this way, we don't just play the music how we rehearsed it, we play it how the energy feels.
Sure.
So people just play,
Mm.
okay, fine, whatever we played or however we played in the rehearsal, we have to stick it that way. If we can play it that way, we can put it there. Sometimes it doesn't sound the same, and it's okay, because it's the energy, it's the space, it's different. So I feel like that's what we have as NSA. We are able to accept that we're not going to do it the exact same way we did it then, but it's okay. It's how you embrace the moment.
Sure. Guys, what's going on? Like, no, there is so much excellence here at NSA that we've just encountered, and you're our third interview.
School of Excellence.
Yeah, National School of Excellence. I don't want to
Yes.
talk about us. This is excellence being created in this space. I don't even know what to ask next. Khumo, help me out here, brother.
You speak about energy, and you know, I was actually saying to Otsile just now that oddly enough, we forget that COVID-19 happened, and I'm not trying to
Yes.
take us back to that dark place. Yeah. It was a very
was
long,
I did it in the
long,
past.
long
It was for
time.
like 3 years. We suffered for 3 years.
you speak about that energy, you speak about the beauty of live music. And I said today we get to appreciate the fact that young people are getting to show their talents. We get to appreciate the fact that people have come together simply to enjoy good rhythm, to enjoy good company. Take us through that idea. Why do you think, and what do you think connects people when they're particularly looking at the arts, whether it be through music, whether it be through dance, or whether it be through drama?
An art is nostalgic. Art is very nostalgic because pre-colonial we expressed ourselves through our artistry, through singing, through dancing around a fire. That was our artistry. So I would say that through art it gives you that nostalgic feel, whether you can't explain it, but you just feel connected. So I feel like live music, it is nice to listen to, switch on your TV, listen to Spotify, jam alone. But there's something about dancing to a song and you see someone feel the same energy you feel with that song. And then you guys are dancing the same dance. You won't get that moment back. It's something about that makes art so beautiful. It's a way to speak to someone without saying something. You literally look at someone, you hear the song, you do this, and you understand. All I had to say was I listened to Mac Miller and you felt me.
Yeah.
Literally. So there's something about music that does that. And I feel like it's also a way to help people who suppress themselves. You see? Exactly. So it's a way for people who suppress their emotions or people who wanted to pursue their arts to actually feel connected and feel like I actually really wanted to do this. So it's a way of it's an escape. And I feel like that's very beautiful. So art is just, you can't explain it. You can't explain it.
You know, I love what you say there at the end when you say it's an escape. It's a thing that allows people to show who they are and how they exist, you know. I think within South Africa, we have the beauty of so many cultures. We have the beauty of experiencing so many different languages. And every interaction is a cultural interaction. But now looking more specifically at your journey, you're almost at the end. I mean, we're counting down months. You're probably also starting to count down weeks and days until you're out of it. What's next for you? What's your dream? What's your goal? And what's the future for your journey?
I'm an ever-changing person. So don't look back or look forward in life and be like, you don't go where you said you want to go. But as of now, I want to be a lawyer in a sense.
Wow.
Or to do something in the law that involves law. God willing, I'd love to be an intellectual property lawyer because therefore, exactly, art through academics, you see. Therefore, I'm able to help protect the artistry, the unique artistry and the intellectual property of people like this. Because it's such things like piracy and copyright that demotivate people to stop doing their artistry. So I want to help protect people's joy and protect their artistry and their gift by helping them keep their property to themselves and give them that label that you did this and we are proud of you. This is your work. So essentially that.
You're incredibly impressive. I just want to say that. So
thank you so
looking
much.
at the next gen of NSA, because you're at the end, how have you as the Matrix taken a role in grooming them to take the most of the opportunities that are available here at NSA? Because one of the things I realized in Matric, I was like, yo, of course I had COVID. We both had COVID. But I look back and I was like, there are so many things that I wished I had known then to take advantage of. Because in this space, I had a unique opportunity to do X, Y, and Z. What, as the Matrix, are you guys doing to help the grade 8s and the juniors to really drink up the opportunities that they have access to? Yeah.
I feel like number one is expression. Like the grade 8, you saw very expressive. So we want them to express themselves so that they can fit properly within the NSA. So NSA is all about expression. It will literally swallow you if you don't say anything. So if you're gonna try and be mellow and think, no, someone's gonna see that I haven't, no. You have to articulate yourself. And if you don't do that, you're not gonna be seen. It's also in the outside world. If you don't put your step, if you don't step forward, no one's gonna help you. No one's gonna. You can't ask people to believe in you if you don't believe in yourself. So we're trying to instill that self-confidence within them so that they can thrive through NSA, because NSA just it gives you a mic. It's your choice to speak.
Sure.
So if you're gonna hold the mic and just look like, what should I say? So it gives you the opportunity. It's what you do. It gives you the skills. What are you gonna do about it? So it teaches us, it equips us. But at the end of the day, it's your initiative, it's your thrive, it's your mentality that is gonna take you far. So after here, I have to deal with how am I gonna make it for myself. NSA gave me what I needed to get. Now it's on to me. So that's what I'm trying to give to the grade 8 to realize that as much as, yes, you are in the school, but it's still about you and what you stand for.
Yo, are you hearing the wisdom coming here?
You know, before I ask the closing question, what do you specifically attest to as the one thing that you're going to miss from NSA? What do you attest to as the one thing that you're going to miss when you leave from NSA?
The energy. NSA has that energy. Even when we sing our school song, it's just beautiful. So I feel like I'm just going to miss the jam sessions I had when I was performing, when we would just improvise because we don't know what was going on. And we're just like, you know what? Let's just make music. So I'm going to miss that. I'm going to miss that comfort because NSA, it is a safe space. And I feel like we all support each other. If one of our own were to go on the stage, we are screaming no matter who you are. And NSA has that beautiful thing that even Zoe still remembers her school song. So it's that thing, that energy that you would support. If you hear someone say, I went to NSA, you'll be like, oh. Initially, you just feel that comfort, that sense of relativity in a sense. So I feel like I'm going to miss that.
Oh my goodness. The way you describe it, I wouldn't want to leave.
Exactly.
Oh my, it's been an absolute honor having
Thank you so much.
I think we need to have her on the phone free, just like
Yes.
in a quieter environment without good jazz in the background. I mean, you saw me there when they started singing Ain't No Sunshine. But we must have you on. I absolutely enjoyed this interview. Khumo, over to you to close.
You know, in a brief 60 seconds, what's your message to South Africa? What should they take away from what you do?
Critically analyze what you're doing. And don't let your past define you. Your past is just a lesson that built you. I heard someone say this quote. They said, respect the thing that changed you. Just because you were different back then and you look back in a cringy sense, doesn't mean you should cringe at yourself. Look back because it helps you look forward in a sense. So I feel like let us move forward, but let us analyze how we're moving forward. Let's not just move forward, because if we just move forward, we're going to make the same mistakes. So let us look at what caused the past mistakes so we can do better in the future.
As Otsile said, wisdom. Absolute wisdom. I want to say thank you very much for coming on to Born Free.
Thank you for having me here.
Of course. Thank you for sharing your story. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Goodbye. It was nice to see you.
Before you leave, you need to take a
and we're doing what speaks to everyone. We're appreciating good music, we're appreciating expression, and more importantly, we're appreciating the future, the people that are going to make us who we are, what we're going to do, and we're going to continue doing that throughout the entire day, throughout the entire experience. If you're in Joburg, if you can get to Braamfontein and come to the NSA, please do come through and say hi. Come join the conversation and tell us who you are. Bringing on our next guest as they come through.
The president, Madam President herself, the president of the student council here at the NSA.
Hello, everybody.
Yes. Oh, we have some technical that we're going to sort out here. Now, Madam President, I have the honor of the first question, and I want to ask you, please introduce yourself to the Born Free audience. Who are you? What do you do? And what is it that you want to be in the world?
What a hectic question. To start with, my name is Musisiwe Kama. I'm a drama student at the NSA and also the president of the RCL. What do? I act, I perform, I'm a storyteller. I'm a vessel for writing, guys. That's mainly what I do. It's what I'm here for. Yeah.
Absolutely impressive.
I
Khumo.
love what you say there. I'm a storyteller. Today, as we're appreciating jazz music, as we're appreciating young people, there's something so true in telling your own story and being able to exist in South Africa and tell people what your experiences are. You're at the end of your journey. You're in matric.
Yeah.
It's been 5 hard, probably not fun years, because not all of us get to always, act and be able to tell our story. Tell us what the importance of a story is to you.
The importance of a story for me is about the journey. It's about where it takes you, who you encounter, and what you learn from it. It's not necessarily about the destination, but it's about what you encounter and how you handle your humanness through all of that. Yeah, and being in NSA, it's been a journey. I'm not gonna lie and say it's been fun. I can't lie. It's been fun, like at times like this when we're celebrating each other. It's fun, obviously, but when we're working, woo, it gets tough. It gets tough, it gets tricky, but it's a part of the journey, and I'm glad that I chose to come here and that they accepted me in this place.
I want to ask you a very interesting question. Take us to your first day at NSA, because it's rare do we get to experience people tell their story from that first perspective. What were your dreams? What were your aspirations? And was presidency in the view as a small grade 8?
Yes, actually. When I first came here at NSA, previously in my primary school, I was a member of the RCL. I was a prefect, in fact. And there I had an opportunity of becoming the head girl, but then I didn't make it. And I was like, when I'm coming in here, I know what I want. President, when I'm coming here. I came here knowing this is what I wanted to be. My first day at NSA was actually the second day of school. It was COVID time, 2021. My dad had dropped me off at the hostel. I'm coming here not knowing anyone. I don't have friends. People have their own bonds. And I'm just surprised at the energy. I didn't expect what they gave me here. I was even shocked. I was like, 10 hours every week for drama. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Coming here, I really didn't even have a vision of what I wanted for myself as an artist. I just auditioned because my drama teacher said, hey, this is what's happening. Also, my friends were auditioning. We auditioned together. And when I was already in the drama club, I was already in dance. And I just love performance. So I was like, why not? What's stopping me? And then I came here not even knowing what I was coming to do. And that was just the experience for me. I came here first day, my teachers, I'm like, what's going on? They're telling me I must run this field every day. I was like, whoa, which girl, not me. Yeah, but that was it. It was an unexpected experience, I'll say. I didn't expect anything, but I don't regret my decision.
Yeah. I mean, you speak about not knowing what your vision as an artist is. 5 years on from that moment, sitting here in this chair, what is that vision?
I want to continue telling stories. I want to allow our stories to be told, because from an African perspective, we don't get that stage. And it's a privilege and an honor to be working in this space and given the tools to be able to do that. I've seen the beauty of our stories being told, on television, here at school, because we also have those opportunities. And I'm like, the world needs more of this for ourselves as well. Because the narrative, as being a South African child, you must go be a doctor, you must go be a lawyer, as if storytelling doesn't have its place in society. It's part of the human experience, language. And I was like, no, guys, I know I'm going to continue telling stories, whether that be through the form of activism, politics. I'm here to tell our stories and to tell them with truth, to tell them with honor and dignity. Yeah.
What do you think the importance of young people is in terms of storytelling? Because I think time and time again, when we look at South Africa, it's not always that we get to hear from the young and the brightest, the people who are going to make the future. As you said, you mentioned places like politics, you mentioned places outside of the art space. There isn't always the opportunity to give voice and representation to young people. So being one of those young representatives, being a bearer within the artistic space, what do you think the importance of young people in storytelling is?
Young people, we are carrying the future. And without our voices, we can't shape what it is we want for our world. We can't, imagine it and to realize it, make it come into fruition. So with us telling our stories, we are making a statement to the world. We are shaping who it is we want to be. We are shaping how we want our world to look, And if we don't give young people that opportunity, then we're just going to stay stagnant. We're not going to grow. And we have to grow as people. We need to be better. And when we tell our stories, we allow each other to learn from that and also to be better from each other. I think it's important that we listen to each other and we understand our perspectives, because from that there's so much growth in listening, in being told. The experiences that you have will help somebody else. It's about also community. So as young people in this world that's changing, we can't let the old people have the say all the time. Different perspectives that we have to invent and be innovative, because we are going to eventually be the ones shaping this world. It's also for young people following us as well. We're creating a future for them with our storytelling.
Before I pass it over, 2 questions. Who's your favorite storyteller and what's your favorite story?
Yo, you're asking me such a hard question. I read a lot. You can't make me choose.
Okay, top 3, top 5.
Okay. I'm gonna say bell hooks. I'm gonna count Kendrick Lamar in this. He is a storyteller. He is a poet. Who else? Okay. Gray Huffington. Love her books as well. Yeah. I think I'll just that's my top 3. That's my top 3. And the second question was?
What's your favorite story?
Okay. My favorite story. I'm gonna be very self-centered and say my story. I'm gonna be very self-centered and say my story. I think it's been beautiful to watch myself unfold. So yeah, credits to God for that. Yeah.
Cool. One thing I'm struck by as you're talking is how you're unabashedly owning the space, which is something that time and time you hear quite a lot of older people say about young people. They say, we're too afraid to own the space. You're the 4th interview we've done now at an NSA, and I've said the same thing with every single person. There is an aura of excellence that is oozing out of every single person here. Now, I wanted to actually add a follow-up. What are you reading at the moment? And what do you love about it?
What am I reading at the moment? I don't even remember. I'm not reading right now. I just got back to school. It's been crazy. So I'm not reading right now. And I don't think I'm going to read for the next 3 months.
Yeah.
6 if I'm being honest.
Finals also creeping up, eh?
Yep.
It's creeping up. Okay, now I wanted to know, as a leader in the space, you've seen the impactful role that leading, mentoring, passing wisdom down to all of the different years below you can play. My question to you is, from the alumni of the NSA, what has been the overarching theme of leadership or mentorship that they have passed to the current pupils that you're finding valuable? Oprah Winfrey describes it as what is overflowing from their cup that is filling yours.
They've taught us community. Yeah, it's very important, to be able to hold space for one another and to give each other opportunities. If it's one thing I've learned from the people before me, it's that we need to make space for you too, and with me making space for you too, I'm allowing you to make space for others. I'm paving the way for all of you. That's what I've learned from them. If anything, I remember my tricks, they told you, you're not going to leave anyone behind.
Yeah.
One for all for us,
Sure.
Exactly. So that's what I've learned from my seniors and what we're passing on. Everything that we try to do, we try to get them engaged as well, make an impact. We're not going anywhere if we're not going together. And I think that's very important to me, because I care about community. I care about making space for all of us, because we all have our space in society. So that's what I've learned from my seniors, from the alumni, and they've also taught us that, hey, do what you want to do, be who you want to be. There's no shame in that.
What have you learned from your peers?
Well, my peers, I've learned.
The pause and the hesitation.
I won't lie, I have learned a lot from them. I've learned to be myself. I've learned to be accountable. Because without my peers, I wouldn't be who I am today. They also gave me an opportunity to be myself. Anyone who knows me knows I'm the goofiest person ever. And sometimes I question myself and I'm like, how am I the president? And I'm like this silly goose. But it's like also my peers hold me accountable and I hold them accountable too. You know, I've learned to be who you are. There's no shame in that. This space that we're in, it's exactly for you. And I think that's what I've learned from them. Also to be brave. These are some of the bravest people I know in my grade, my peers, some of the bravest people. And I sometimes wonder, I'm like, hi, but guys, this thing we're doing, it's above us, you know, maturity-wise. But I've learned from them that you have to stand in your truth and who you are, regardless of what that looks like and who seems to be offended by it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The heat, it's too much. Okay, now I have to ask a question more so about the people that inspire you. And I'm talking the people either dead or alive in South Africa or in the international community. People you look up to either because of the skill or their talent, the artistry or their way of writing. Who are these people and what makes you look at them and say, you're admirable, you're someone aspirational to me?
I think it's how compassionate they are.
Yeah. Name them too, sorry.
Name them too. Okay, I'm going to say again, Bell Hooks, as well as Ismatu Gwendolyn.
Mhm.
They care for the world. They care for people. And we're losing that sense, that touch.
Yeah.
Right? So when I see them doing their works and, you know, in that also building, you know, engaging and creating community and allowing for us to be better, you know, because Bell Hooks teaches about love in society, you know, romantically and platonically. And I value that because of how our societal structures are. And with her paving that way, it's also, it's like, it gives me hope. It gives me hope because you see things that are heartbreaking all the time. Here in Bram, you know, the homelessness, the poverty. So when I see writers like that who are actively making a change in the world, I'm just like, I want to be that. I want to do that too. I also want to make an impact in my community, you know, because poverty is a dehumanizing experience, in my opinion. And without compassion, we're not going to end that. We're not going to get anywhere, regardless of what we try. There's no compassion. We don't care for each other. We're not going to end these issues that we have in our society. So when I look at those people, I'm like, you are who I want to be because you're actually making a change. You know?
You embody the spirit of what Born Free was about when Khumo and I were conceptualizing this thing. But it's simply because you understand the complexities of the world that we live in. And I wanna get a sense, where does this wisdom come from? Like I keep asking every single one of our guests this because I understand you are as a result of your context. There are many things that contribute to making you a thoughtful person, a person that can evaluate critically what's happening in the world and to feel a certain way about what's happening. Explain to us, take us into your confidence.
Okay, so that comes from my family situation. So I have 2 parents, right, and they are divorced. So also with that, there's a lot, it's very complex, it's so intense, right, because my mother lost her job, and for a long time, we were essentially displaced. We didn't have a place to live. So her friend allowed us to live in her, you know, cottages in her house, because she has like cottages on her plot. So that community, that space for me, that's where I get it from. Also, because I'm looking at the different situations. I'm okay, my dad is my need, my mom is in my need, but I live here. So what where do I go? Because one time when I'm here, I'm living my best life, and when I switch over, it's hectic, right? So it comes from that experience and being in that position myself, and also knowing what's happening at home. And I'm talking about Ekaya, like in the village, right? Because there's also that issue of we're not rich, we have to rely on ourselves, for food. So it comes from that experience, and I guess I'm so honored to have gone through that. Sorry. I'm guessed that I'm so honored to have gone through that, because it has taught me a great deal, and that's where I get it from. Also, my mom, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna credit her. The things she's taught me, love that woman down.
Shout out, mama.
Regardless of whatever was happening in our lives, she held us. She made a plan for us. She's like, we are going to try. And also our community. I don't think it's an easy thing to allow 3 other people to live in your house for that long. It's not. And just seeing the way they show up for each other in this village of mine, it gives me hope. And I'm like, these are the things that we need, to be sustainable as a community of people, as a country.
You embody the context of what I describe as the modern South Africa, and that is the resilience that comes through excellence, or rather the excellence that comes through resilience. Khumo, I want to hand it back to you.
There's so much of your story that's so telling to who you are, and so telling to specifically how you see the world, your care for the world. When we welcomed you on, we called you Madam President. You're wearing a different blazer. Say, you've got it. You've got the thing.
I had to,
Where are the badges and the scrolls?
Oh, we're not allowed to have badges and scrolls on this blazer.
Ooh, hey,
but they exist. They exist. Did you on this blazer?
It's only one of one. Take us into that. Take us into what it's been like leading the NSA, because I think many kids who are expressing themselves in multiple ways, in many different forms, who are balancing both their aspirations to tell stories, to be a part of the world, to create, and still reminding themselves that there's this academic requirement that we have for most kids as they go. There's a lot of consideration, there's a lot of weight. It can't always be easy. How have you felt in your position, and what has necessarily given you the guidance to lead as you have throughout the year?
To lead the way that I do, I saw from our previous presidents. I had a great example of president. So that was I was like, okay, this is who I want to, be. Like the president in my grade 8 year, we called her Matric Vuyelwa Potter. She was so amazing. She was so talented. She was the best person that she could have been. And that's where I got it from. I saw when I came here, I was like, this is who we need to be. Because she was so excellent. She was excelling in her academics. She was a valedictorian as well as in her arts,
Wow.
Top achiever for all the years she's been here. So that's where I saw it from. How it's been to be the president of the NSA, it has been challenging. It hasn't been easy because we're in art school. People express themselves in different ways. And having to hold those different personalities and still being yourself and staying true to yourself, it hasn't been easy. There's been times when my integrity has been challenged. When I've doubted my own self, my own capabilities. Sure. Also knowing the situation in our school, it hasn't been easy, but we make it work because we're with people who are doing what they want to do. No one's being forced to do anything they don't want to do. It was a choice to come here. It was a choice to be president, So I carry that weight with grace as much as I can. Yeah, and I have to credit the staff for that also. They're holding us, Shame. They are holding us. They are making space for us, mental health check-ins, allowing us, to go crazy and express ourselves and just be human. And that's what I credit that to.
What do you necessarily think about your journey so far? Because, like I say to all the matrics we've spoken to today, you're at the end of the journey. You're about to go on into the big world. You're going to make 1,000 life decisions going forward. What has been your favorite part of being at the NSA? And what do you look forward to in the future?
My favorite part has to be the people. The people, the connections that I've made, my friends, my teachers. I've learned so much from these people. You know, they taught me so much about myself, which, like, coming in, I was a different person. Coming out, I'm gonna be a different person, and even continuing, you know. So that's what that's the most important thing that I've gotten from this place. And going out, I think I'm gonna carry those same things, you know, because guys, I don't know how I can tell you. There's so many different types of people in the school. Anyone you can think of, you can find, you know. And to have had interactions with these people, I think it's a blessing that I crossed paths with these people and that we were at the same time in the same place. So going forward, I think I want to carry those skills and how to engage with different situations and people from different backgrounds, and that going into the world as I, you know, make my story also known.
You attest to so much of there being community, and you attest to the idea that stories bring people together, the arts bring people together. In your experience of being at the NSA, how have you felt that having people studying the arts, having people share their art has connected the people, but also connects you guys to a wider South Africa?
I think because of the fact that art is essentially, it's a human activity, right? And when we make space to engage in it, we're also making space for our humanity. You know, Ubuntu Betu comes from engaging in this. As you can see, people are gathered, we're having the time of our lives, we're enjoying. And that's a power of art, you know. We're making statements to the world, you know, being bold in that. And yeah, man, when we come together and we create, we tap into that energy. You know, also we're building bonds, we're strengthening connections. You are teaching me and I'm learning from you, and you're also learning from me. You get what I'm saying?
Mr. Nkadimeng?
Yes. Sorry, I got lost in the jazz. They're playing one of my all-time favorites, Chilesha by Hugh Maskela. But I wanted to ask you, how do you see these types of forums that exist, like Stand Up and Joy of Jazz for youth specifically, playing a pivotal role or a critical role in getting young people out there, in giving the exposure, the space, the environment? Are these the type of spaces that give guys fruitful exposure, or are they tweaks or changes that you would make to make this more valuable for yourself, for your peers?
I think to make this more impactful, we would need a bigger stage for this. Make it bigger, because right now we're kind of limited, you know, in terms of where we are and how many people can be here. With the schools that are here, if we had those students here, how much more? You know, because I think it's absolutely important that we're having such events, such spaces, you know, for exposure, just to learn from each other, because as it is, we're networking, right? As it is, we're building connections. As it is, we're already, I can tell you, two people are like, I'm going to approach that person because I can push something with that person. You know, so spaces like this, also, we get to engage with talent. You know, we get to collaborate. So opportunities like this are so impactful for us as artists. But we're still young, we're still learning, and we can learn more from each other when, you know, we engage like this. I think, though, it shouldn't just be a festival. I think it should go to beyond that, like classes. You know, we do this regularly, not just once a year or 3 times a year. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, to make it that much more. I'm not gonna see you one time and I never see you again. That's what I would change about that. Make it more frequent, more intimate as well. And yeah, bigger. Go bigger. Go bigger.
So with every generation comes an opportunity to reimagine the world, reimagine the space. You've been in leadership. People in leadership often have a pulse for what's happening in the minds, in the feeling of the people that they lead. How do South Africa's future artists, not just South Africa, but the world's future artists, how do you think they'll reimagine the space?
I think that they are going to bring back the integrity of art. I think we're definitely bringing that back. I think we're gonna bring back the drive. Nothing is gonna get in our way. Not even capitalism is gonna get in the way of us being creators.
Sure.
So I've seen that boldness here, and I think that is going to carry, throughout. I think that's what we're bringing to the stage. We're bringing our honesty. We're bringing our brazenness. We're not afraid, and that's okay. So I think that's what we're bringing, forward into the new generation. We're not just gonna do things for the sake of. We're doing things because we're being led by our hearts. We're being led in the spirit. Yeah.
You're such an incredible young person.
Thank you.
It's no, because Khumo, I like to think that we were this wise, and we were in matric not that long ago. But I want to ask you, what do you want to do? Because I see a future where I'm voting for you.
No. I don't
Are you sure?
I don't want.
You'd be so good.
No.
Come on.
No. I'd rather be doing groundwork. And making small contributions, or well, rather big contributions, to small places, rather than being the face of something. Because I feel like when it's just getting political, when you become a politician, you lose your integrity, and that's very important to me. I don't want to do things for the sake of I've been told to. This is what's right. I have to also be honest with myself. You can definitely see me, being on the ground, activism, but you're not gonna be voting for me. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
It ends here. Presidency ends here.
Yeah. I feel like we're losing someone very important here, but you're absolutely amazing and very interesting person. I think we need to have her not just on Born Free, but you need to interview her on Misunderstood. But I'm gonna hand over to you to wrap up as we have our next guest coming.
So the question I want to ask in closing is, what is your message for South Africa and what's your vision for South Africa? Because very much here at Born Free, we're very big on building the future. We're very big on ensuring that not just being idealistic about the future, but actually starting to write what that future is for young people. So very much within that, what do you hope to see in the future of South Africa?
In the future of South Africa, I hope to see poverty being ended, just to start with. I hope to see all the children educated, engaging, with society. I also hope to see us getting to rest, because I feel like we're always fighting for something. We're always fighting for something. If it's not this, it's that. And for people, we do need to rest. And I'm just talking about in the sense that there's peace in our country. That's what I hope for us going forward. But also, we're not going to achieve that if we still have these issues of violence, of, gender-based violence, of poverty, of homelessness, drug abuse. So that's what I hope to see for South Africa. And it is possible. It is possible if we only, take care of our youth. We nurture them. Because right now we're seeing like a loss in literacy levels and in skills for the young ones. And we need to be shaping the future. So if we can't even imagine it, there's no hope. So that's what I think we need to address. And that's what I want, in fact, for ourselves. Yeah.
I want to say thank you very much. I want to say thank you for your wisdom and your experience, because I think you shed light on a lot. And you spoke quite truly to the South African story.
Thank you so much for coming. You have to take a memento with you, a
Yeah.
Born Free t-shirt. Just so you remember this interview and you remember us one day when you're up there. But to all of you watching, we're going to take a brief 10-minute break. And when we get back, we have a very, very special guest in tune for you. So stay on, like, subscribe, and share the link. We'll be right back.
Cool.
You are very impressive. Extremely impressive.
Thank you. Guys, are you serious about calling me back on? Because I'm down to get down.
No, we have to. I mean, like, I don't think we get to meet anyone quite like you. So we have large, medium, we don't have small.
I think I'll take a medium because they said that it's a medium.
Oh, there's a medium right here.
Oh, there's medium right there. Okay, yeah.
Wait, can I ask what sizes are you guys wearing?
I'm wearing medium.
XL.
XL?
Yeah, medium. Yeah,
I think I'll take a large.
a large. Yeah,
I need it to be big. Thank you.
no problem. I need to use.
Unmute.
Unmute saya lagi mic ini. Saya pakai keyboard. Pan pancong. Pancong macam ni. Cepat, cepat. Siapa dia cu? Pancong ini, pancong lagi. Lebon. Zoom YouTube. Pancong. Pakai jari juga.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right. Oh, tunggu. You say lagi kita. You say lagi kita.
You, because you're the guest of honor, in the center, just to show people where importance lies.
Sanbona. Ninjani Pute. You know when you know you've just met your tribe. Yeah, giving tribe. Hello, so how are you? Good, thanks for yourself. Quite close.
Yes.
Sure.
Sparkling or still water?
Let me say sparkling. Sparkling for the kids.
Yes. All right.
How much time do we have with you? Did they say?
Left before alive?
When are you on?
How many minutes to alive?
I'm curating.
Anytime.
You're not on.
All right.
Speaking about you, I was like, this person must.
No.
Take it there.
No. I'm not performing today. Just curated the show and mentored some of the schools and stuff. Yeah. I mean, there's other cool stuff happening on a different day, but we're not here about that.
No, I mean, so many of the NSA students that we've interviewed so far.
Pardon?
So many of the students we've interviewed so far, Khumo and I were saying, they're just
Yeah.
oozing excellence.
Oh man, they really are.
And I was blown away.
They really are, and it's such a beautiful thing to champion.
Khumo's gonna do the intro.
Should the bottle hide?
Yes, it should. All right.
And I just look to y'all, hey?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And we're back, Born Free family. We are here at the Joy of Jazz, jazz for young people. And as we said, we're telling everyone big experience, big expression, bringing people together under the banner of music and under the banner of being South Africa. Today we have a big guest with us as we return. We're talking to the curator, the person who put it all together, who decided which young talent were going to step on the stage, and once was a young talent at the National School of Arts. Zoe Modiga, how are you doing today?
I am ecstatic. I'm so happy to be talking to both of you. And hi to everyone who's watching. I'm here as a proud National School of the Arts alumni and an even prouder lover of music. I'm really happy to have been able to be given the opportunity by the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz to curate this year's Jazz for Young People. And I think for me, it was really just about bringing young talent from different places and activating something I would have actually wanted to see when I was here, which was different artistic institutions and schools coming together to like celebrate the gift of music and for us to have a good time. So I'm so happy.
I love what you say at the end there, the gift of music. You know, today we've been speaking to young people from the National School of Arts, and we've been asking them, what does music mean to them? What does the arts mean to them? And as someone who's experienced that and walked that journey, both within this institution, but continues to walk that journey within the industry, what does the arts mean to you?
I think the arts is an opportunity for us to see ourselves because we're telling our own stories. It's an opportunity for us to allow what music allows us to do, which is to heal, which is to laugh, to have fun, sometimes to cry, sometimes to express ourselves, sometimes to get lost in the moment like we're doing now. So art for me is us being able to be reflected back to ourselves. And I think it's an important thing to continue to invest in and to love on because it's essentially, it's like the timekeeper. You know, I'm sure we all have songs that we listen to and you're like, oh, this reminds me of a certain moment or a memory. So music is about memory. The art world is about memory. So we need to create more of those so we appreciate, you know, the gift of life and what we're able to do while we're here.
I love what you say. Take us back to that first day, the first day that you stepped on this campus and you decided that arts was the thing that you were doing. What was that experience like? And how do you think that shaped much of the journey that you've lived up until now?
I just remember auditioning to a song. I always butcher the name, but it's a musical called Les Mirabales. I always butcher it, guys. Just forgive me.
Which one?
Yeah, it's fine. But it's a song called I Dreamed a Dream. And I remember just being wide-eyed at the fact that I have the opportunity to be around other people who are gifted, who are talented in the space. It was a great space to like champion young growing talents. So there was music, art, drama, dance, and all the worlds came together as one. It really, I mean, I'm a born free for real. Yeah. I'm a 1994 baby. And I feel like this space reminds me of that. And even though I'm much older now, I still go back to those memories, you know, that innocence, that wide-eyedness, that love for music. I still go back to that memory bank to enjoy and remind myself why I do what I do.
Yeah. Today we get the ability to celebrate young people, the idea of jazz for young people. Take us what it means and the importance of youth within music and youth within a means of expression. Because as we've been saying to a lot of young people, a lot of them have said, it's not always that we get to see young South Africans really take the banner and hold the reins and be able to tell their story, to express what they're feeling. And so putting this together allows so many of them to come and connect and to meet where the people that they're going to be working with in future to start building their own branding. So what do you deem the importance of someone who's part of the youth, but also as someone who's put a lot younger people on as the importance of youth within the music and within the arts industry?
I think a lot of the times when there are programs that are allocated to young people, it's always what we can give them, right? It's always the expertise that we can share. It's always the knowledge that we can pass down. And I think that's important and valuable. But I think that young people actually have a better pulse of where society is. And in fact, in many ways, there's a lot of wisdom that they carry that we should be enjoying as well and taking in. So it's not just about them listening and taking in information, but them also being able to express themselves. And we can see the power of that today. I know for me, I've been championed by various people over the years since I was young. So the ability to have the position that I have the opportunities and the platform means I need to go bring someone up who looks like me, who reminds me of my story and say, yo, let's go get him let's add on to this beautiful landscape, this music space, this ecosystem, and do something beautiful. But young people have things to say, and we're ready to hear what they have to say, for sure.
No, I mean, it's something incredible that you said there, which speaks to the phrase, don't pick up the ladder behind you, but make sure that you make it stronger for the next person. So I wanted to know, so, you know, the NSA as a space that is building South Africa and the world's next generation of superstars. You've seen it evolve over the years from when you were here to now, when you're here now, and you're seeing this current cohort of exceptional, excellent students come through. How has the space evolved to help them truly live out their fullest creative expression? How does it help it come to life?
My goodness. Well, I'll say being a part of the curator and the mentor, I got to go to different schools just to have conversations and embark on some mentorship. But one thing I found really beautiful about having been here before and coming back was seeing how the music program has been developed. At the time that I was here, I was in theater, in music productions. I was doing classical piano, clarinet, and voice. But now I see that there is more of like a jazz program. There's a program that looks into works that are specific to our country and our continent, which is something I'm extremely passionate about. And that I was telling, you know, the schools, for us to actually sew back into who it is that we are, because that's an incredible export. So it's beautiful to see that being championed, where we're kind of taking our stories as our own and being able to share that. And NSA is there to champion that as well. So that is, I think, an amazing thing to see.
And so have you seen more and more students really tapping into bringing African expression more and more into their art? Because globally, at least, I'm seeing that the industry is shifting. You know, people are now placing more emphasis on saying, we have artists from a continent that is culturally rich in history, rich in substance, and a world that up until this point has been blind to that. As a mentor, how are you helping these kids bring it out?
Culture is about the past, the present, and the future. I think the best way to access culture when it comes to young people is to realize that they are a part of building it. It's not just the songs that their parents were listening to, their grandparents were listening to, but the fact that they can express themselves is them also evolving the culture forward. So part of this was also to encourage, yes, learning, practicing, putting in the work, putting in your 10,000 hours. But in addition to that, establish a voice that is yours, you know, because you do have something to say. The mere fact that you're here in this weird and wonderful world means there's things to experience and observe. So take on that and share with us what are your thoughts about what you see about your internal space, the external world, and let's see what you have to add on to the cultural fabric, you know. Yeah.
You're reminding me of that expression Oprah Winfrey once used. She said, a person who fills cups till they runneth over. And I have a profound sense that that's what you're doing for the kids here. But I want to change gears a little bit and ask you Spotify, right?
I do.
Yes.
And y'all better stream my music.
Of course.
I'm 3 albums in.
Yes, of course. Born Free family, do your thing. But I wanted to ask you, we're at Joy of Jazz. On your Spotify playlists that you have saved, that you listen to, what is your go-to jam? Excluding your music, because we all know your music is fire.
Thank you, firstly.
But now, but we need to give other people a sense of, yeah, no, I'm really cooking here. If Zoe loves my music, I'm really cooking. It's sizzling, it's fiery, it's hot.
Oh my goodness, that's such an interesting question. Especially because I feel as a musician, it's kind of my duty to listen to everything, but I also love music so much. I don't like a certain kind of sound or certain kind of music. I think there's magic to be found in every kind of sound, you know. But I'll say, Leah Butler, shout out to her. I'd invited her to my show just last night at the Gold Reef City. It was a sold-out show, which was so amazing. But she's really an incredible artist. Thando Zide is also an incredible soul artist. Manana is a colleague and a good friend. So actually we have Seba Kapstadt, the album that's coming out soon, so check that out, but check his music out as well. Munei, who's also on the lineup this year. Tandin Tuli, who's on the lineup for the Joy Jazz this year. We're so like rich with different sounds and tastes. I'm like pro-African, but I do listen to every kind of music from different parts of the world. Yeah.
Your Spotify Raps and mine probably looks the same. I'm just gonna say that now, because all the names you're listing. I mean, Khumo knows Tanintuli and I. It's one of my theme songs before a Born Free episode. But I wanted to shift gears yet again. You know, you've been in the space now, in the music space. You've seen what it's like. You've gone in the rooms that many of the kids here at the NSA are just salivating over the opportunity to be in, you know, that give me my shot, coach, I'm ready to go in. In that space, if there were things that you could change, what is it that you would change to make the space ready for those that are coming up now so that they can really not just get the opportunity, but be able to extract the most out of it?
I love that question. I think for me right now, as a person who is passionate about trading knowledge systems between myself and those that come after me, and even those that are legacy artists, I think it's quite important to put my money where my mouth is.
Yeah.
If I say I'm in support of something, what are the ways that I can show that? I can invite someone to my show. I
Sure.
can be a part of these kinds of activations. I can have conversations with people that are younger than myself and champion them. Listen to where it is that they're coming from. Because a lot of it is not even just what I think, but what are their questions? Where is their
Sure.
heart at, you know? So I'm happy to also be able to be doing like workshops and things where we're able to have these conversations. But I think, yeah, that's the way to cultivate the space. Hear from the people that you're trying to be about,
Sure.
and then champion them from that point of view. Yeah.
It's really impressive. Khumo, I can see you want to throw some questions. I'm going to hand you back there.
I want to explore a bit of your journey because I think that's very telling for young people who want to look at that journey. From The Voice South Africa in 2016 to then being recognized as a young person by Standard Bank in 2023, there's a lot of time between that. There's a lot of work, and you mentioned your 10,000 hours. When people think to your journey, what have you attested it to being the thing that keeps you waking up every day? What's the thing that you get up for and the thing that you go, this is the love and the beauty that I hold in the work that I do?
Oh, man. Also, what beautiful questions are these? Oh, my gosh. I'm having the time of my life.
You must subscribe to the podcast. If you love it, you must
I
subscribe to the
shall.
podcast.
I am there. And what do the members call themselves?
We don't even know yet. We're still very
The Born
young.
Freeze. We are the Born Freeze, guys.
We're the Born Freeze.
See you on the comment section. Oh, man. I would attest being able to continue in this journey to so many things. I think the base is to be human first, to find people that love me for no reason. I am a person with a platform, and because I have a platform and I have music that is public, there is a way in which people receive me beautifully publicly.
Yeah.
But I think to be able to nurture those that receive me privately without the singing, for me, is very important. They awaken my humanity. They keep me on the ground. They call me names that remind me of who it is that I really am. Some nicknames that I won't mention. And then I think it's also just about taking care of the person, you know. So that could be going to the gym. That could be investing on my mind, my spirit, my soul in different ways. I attribute it also to things outside of the gift, such as keeping time, being professional, being a decent human being, respecting people regardless of what you stand to gain from them, and just respecting that everyone has a journey and a story when you meet them. But yeah, I've really been able to see some of the ugly parts of the industry, but some of the most beautiful parts as well. And the things that are beautiful stand true. And it's still an honor to be a part of the space in some way and to be able to impact people to do themselves, for them to also, in the words of our Miss Universe, take up space.
Yes.
You know, so yeah, any opportunity to do that also keeps me doing it. Yeah.
I want to ask about the thinking that goes into curating, because I think that's a very interesting world. That's selecting specifically who's going to be telling their story, who's going to be showing their identity, who they are, and who their expression is. When you were given the opportunity to create and to bring on young people, what was the thinking that went behind that?
Oh, I firstly was so excited because I've been a family of Standard Bank and the Standard Bank Tour of Jazz for a very long time. When I was in, I think, my first year, I had auditioned to be a part of the band that gets to perform at the festival. a couple of times, and I got in 3 times. Gang, gang. Another one. DJ Khaled.
Another one.
So that was like so powerful for me, and having the opportunity to be called up to be a curator and a mentor, I wanted to champion spaces and people that I think belong on that platform as well. You know, it really was about having different art schools, because when I was here at the National School of the Arts, we would host a festival called the Festival of Fame. And that's where different schools would come and watch us specifically.
Sure.
But I wanted to see what other schools can do, and how NSA can be a part of championing other art schools. So it was important for me that different schools from different socio-political backgrounds, different ways of thinking come together and share in the potency that they all have across the board.
Sure.
That was important to me. It was also about community building, because as a professional music, we all have different walks. Other people didn't have the opportunity to study music or weren't able to actually grab on that, but we still are performing some of the most beautiful gigs in the real world.
Sure.
So for me, this was an opportunity for different schools to also interact with each other, because we will be in it for the long game.
Yeah.
You know, we will be gigging together, we'll be crying together, we'll be celebrating the gift of music together. So it really was about that as well. And just the coming together of worlds, man. And being able to see young minds being fully expressed, where things are not given at them, but where there's an exchange of just good vibes, love, music, good energy. So that was a part of what was curating this young jazz for young people, rather. Yeah.
So I think I'm just going to wrap up my set of questions with this one here. And that is, you've shared your gift with the world, and you still are, and it's going to bigger, better, and greater heights. You've connected with your audiences in ways that adapts you whilst you're performing. If you're giving advice to a young aspiring artist now, saying that I want to share my gift, but I'm not sure how to connect with the crowd, how to connect with my fans, how to connect with the people who are here to share in this gift with me. What you as Zoe, what have you taken or learned that has helped you to be in a space where you could stand on the stage and be like, I prepared this, but I can feel that the crowd is here. What is it that gives you that connection? And how would you advise someone to develop that?
I would say there are about 7 billion people in the world.
Yeah.
Which means there is a high probability that you will find your tribe exactly as you are. You don't need to counterfeit anything. You don't need to feel like you need to live up to an image of anything or upkeep anything. Just be completely, I hate to use the word because it's overused, but authentic to who it is that you are.
Sure.
And operate from the place of trusting in that, and that is enough to carry the music through, the connection through, the stories through. I would also say again, I mean, Zozi, you did the thing, man. She said, take up space. You know, sometimes we think human emotion should dictate how it is that we move in the world, but you sometimes just need to move scared. And that's what I was telling the students. Sometimes you need to move scared, you need to move unsure, you need to move feeling unworthy, you need to move feeling uncomfortable, feeling like you're fresh out of water to get to the spaces that you need to get to, you know. And that is a way of connecting, just being able to push through all of those push and pulls that come with it. And trust me, your faves go through the same thing. I'm sure Beyonce, wherever she is with her amazing tours, also has a push and pull that she constantly needs to work through. And in fact, I need all of you to remember that a push and through means that you're probably in the right place.
Sure.
So try to be anchored by that and connect yourself in that way. And people recognize an aura, they recognize a spirit. You can't really lie on that. So that's why I say just be exactly who it is that you are, and trust that of 7 billion people in the world, something is going to speak to someone.
Yeah.
You know, come prepared, keep time, be decent, do your due diligence, do just not just 100%, do 120%, but be honest to what it is that you're here to share. You're allowed to evolve, you're allowed to change your mind because you're a human being, duh. And then just do the thing. We're ready to receive it. No one's gonna do it like you. So just give us the goods. We're waiting for you.
Sure.
We're waiting for you.
I don't know how that microphone is not on fire. I don't know how it's not on fire. Khumo, I'll leave it to you to end.
My question in closing is, you've put together a beautiful day. young people are enjoying the space. We're getting to experience every single person who's been a part of this institution. What's your message to South Africa? What should they take away from today, and what should they take away moving forward?
I think what South African can take away. Oh my goodness, sorry, I got distracted from the song. I'm like, oh, that slaps actually. What South Africa can take away from today, from moments like these, is really just the championing of those that come before us, those that walk with us, and those that come behind us. And that for me is really the definition of humanity. Humanity is something that I think South Africans do very well. We just need to continue in that thread and realize that the art world is such an important part of our story. It's the thing that people look to here at home and even beyond, and let's just continue to champion what it is that we are, man. We're an incredible people, and it's just a matter of living in that. I think we've got a wicked sense of humor as a country. We lead with that well. Sometimes we troll too damn much. But yeah, we're beautiful people, and let's just continue to take each other in and embrace what comes with being here, being South African, and also being global citizens.
Thank you very much.
We just need to.
Oh! I need to drop it carefully because I'm like, equipment.
Mic drop.
Thank you for today. Thank you for giving us your time. And thank you for sharing your story.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I don't want to leave.
No, well, we will leave you with a parting gift. And we have here a series of Born Free t-shirts. And you can decide.
Aww.
We have these 3 size variants you can choose.
Awesome. I'm going to
As a
take this
parting
one.
gift. Thank you so much.
I'm going to hide it, in fact.
It's a precious gift. Thank you,
You know
so
what I
much.
mean? Thank you so
You
much
really
for having
honored
me.
us.
Thank
And thank
you
you so much for curating such a spectacular event.
Thank you so much. I really don't want to leave.
Good people of the Born Free audience, you heard from the curator, you heard from the person who put the event together. We're bringing on more guests, we're speaking to more people, and we're emphasizing the importance of the youth, the importance of the arts, and the importance of touching down and touching together in our own humanity. Thank you.
Yes, we'll see you in 5 minutes.
If you want to eat, and then I go in.
No.
Don't you guys want to teach other journalists how to engaging?
We are novices and amateurs in the truest expression of the word.
How long has this been running?
We are 13 episodes in, so almost
13 episodes.
Man, well fucking done, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yo,
Also, enjoy your chicken dip,
Thank you.
I literally skipped.
but take care. Oh, I just love this. Thank you.
So we're gonna off and off it.
I mean, we have 5 minutes. They give us 5 minutes to shout.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
This is so genuinely although I have been telling him.
No.
Wear the jacket.
You see,
Now that
that's
it's
why I'm
been
holding
said,
it
it's
like
been
this.
mentioned, you don't want to take the risks.
Don't worry, there's others on the team.
You guys happy to show Yes. No, it's going very well. Hold this.
So we've got Brenda next. And then after Brenda is Ndavi's going to come in. You guys will buy him from South Africa. As I say, he's the person to go. But I mean, to yourself. You think Joe Rogan accepts questions from people?
No, I just wanted to know if there was any prior communication that she was like.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, I know that they had. I think that there was some conversation, but the main thing is that she wants to talk about the youth and what she does for the youth.
And that's a very who are you? What's your story?
I don't have those questions. Shut up. One thing I don't like about
He doesn't say. I mean, if somebody would have, let's just put it this way: Joe Rogan did not interview Kamala Harris because she wouldn't play his game. Right? This is your game.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a thing of when I, at a certain point, we said, no, we're not going to do this, and then we started following the flow. And if the flow is working for us so far,
Yeah.
no point to change.
point is, podcasts are supposed to be informal, fun, and real, right? So it's not like SABC, where you sit down and say, right. And
Ladies and gentlemen, that was so beautiful and mighty. That is definitely not enough. Give them another big round of applause. All right, so we have a little quiz. It's Media and Guardian. They sent us to do a little quiz and Zoom
Media and Guardian.
Get the questions right. A t-shirt.
Okay, so the first question is, under the GTD, what does SOS stand for? Singer. Congratulations, Singer. Okay, second question is, who are the 3 schools of specialization that are presented today?
that's why you were not on camera.
It reminds me of conscience.
Come on, guys, we got this. Come on.
Remember the whole swearing in of the ministers. The whole thing about to be in that kind.
Well, at least they got beginning right.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had
No, you got the first 2 correct, but not the last one. Come on, you got this. They performed today. That's the clue.
No, 2022. When I changed it.
The first 2 is correct.
Yes. Had nothing but great things to say.
Congratulations! Okay, the next question is, what is the current Standard Bank slogan?
People with the taste for life.
Somebody else.
I have like 2 more minutes, right?
Yeah, and then we're on.
No. Oh, no, that's fine. We can accept that. It's fine. It's fine.
Standard Bank slogan. People with their taste for life.
Okay, the next question is, which applications open on the 24th of July and close on the 29th of July?
NSA.
August.
Yes, that's correct. The next question is, which birthday is male guardian celebrating this year? No, but close. No? Close, but too far. No?
Wow. We got recognized.
Not 49.
Well, older.
Not 20th. Not 25. Who? What?
95, yeah.
What? Yes. Thank you guys so much. That is one. The what?
Someone can get it.
Yeah,
Okay, for the last question,
that's fine.
NSA
All right.
students, you can't answer this question. I am so sorry. You guys cannot answer this question. So if you know you're from NSA, do not
I do not, I'm
answer the
thinking.
question.
We'll have one here for sure when we give,
NSA
and then
stand
as
for?
the guest leaves, they should take from there, so that we don't have to keep on replenishing. Yeah.
Let me take those then.
Yes.
Well, we kind of want you to give them out on camera, but
Yeah. No, we
done-
give
you've
it to
done
them,
those
and then they give it back. We put it there, and they go fetch from there, so that we don't have
Congratulations to everybody who got
I
a
was
t-shirt,
like,
but
get
that
your
is the
shirt.
end of the
Yeah.
question.
Good.
Yes. All right. Welcome to our
Warm round of
studio.
applause to everybody who won.
Yes. No. Seriously.
Can I just say, you guys do an amazing job. I think every single student we've spoken to
has been absolutely a joy and wonder to speak to you. Just, yeah, wow. Just
Ladies and gentlemen, on stage, we have Springs Boys High School Band.
The entire time we were just shocked. We were like,
No, like
Champion titles.
With the mic, just make sure you're right nice and close.
Cool.
yes, Khumo. Good.
That is definitely not a warm welcome.
Welcome back, Born Free family. We're here at the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, Jazz for Young People. And we've been speaking to many young people from the NSA. We're speaking to the person who puts it all together, who runs the institution, who makes everything happen and invokes inspiration into the kids, who allows them to believe that art can actually be something that they can do and connects the world and South Africa. Brenda, how are you doing today?
That was a great introduction. Thank you very, very much. So I'm not the principal of the school. I'm the artistic director and fundraiser and do all the public-facing engagement. I'm doing excellently. It's so wonderful to have such a celebration of youth art. And thank you for being here and helping to tell the story.
Of course, of course. You know, we've heard from so many amazing people. We've heard from Zoe Modiga, who is an alumni from the school. We've heard from alumni. We've heard from the presidents. What's it like running a school for young people who are invested in art? How do you guys cultivate and guide their spirit and allow them to explore what artistic expression really means?
Well, I think you touched on the right word then, that's explore. You've got to give them the parameters to be able to have free expression. Absolutely critical. These children will not be boxed in. In fact, someone said, yes, they think out of the box. And I said, no, NSA learners don't have a box. They've got open parameters. They've got horizons that are endless. And it's a great privilege to be on it's a short journey when you think of a lifetime. So it's 5 years of walking a journey with them and ensuring that the work that they do has credibility, that they learn the key aspects of discipline and also origination, because you've got to tell a child that there is so much equity and possibility in a good idea, and therefore you've got to protect it and you've got to nurture it, and it's wonderful. And look, the National School of the Arts, it's a great privilege to be here because it's built on an unbelievable legacy of specialized education. You know, it started in the mid-60s as the art, ballet and music school down in Joubert Park. It moved to where Grantley College is currently, and then drama was introduced and it became the ABDM. And then in 1987, it moved up to this campus because this campus used to be the Johannesburg College of Education. It was the Wits Education campus. So it was built as a university. So all our hostel learners stay in single rooms. And there's wonderful legacy in actually being just on this campus with these buildings. And that was in 1987. It moved to this campus. And then in 1980, I'm getting my dates wrong, but 1996, it became... No, 1993, forgive me, 1993, it became the National School of the Arts. So it predated our democracy just by 1 year. And I think it's beautiful that it's such a beautiful reflection of how the country changed and evolved. And let's face it, artists were a key part of telling that story.
Exactly. I mean, when we thought of the concept, we thought of Digital Sapphire Town, we thought of Hugh Masekela, Marion Makeba. And you guys are right at the axiom of cultivating young students to go on to live a good life and to really start exploring what the arts means. We've had the beauty of asking students, what's a day in their life? What's a day in your life running a school like this?
Well, as I said, I don't run it. There's a principal. So, but, the word I always use to explain my day is dynamic. And I mean it in the purest sense of the word, is that you come to school with certain anticipations of how your day is going to run. And then there'll be a child that knocks on the door. There'll be a phone call from someone saying, let's do a festival. There'll be a child that needs a bit of guidance for tertiary. And so the day is very busy. It's very rich. It's there are a lot of emotions in the school. It's very unpredictable. But at the end of the day, I am so enriched by being in this space. When I look at the journey of some of the children, and I've got one of my matrics now who's obviously growing the most enormous wings and ready to fly. And I kind of reflected when I met him in grade 8 and he was so self-effacing. And I think just seeing the children blossom on an average day and sometimes having those moments of reflection. I'm definitely the richer for being in this space. Definitely. Yeah.
Today we've had the beauty of having the joy of jazz for young people, and we've had the ability for artists, for young people to express who they are, to tell their story. What do you think the importance of the art is, and how do you think it connects people specifically on this campus, but also in the wider South Africa?
I always say that artists and art itself, art tells the truth. It tells the truth. So it's always an honest reflection. It's like a litmus test. If you want to know what's stirring in the minds and souls of our youth, honestly, speak to these children. And I think the creativity is so often a reflection of the issues that they are dealing with. Sometimes I look at the work and think, why are the children dealing with this? And then I think the adults should be ashamed of ourselves, really, because they are trying to grapple with issues that maybe the generation ahead of them should have been dealing with, So art is key. It's part of our soul. Art is the soul of the nation. And as I said, it always tells the truth. Art does hold up the mirror, going back to old Shakespeare, and art does connect us. We can fill stadiums with artists. We can fill it with sports people. And I think it shares the same kind of nation building, not wanting to use that word, but I mean, it does. It pulls people together. Look at this, there's one heartbeat, there's shared music. Art is the soul. It's the soul of who we are.
No, firstly, I want to say that the passion with which you speak about your students in the school and the work that you do as artistic director here, I'm in absolute awe. I would have loved to be one of your students.
Well, I said the other day, why weren't you one of our students, Khumo? And I can say the same to you.
So I wanted to ask you about, so with every iteration, I say very much schools change in periods of 5 years. You have a set generation of grade 8s that come in, and they're grade 9s and 10s and 11s all the way up to matric that follow the same sort of theme, the same sort of guts when they are putting together their art. What have you seen change with the years as the kids have come by? Is there a theme that you see overarching that dominates the way in which they create or express themselves?
That's an interesting question. I just think maybe we've tried to find more platforms for them to actually express themselves. I think we have more festivals and moments for them to originate. So they're not just interpreting work, they are originating texts, yes. They're originating music, they're writing new things, they're exploring the new all the time. I think the theme going through it always is passion, and the fact that, yes, we have grade 8s, we have matrics. And then as the matrics leave, you think, how are we ever going to manage the school productions or anything without that particular child? And then all of a sudden, a Simphiwe and Ndlovu comes in grade 8, and you go, okay, we're going to be all right. And then, there we are, that's the choreographer. And it's so beautiful because no matter what, it's human. Humans are creative. And so, yes, we have the cycle of these gorgeous young creatives coming into the school, and our obligation is to make sure that we run a good school for them, that we don't compromise their creativity in any way, that we do all the hard work to make sure that the funds and resources are there. And it's difficult. That's a very difficult job. And part of that is my responsibility, because these children deserve everything, and they deserve to create without any limitations.
I can say there are many seeds that have spawned in your hand. From the people that we've met and we've spoken to, the work that NSA is doing is absolutely exceptional. But I want to now just talk about the landscape is changing. Technology, NFTs, and artificial intelligence are changing the way art is not just created, curated, but the way it's shared, the way we're able to see it and connect with it. How is the NSA preparing young artists now for this ever-changing and evolving world?
Yeah, it's also an incredibly valid question, and we keep on trying to push for the idea of a digital arts academy, because the children are dealing with digital platforms all the time. They understand them. They came into the earth as born free, wired to be able to do that. So we are hoping to be able to actually pull together sponsors so that we can have a digital arts academy right across the 4 genres. We know that that's where it's happening. But an interesting thing is that sometimes in generating content to try and encourage audiences, the content actually almost becomes the final product.
Yeah.
And people will say, wow, they're doing such cool things with the NSA, but do they actually go and buy a ticket to see the live performance? And that's what
Sure.
we've got to watch so carefully, because the content is so compelling and the children put together these little reels with such, I don't know, with such excellence that people go, wow, Jan, we saw it all on your socials. I go, but you've got to come to the theater. You've got to come to the event to experience it all, you know?
You can see it on the screen, but do you get a feel? Do you get, what if you want a feel for it?
Exactly. And like with the artificial intelligence, no matter what we do, we're never going to get a robot to cry.
Yes.
Never. And this school reminds us that we're human, that we can touch people and move people. And by moving people, we can shift perceptions and we can change the world, you know?
I love that so much. My question before I hand back to Khumo, and then you'll come back to me later, is there's a lot that goes into preparing an artist. Yes, the NSA is giving them the pretty much the avenue to go and explore and be creative, but also there's things that the NSA knows about what you have to be ready and equipped with and be prepared to tap into to create the art. I want to know, how do you get the individual who arrives here in their rawest form to transform into a person that is willing to tap into the depths of their soul, to put out that talent, to share it with the world?
A critical
It's a
lesson.
very philosophical
It is a
question.
very philosophical question, absolutely. I always tell the children, because they're here and because they're artists, it's how they see the world no matter what they do. So, I mean, some of our top students go on to different fields. They go into medicine.
Yeah.
Our top musician from a couple of years back is now an actuarial scientist. But I said your creativity and your ability to use your creativity to problem solve. Oh, excuse me.
We have water.
To problem solve is where your superpower lives. So they've got to accept that people come into the world with different missions, and artists can function across the spectrum
Sure.
of corporate world as well. It's almost to make peace with the fact that they're artistic, because there's a sensitivity, there's an empathy, and sometimes there's an excess of feeling that makes living in the world difficult. You know, sensitive children. So you've almost got to give them the power to not let that destroy them, because it can. The inner saboteurs can be wild in these children.
Yes.
Ma'am, am I good enough? Was it okay? You know, so you've got to believe in yourself. I don't want the excessive thing of going, oh, I'm so good. Look at me. Look what I'm doing. That's why I hate using the words fame and words like that, because they're so shallow.
Yes.
I said you're an artist. There's an artistry and understanding to your work, and you've got to protect that doggedly. We've got entertainers out there who aren't necessarily artists, but I said an artist can also be an entertainer.
Yes.
You can be an artist and an entertainer. But there's some people out there who don't understand what artistry is. And at a school like this, we want to develop the artist. You know, how else do we look after them? Obviously, with industry talks, letting them know, you know, how to approach it, and also to just look after their brand, look after who they are. We don't want a wannabe culture at the school, because we've got these gorgeous individuals. They're so special. They're special in their uniqueness. Hold on to it. Don't copy. Don't imitate. Generate new things. Innovate. Yeah.
The originality in their excellence.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
And how important discipline is.
Yes.
Discipline is key. I mean, we've seen great children. You go, if they were only disciplined, then I mean, the sky's the limit.
Sure.
You know, talent is one thing, but it's got to be disciplined. They've got to know. And it's things like pitch up on time, be ahead of the time. You know, don't ever be late for rehearsal.
Sure.
Watch your performance ethic. Watch your ethic in terms of your colleagues in the rehearsal room. You know, just those little behavioral things that are so important, because you can endure and endear, but you don't want to all of a sudden think that you're so wonderful that you manage to I'm not saying irritate your fellow performers, but it's like, just, you know what I mean, just be
Yes.
real, be grounded. And for an artist, I say to them too, you've got to know what neutral is before you can birth your character.
Sure.
You can't sort of start your character here. Let it grow organically. It's quite
Yes.
difficult to speak over all this.
So long as the people, the born free listeners hear you.
Oh, I love it.
Because them hearing this is by far the most important
I
thing.
can imagine.
I could listen to you all day, but I need to hand you back to Khumo before our time runs out.
Oh, yeah.
Otsile's touched on it quite a lot, the cultivating of young people. Today is a celebration of young people. It's a celebration of who we are as South Africans. What do you think the importance of young people in a media space, in the artistic space is? And how do you feel NSA is able to mobilize and ensure that that continues to happen moving forward?
Well, it's by getting our new students to come into the school. And we are now in audition season at the school. So the applications opened for the GDE system. And we are waiting to audition our new grade 8s for next year. Such an exciting time. So anybody listening, if this is your school, make sure you've applied online, the GDE system, and then also online on the NSA system, which is artschool.coza. And make the application and prepare your audition. Care for yourself enough to just almost over prepare so that when you come in, those 3 little minutes or whatever it is that you've got to perform, you are ready for them. You are ready to bring your A game, So we have to make sure that institutions like the National School of the Arts, publicly funded, are functioning, that our objectives are clear, and that we ensure that we deliver every year an incredible set of matric results, because ultimately that is your passport. Yes, it's an art school, but we need our children to be able to pursue tertiary. And some of our children, because they're ready, they're performance ready, profession ready, sometimes they pursue other fields. They'll go into business, economics, but that doesn't mean they're not going to be the best in an audition for whether it's a TV part or a stage show. So I think, yes, it's making sure that the collective gets behind a school like the NSA and that it continues to thrive. It's a responsible job we have to guide these young creatives because, as we said, we need them. We need to be reminded of our humanity, and that is the artist's job.
Before I ask the closing question, our big question is always looking at the South African industry, the creative industry as a whole. What do you hope to see in the future? What avenues do you think we could be potentially building, both as young people, but also as people who listen on and want to hear about the South Africa they can one day build?
Yes, we need to tell our own stories. We need to be an innovative sector. I love the big musicals, don't get me wrong, but we need to tell South African stories. And I'm very proud of the work that this school has done the last couple of years in terms of saying, let's tell our stories. Let's make our stories, because we're our own beautiful culture. We don't have to look to the West End or Broadway. Yes, it's lovely to do that stuff, but listen to you've heard the voices today. The musicians we've got, the composers.
Excellent.
We could create work that could be our biggest GDP earner in terms of saying, the world will want to hear and listen. Look, Lion King, we know where the roots of Lion King are. We've had enough exports. We know that Sarafina, for instance, it took the word of the struggle to the rest of the world. We cannot diminish the power of originating South African stories.
Sure.
And I would just say, absolutely, we need to tell our stories to make sure that the creative sector soars. We really do. And yeah, I suppose different opportunities, and also encouraging people to go out to the theatre again, to go and consume work. We have to go and see it. And for the creatives too, think, well, you're creating something beautiful, but are you certain that people want to come and see it? We can't create beautiful work and then have half audiences. We need to do audience development to make sure that our audiences are full. And we have return seasons and extended seasons, yeah.
Our closing question is, what's your message to South Africa, and what do you want people to take away from today?
From today, let's celebrate. Honestly, South Africa, let's celebrate the gold the gold that we have in our youth, because that is where our power is, and no one can stop creativity happening. Really, it's in our souls. Let's get it out, and let's be there to applaud it, to witness it, to love it, to support it, and when you can, to help fund it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for what you do, and thank you just for the spirit you cultivate. It's been absolutely amazing speaking to students, speaking to alumni, and we hope this thing only gets better. We hope South Africans tap in, and we hope we can only go further.
Thank you. From your mouth to God's ears, as they say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brenda.
Thank you.
I have a feeling you would have been my favorite teacher in school. Thank you so much for spending time with us, and you get to pick a memento from our Born Free merchandise.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Stay tuned. We have another great interview coming up next. Join us in the center, our guest of honor.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. The camera, yeah.
Yes.
There's multiple, so you have to be on the other side.
It's one hell of a day.
Why is it so windy?
I know, it's so cold.
At least you guys are wearing jackets.
I know.
Just on the mic, can you keep the mic as close as possible
Yeah.
through our bench?
Got you.
Yeah.
Born Free family, we are here with someone who embodies South Africa, who represented South Africa, but moreover is committed to ensuring that we advocate for South Africa. We advocate for justice, and we ensure that people are moving forward. Miss South Africa 2022, Ndavi, how are you doing today?
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. I'm doing fantastic. The music is incredible. What a beautiful day to be outside.
Of course. You know, today we've said we've been privileged to be here at the Joy of Jazz, Jazz for Young People. And where we want to start this conversation is in your work, in what you've done, in everything that you've done. What's the importance of young people telling their story, advocating for each other, and really coming together to celebrate what it truly means to be South Africa?
You know, I think it's always so incredible when the youth takes leadership. I think we get to see a different style of South Africa, because the way that we tell our stories is so different to the way that the older generation would tell their stories. And as much as their stories matter, it's so beautiful to see how it translates in today's time. And I think with each and every step that we take today, we are building our future. So it's so wonderful to see in today's time where we are taking the country. So I think that's why it's very important.
You've done a lot of advocacy work. You advocate for youth empowerment, you advocate for education. Take us to what drew you to those things and why specifically social justice is so close to your heart.
Repeat that for me.
So you've advocated for education, you've advocated for youth empowerment. Take us specifically to what brings you to advocate for those things and what brings it so close to your heart.
So with my background, I grew up in a rural village in Limpopo. And what I saw was that from the place where I lived, I was fortunate enough to move to a school outside of the rural village where I lived, which is quite a common case for a lot of South Africans. And so what I picked up was that because I was privileged to get out of that atmosphere and go into an environment that was conducive to my learning, my talents, my gifting, the future for me turned out entirely different to those who continued in the schools in the rural village. And it had nothing to do with my intelligence, my brains, but simply had to do with the environment, the opportunities I was given, but also simply creating that environment that is conducive to learning. So that's why I'm very passionate about it, because I think we lose so much talent by not creating these spaces. We lose so much new technology that would come out, new innovations that would come out, simply because we are not harnessing the gifts and the talents that is within the youth. And so I think it's very important that we create spaces like these where the youth gets to showcase their talents and they have a space where they harness that gift. Yeah.
Before I pass over to Otsile, I want to ask specifically about your journey, representing South Africa, the Miss South African journey. Take us on what that was like, but also how it's been post that, making top 16 in Miss Universe. You've done it all. You've done a lot. What has it been? How have you felt? And what has it meant for you to be a representation of what the country South Africa is?
You know, it's such a privilege, an honor, but also a responsibility to have walked the journey that I have walked. I used to always tell myself that if I don't see someone doing something, then it is my responsibility to be the first person to do that. Because for me, the path that I walked was very difficult to do, because it's very hard to do something when you don't see the representation. And as a girl from a small town, a small village, I never saw a Tsonga woman, you know, winning Miss South Africa, going to the States, representing the country at Miss Universe. These were things that I read in magazines, I saw on the television, but it wasn't a reality to me. And I'm so grateful that when I didn't see it happening, I took it upon myself to do it, because I know there's so many other little girls who felt the same way, and I hope that through my journey they are able to then be encouraged and know that it is possible, because if it happened for me, a small town girl, then it can surely happen for them. So it's been such an incredible responsibility to carry, but also an honor for me. Yeah.
Wow. I just want to say, I am sitting here with someone I'm in awe of. I remember the first time I saw you in person. It was not far from here in Cornhill. You're with Prof. Tuli Madonsela, and it was a very deep conversation, one about the state of where we are as people, as a society, as South Africans, but one that left me feeling that you're a person who has an immense sense of leadership and a depth of understanding for it.
Thank you.
Now, let me move on to my question.
Appreciate
You have held stages and have been in rooms and have held positions with people who many of us will only ever see through the screen on our phones. You see so many young people here aspiring to reach those levels, reach such heights. What advice do you give young people that you come across that say, I want to be like you when I grow up? You know, what are the key tips in mentorship or in self-belief that you tell them they need to hang on to?
Thank you for the compliments. I think it's very important to not see yourself as a small fish in a big pond, because I think a lot of us walk around in life with that mentality that we're so small. We ask ourselves, who am I to even think about dreaming of this? We tell ourselves this is for people that are born in Joburg or born in the States or born here and there. But as you mentioned, I've interacted with a lot of people, and a common thread is that there are just people, you know? Everyone is just a person who decided to take a chance on themselves. So I think it starts there with your mindset shift and how you view yourself, because how you view yourself is how you're going to show up in the world. And how you show up in the world informs how everyone is going to approach you and how life is going to treat you. So I think it's very important that we change the way that we view ourselves, and consider all the legends and the icons as human beings who decided to take a step and it worked out for them. So you can also be that person who chooses to take a step and it will work out for you. Yeah, that's my advice.
I love that. I love that advice. Born Free listeners, I hope you are taking notes there. My second question speaks more to, as a person who has now entered the space in the era of digital media. Social media is massive. I think you were one of the first major Miss South Africans to actually captivate and take full advantage of the digital penetration in South Africa. These artists here are finding new ways and outlets of communicating via these platforms. As someone who has used these platforms very successfully, how do you firstly, what is the tip you give a human being before they jump into this world? How would you tell them to prepare themselves? And then as they put themselves out there, as they put a piece of their soul out there for the world, how do you advise them to, if not curate, but to step into the space? How should they be navigating themselves?
You know, social media is such a complicated space to navigate. Even for myself, till this day, I'm still learning, because I think the first challenge that I noticed that I went through with social media was being known as Miss South Africa. That being the initial thing that people knew me for, and they sort of create this image of who you are, and you almost feel stick to the theme, stick to your role, right? And that can be quite limiting, and I think a lot of people get stuck in that of wanting to be in a niche, show up as a specific person. But I think it's so important that you shape your social media to truly reflect who you are, right? And I think we don't do that because we're scared of losing followers. We're scared that people will judge us. We're scared that no one will follow us. But the truth is, you don't want the people who don't truly resonate with you to follow you. Because in that way, you're not really creating a community that is going to go with you the long way. But if you show up as your true self, you will actually attract the real people that resonate with you, that will form a real community with you, that will take you for the long run. And that's what you want. You want people that it goes beyond social media. When I meet you in person, I want to be able to greet you, have a conversation with you, you know. I shouldn't have to then put on a mask of, okay, I have to be that person now. No, it needs to be authentically you, whether it's behind the camera or in front of the camera. So make sure that the story you're creating about yourself on social media truly reflects you. Even if you feel like you're going to be judged. I mean, I'm a Christian, right? Even Jesus wasn't liked by everybody. So who do you think you are as you're going to be liked by everyone? So I'd say simply that, yeah.
No, that's absolutely spectacular. Now, my last question before I toss back to Khumo, you're going to come back to me after. But I wanted to ask around, so the work you do with young people in South Africa, tell the Bonfi listeners about that. The work around building them up, making them ready for this world that is ever evolving, changing. The challenges that young people in South Africa face are by far the most complex, given where we are as a nation, but also given the adjustments we need to make. Tell us a lot more about that, because I think people are very interested. They're more interested in you than they are the two of us. I'm just going to say that now.
Yeah, so I run the Ndavi Nokeri Foundation. And this foundation was born from the place of the disparities. As I was growing up, the disparities that I saw in the inequality. And something that I've always been passionate about is being the middleman, you know? We can't do everything, but we can all do something. I have access to something that someone else doesn't have access to. And so that gives me agency to then step in and play a role in making sure that I help someone benefit through what I have access to. So during my reign as Miss South Africa, I launched my podcast. I mean, you were there for the launch.
Yeah.
The podcast as well as the platform Age Unite. And so the podcast side was created so that we can share information. I'm a big believer in information sharing because people don't have access to career guidance, access to mentorship, access to knowledge on the bursaries that exist to support their education. And then the other leg of it was also to give them access to experts. You know, there are lots of conversations that people would have to pay thousands to get access to. And so the platform was also for that, to give people access to conversations that can change their lives. And then the practical side of Age Unite is where we go out and we do the work. You know, we're not just all about speaking. But I've raised up to 4 million rand to this point that has been... Thank you. That has been used in the education space. So some of it we've given to bursaries. Currently, we are creating a digital literacy campaign where we want to bring on youth from the rural area, where we give them courses for free that are accredited, that will help them to prepare for university. And you take it so lightly. For you, it might be easy to, you know, open Excel, create your CV, send an email, but so many people don't have access to the basic skills. And then we expect them to get to university and compete at a equal level with everyone else who's had access. So we want to bridge that gap to ensure that we don't set them up for failure when they do actually go to university. You know, we give them a chance by preparing them at a high school level as well. Yeah.
That's okay. I thought I was doing good work. No, but you are actually helping to. You are doing what we call the good fight. You're helping to transform the space in a
Yeah.
positive way. And I just say thank you for what you're doing. But I have
Thank
to toss
you
you back
so
to
much.
Khumo because we're tight on time.
I love the work that, and specifically where you speak about digital literacy and the importance of digital media and integrating into the space. And I think there's an interesting thing you touch on specifically about this framing of Miss South Africa, which I thought was very telling. Specifically looking more in terms of what you believe South Africa can look like in the future. What do you necessarily believe the digital space can mean for creating jobs, for growing the economy? But also, what do you think it can do in terms of creating more accessibility and growing conversations around social advocacy?
Can you please repeat the last part? Sorry, the music.
No, it's all good. What do you necessarily believe it can be for growing social advocacy, but also in terms of creating new jobs and young people being able to engage new opportunities?
I think social media is always catching strays, let me say, with regards to what it is. But I think it's such a powerful tool that we should use to our advantage. I mean, one of the biggest things that social media has done is creating awareness, you know? There's so many issues that we bring forth to social media, and we're able to tackle these issues because we're actually talking about them. Because you can't solve an issue if no one is talking about it. You can't solve an issue if no one is aware of the issue. So I think it's such an incredible space to create awareness. But also, I think so many people right now are using social media to make an income. You know, you have access to so many courses, so many individuals that are experts that are sharing their journeys on social media. So I think it's a great platform for us to also learn. The amount of podcasts that have also come out. Podcasting is such a great space. I mean, even this is such an incredible space that you're creating. That is another avenue for young people to be able to make an income for themselves. So putting yourself out there as well. And I think just truly using your talent on social media. I think it's another avenue where you don't have to wait to be found, you know, to be discovered, but you actually now take the initiative to put yourself out there. And once again, as I mentioned, you draw the right people as you do the thing that you're actually passionate about, the thing that you're actually good at. So yeah, I think that's what social media has done and where we can go with social media.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much joy and so much beauty that comes from social media. But shifting our view more so to today and just the celebration of young people and the celebration of jazz music, what do you necessarily appreciate about the arts, and specifically in the ability for the fact that spaces like the National School of Arts allow kids to prioritize both their education and their artistic inspirations and passions? What do you make of the artistic world in South Africa, and what do you hope to see in it going forward?
I'm very excited about what's happening here today. I love that the talent that we have is being put on the stages where it belongs. I mean, I think this is only the beginning, because I think places like these, number one, instill confidence in the students, for them to be able to see that their gifts are celebrated. Because I think in school we celebrate academics, we celebrate the person who's getting 90% for mathematics. I was never one of them though. And we never celebrate the arts. And I think that's also where we're losing a lot of talent. Imagine living in a world where we just have engineers and doctors. What a boring, somber world that would be, right? Music brings joy. Music brings people together. When I'm down, I put on some music, and I know, like, even at the gym, without music, I do less reps than I do with music. So there's so much power in music and the arts that I think there's so much more that South Africa can do specifically to try and chase what the other countries are doing, because I think we have so much talent. If you look now, a lot of the American music draw inspiration from Africa and South Africa, because that's how much talent there is. And I think the only thing that is lacking is just the investment into the space. Yeah.
Do you think currently in South Africa, where it stands, that young people are always able to be given their opportunity, to be given their moment and their choice to tell their story? Because out of all the young people we've spoken to, they've emphasized the need to tell their story, to tell the South African story. And for you, what has that South African story meant? And how do we start selling that and making it something that people across the world can start to buy into?
I think to be able to tell a South African story, we would need to start embracing our stories first as South Africans, because I think there is so much of international culture that we try to take on. So I think there's still a need for us to actually fully embrace the South African story, so that we can tell our own stories, and not the watered down version of the South African story. So yeah, I would say I think it's quite important that schools themselves play a pivotal role in ensuring that we preserve the cultures of South Africa, so that we tell the true stories of South Africans, and not just the stories of suffering, but also the stories of victories in South Africa. Yeah, and I think platforms like these are a great start for us to do that. Yeah.
All right, so I want to switch gears a little bit. Now, something the public obviously knows about you is that you have a background in finance. So I wanted to ask you around how you, using your background in finance and then specifically understanding these sectors that contribute to the economy, what role do you see the creative industry playing in South Africa? I think this is a question that a lot of the young people here want to know about, because this is their future.
Okay, so I think something I hang around with a lot of arts and actors and musicians, and something that they always speak to me about is the lack of understanding the business of the arts. So you are there, you have the gifts, you have the skill, you have the talent, but it's so difficult to kind of create the business for you around that. And I think we maybe lack the structure in South Africa to support that. Which I think it's a missed opportunity for our economy, because as South Africans we have so many tourist attractions, Cape Town, Joburg, the Kruger National Park. It's such incredible spaces, but the people are the biggest I would say opportunity that we're missing on, using that human capital to really draw even more people to the country. And I mean, we have the likes of Tyler at the moment. She's booming, she's doing such incredible things, which is a great example of what can be done when someone is invested in, because we have the talent. We have the talent. It's a matter of investing into the human capital in the country, and I think would draw so many people. I mean, if you look at the rugby as well, it's a sport, right? But it brings so much attraction to the country. So I think, imagine how many people are here, the bands that are here today. If we can harness that talent, so many people would flourish. So yeah, I think it's a missed opportunity at the moment for our country.
No, I completely agree with you, because you look at the way in which, I'll use Hollywood as a case in point. It's a city in the United States that literally makes billions of dollars every single year just through the film sector alone. You go a little bit further down the road to Santa Monica, and it's the same for the music sector. And so it's something that's really an untapped opportunity.
I just want to add on to that, and it touches on what I just said to him as well, that we are watered down to a certain extent, so much so that if we're looking at Hollywood, we are constantly trying to reproduce their work in South Africa, right? Whereas I think we need to tell our stories originally, our way, because that's what's missing. If you're just repeating what someone else is doing, you're going to be the second best doing it, because you're constantly waiting for them to do it first so that you can copy it, right? So we need to take the lead on that and tell the South African story the South African way. The same way, I mean, look at Chaka Ilembe. It's doing incredible because it's telling a South African story a South African way.
Wow, I love that. Originality.
Yes.
We just need more originality.
Absolutely.
And South Africa has no lack of that. Now, this is a little bit of a switching gears again.
We're switching a lot of gears.
I like switching gears. We are multi-geared here at the Born Free podcast. I wanted to ask, now we're at a music event. On your Spotify, who is your most listened to artist on your raps? What do you love about them? And tell us one jazz song that you've listened to that either reminds you of someone or a time in your life.
You guys are gonna judge me for this. I am so boring. I swear, my my raps every year literally is elevation worship. Like,
Oh.
I am feeling like I need to stay in my spirit. The world is chaotic. I just need to praise God because there's a lot going on. So my raps are normally like church elevation worship. But during December, I must say, as a Tonga girl, it's Tonga music all the way. So I'm a big fan of Shoma Josie.
Alala.
I'm a big fan of Shoma Josie, so her music is also up there for me. What was the other question?
Oh, what is a jazz song
Oh.
that you know that reminds you of
Yeah.
something or someone?
Damn, I don't know the names of the jazz songs, but yeah, shame. I think all music reminds me of my dad. So I feel like I always am a very musical person. I'm not an artist, but I really love music, and I think it's from my dad. So growing up, we'd play all sorts of music. So
Yeah.
we would have Alum playing in the
Hey.
car. We'd have Khumo playing in the car. We'd have Don Williams country music playing in the car. So I got a little bit of everything growing up, and I even used to take piano lessons, which I'm going to start again. So very musically inclined, I would say, and yeah, it always reminds me of family. So whenever I miss my family, I'll either play some country music or some jazz music.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's so beautiful. My family and I connect in music. Yeah.
Firstly, I'm not charging you for elevation worship. I know for a fact this year's Spotify Raps, my most listened to album's gonna be Old Church Basement by Maverick City.
There we go.
Because it is good. And I think
It
people
is.
underestimate that.
It is.
Now, I heard from a little birdie, from one podcaster to another, that you will be launching a new podcast. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that podcast, what you want to focus on, and seeing as we're in a space that talks about the creative arts, how you see your specific podcasting contributing as an art form to the landscape in South Africa.
Yeah, from one podcaster to another. Very excited to be launching my podcast very soon in the next couple of months. So the podcast is called, actually, let me not share that as yet.
We are going to have a grand launch.
Yeah, we're going to have a grand launch. This is your official invite. Please don't ask me further. This is your invite. But the podcast is going to focus on the pillars of faith, finance, and fitness, which are the three pillars that I believe have shaped my life, have shaped me into the woman that I am. The faith pillar, mainly living a purpose-driven life. I've never been someone who felt comfortable chasing things that are vain, chasing money with no purpose behind it. You know, yes, money is important, money is needed, but I always need to attach a reason and a purpose behind that. And I think it's so important that the way that we shape our lives should carry that, you know, because life gets tough. So you want to make sure that you're in alignment with the things that you're doing. And then the second pillar being fitness. I'm not saying we're all going to run a marathon. I mean, I know I'm not about to, but it's more wellness and living a balanced life holistically, taking care of your mental wellness, taking care of your physical wellness. Because I've noticed that when I take care of my physical body,
Yeah.
I perform so much better in everything else. From my discipline as well. If I'm disciplined in what I'm feeding myself and what I'm doing on my day-to-day, it permeates into every other area of my life. And then thirdly, finances. Learning how to make it. So career strategy. This will touch on with the foundation. They connect very well on that pillar. Creating that career strategizing, as well as how to then manage the wealth that you're creating.
Yeah.
You know, I think many of us as Black South Africans are still very afraid of making money. You know, because we weren't too exposed growing up to like how to manage your finances. A lot of us grew up living on survival mode, just being able to make enough to go on to make it to the next month. So I think it's important that we also get to make that mental shift from being afraid of money to drawing it in and being willing to risk it and invest and do certain different things that will create more wealth so that we can leave generational wealth for generations to come, which sounds for many of us can actually sound like a pipe dream. Like, what do you mean I can retire? What do you mean I can actually have money left for my great grandkids, you know? And so with the platform, I'm striving to build this new mindset in our generation, in the youth, because there's so many voices in the world, so many voices that are discouraging, so many voices pushing the wrong narrative, you know, especially for girls and women. Many platforms shine a light on women that are making money in ways that are questionable, you know. And I think also there's so much pressure on social media for women to show up as if they've got it all together. So I think through the platform, I want to really shine a light on the women who did the work, who truly believe in themselves and are living purpose-driven lives, so that the girls growing up can see that they can also do it. And that's what the platform is about. And I think it's a great place for me to also just express myself, the things that have been brewing in my heart for so many years, but to also shine a light on other creators and the work that they're doing through the platform.
Sure.
Yeah.
I specifically love the focus that you made just now on finance, because
Yeah.
you know, one of the things that I've had a long going debate with my friends is, and Standard Bank has data that they release every single year to this effect with their clients.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just as basic as people not knowing basic budgeting. There's an expression that my dad told me and I now use, and I'm going to keep it going generationally, is tell your money where to go so you don't have to worry where it went. And I think people more and more, we need to hear that. We need to be telling our friends, our cousins, especially those that are earning an income for the first time, and they want to buy a PM.
Immediately.
We need to be telling them this. This is the important stuff. You know, you get this opportunity, you get this access to capital. How do you maximize it? How do you leverage on the basis of it? How do you build something? And so you're doing incredible work. But I need to hand you back to Khumo, because I've asked my questions. Khumo has to wrap up with his.
Before we close, I specifically want to ask, what just inspires you to tell your story and to wake up and really say that you're committed to ensuring that other people can tell their story? Because everything that you speak about, whether it be in education, whether it be in finance, whether it be in fitness, is kind of this cultivation to be a better person, to exist as a better person, so that one day you can go do something. So where does all of that inspiration come from?
Sure, that's a really good question. I probably would have to attribute it to the way that I was raised and my parents. I grew up in a very big family, so I'm not even gonna say how many children. There's a lot of us, right? So I had a lot of siblings. I had a lot.
But we're sitting with the star.
Yeah. You've met the one that matters. I know my siblings wouldn't agree, but my siblings wouldn't agree for sure. But I think growing up in a big household with so many siblings, what I saw was that we were all so different. We're growing up with the same two parents in the same house, but you got all different personalities. And I think for me, it taught me also how to engage with different people. But it also showed me that your story as an individual matters, you know, because no one is you. Absolutely nobody. Not even if we were twins, my twin would not be me. I grew up very close with my sister, and even her and I are completely different. When we went to high school, she was 3 years ahead of me. Some of the teachers would meet me and be like, and ask me, is that your sister? Because you guys are so different. You know, I was doing sports. She was more great at mathematics, which I wasn't great at. So it's for me, I think it came from that, knowing that my story matters and no one else is me. And if I don't tell my story, who will? You are the only person that can authentically, the world can try to tell your story, but you're the only person that can authentically tell your story. But also from seeing my parents. My parents were such generous individuals, and not by word but in action. I constantly saw them put themselves out there, even when they didn't have. They would take the little that they do have to help someone else. So that never left me. That truly stayed with me, that I can never overlook my privilege. Even if someone else is more privileged than me, you know, I also have something that can always assist someone else, and that's the way that I was raised.
Yeah, okay. The microphone should be on fire. The heat, boss. The heat has been coming since we started.
Closing question is, what's your message to South Africa? What's your message from today? Because, I mean, we hear from many different people. At the moment in South Africa, it looks a bit chaotic. It's not always easy to see the hope, the joy that can come out of the world. So what's your message? What's your thing that you're going to say to the people?
Yeah, it's very easy to look at the country and to look at South Africa and be disheartened by what is happening. and to almost feel like there's no level of control or anything that you can do about it. But I think that's when we should all look inward, right? We all have something that we can add. A country is not a geographical location. A country is made by its people. And so if the people can show up, if each and every one of us can show up, we can make a difference. So I think it starts with you. If you decide you want to make a change where you are, I decide I want to make a change where I am, you decide you want to make a change where you are, that has a chain reaction.
Sure.
And that's where we should start. So I would say look inward, look at what you can do in that time and in that place, because we can't look at the country and say things are falling apart when we are still in it. As long as we're in it, there's something that we can do. Yeah.
Sure.
I want to say thank you very much. I want to say thank you for giving us your time and thank you for what you do. I think it's very important that people are able to get opportunities, people are able to believe, and people are able to have an inspiration. And congrats on your journey so far. We
Thank
only
you.
hope you more success, more greatness in what you do and where you're going. And yeah, you're going to be in the podcast space with us soon. So when you join and when
Welcome
we
to the
see
family
you,
again.
yeah. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, James. Thank you for the work that you do as well. This is incredible, bringing conversations like these to the younger generation. Absolutely incredible. So thank you so much for having me.
But we can't let you go without a memento
Oh.
from the Born Free Network. And so we have here some merch that even if like it doesn't find us, like we know the aesthetic came. So even if it just ends up on the wall behind you when you're recording your podcast, that's good enough for us.
Even if, wow. I'll think about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Born Free family, stay tuned for our next guest. We'll be back after a short break. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow. Yo. You're really good. You're really good. You are spectacular. We did. It was very brief, I think I caught you at the tail end as you were leaving. Yeah. But no, you're spectacular. You're the prop. Spectacular, but I think you and I, for our podcast, we have to tackle somebody when there's no house and actually come to our studio and have a proper conversation. Because I think that literally a lot of the things that you're talking about we need to flesh out in more detail. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think MNG has your details. Oh, it's mixed up. I don't know. Maybe just now. You are novices. We just arrived. In the podcast space. Yeah. One thing we got Tuesday. Yeah. Next one we have Caesar Popo. The Caesar's on next week though. Something like that. Caesar's next week. Yeah. Yeah, on YouTube. We used to be on the Mail and Gardens platform, but we spoke with them and now we're going to get our own platform. But it's still going to be MNG's partnership with us. Yeah. No, but let me get that email address. Can I type in the there is no We'll be there. We'll be there. Extra email. You need it. So thank you so much. Guys. guys are killing it. Absolutely. Like, so, you didn't call me speaking. I knew it.
What time do you guys have to be back on stage?
If you are a parent, a family member, a friend of someone at Pastoral Girls High School, the school band is about
Just make sure when you're speaking into the mic, you put it as close as your mouth as possible.
Okay.
as they make their way up.
Born Free family, we're here at the Joy of Jazz with the Jazz for Young People, and today we are speaking to the young people who have been the voice for the artists, who have been introducing their stories and have been part of the curation, the two MCs. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing very good. How about you?
I'm doing very well. If I'm not mistaken, both of you at the National School of Arts, correct?
Yes, we are.
So that means you guys are artists, you guys are expressionists in and of yourself. You are young creators and soon to be the future of South Africa within the creative industry.
Definitely.
I want to specifically ask both of you, how has your day been? Because you guys have been killing it on stage. You guys have been introducing people, taking the energy, taking us there. How has everything been today?
It's been hectic but fun at the same time. At the start, we were a bit shaky because when they gave us the script, we were just like, okay, this is not what we're used to, but we made it happen, and I just had so much fun on stage and seeing all my peers perform and do everything. It's just so beautiful.
I mean, I'd also say the same with Hloni. When we first started, we were very scared. I remember even yesterday, we were just panicking on how, like, what are you going to do? Our outfits, the lines, how many people are going to be here. But then when we got here, we're like, you know what, just calm down. We were born to do this, and there's a reason why we're here. So, as usual, we killed the stage.
On the basis of outfits, you guys did it. You killed it. You're already doing it.
Thank you.
I don't know what it is with the National School of Arts and the ability to dress, because it seems like you guys have something in your water that's different to the rest of South Africa.
That's so real.
You know, I've asked this to every student from the National School of Arts. Take me through a day at the National School of Arts, because, you know, for most people, we know math, we know English, but we've never been able to explore what it means to be a creative and to be developing our love for the arts and the creative industry.
I'll start. Okay, so from my side, since I'm in the boarding school, which are the buildings that are right up there, usually I wake up around 5:30, and then I get ready, and then at 6:30, I should be out of my room, which my room does get checked each and every single day. Then we do have breakfast. Right after that, Sonia and I, we go to school together each and every single day. And each and every single day, we always look forward to walking to school together because it's always exciting. Then obviously we have our classes. So each day, one class is an hour. We have 4 classes for academics and 2 classes for ADDM, which stands for arts, drama, music, and dance. So yeah, then we do our drama stuff. We come here, and this field right now, as it's like just kind of packed. Usually on a normal school day, it's not packed. We run our labs, we do core exercises, we do voice exercises. We just prepare ourselves for days like this. But yeah, that's a day for me as a National School of Arts student.
For me, it's every time I just thank God for like blessing me with this opportunity, because I feel like it's different when you are with people who understand you, because out there people will be like, the arts industry won't take you anywhere. But when you're here, you're with people who have the same vision as you, so it's just so nice, so beautiful. The teachers are really nice. Everything's just, yeah, man, it was a dream come true when I came here. And even because I'm a termly boarder, home is at KZN. Even when I go back home, I'm always so proud to say I am from the National School of the Arts.
You know, it's been absolutely amazing speaking to everyone from the school, because you guys express so much confidence. You guys are so much yourselves.
Yes.
And you're doing very much what you guys love and want to do. But I want to ask about your first day. Actually, not even your first day. I want to ask about your auditions. How did you guys feel at that moment? Were you nervous? What happened? And how did you feel when you found out you made it into the National School of Arts?
For me, it was I was nervous, but still I was just like looking at the score. I was like, I see myself here. Because even when we were applying for other schools, we didn't apply for any school. We just applied for NSA. My mom was just like, I just know they're gonna take you. And the audition, it was really scary. But as soon as I went to the space and the lab, I think it was the space, I was just like, you know what? Let me just do this. Not only for myself, but for all the other kids who believe that dreaming has to have a limit. Because who thought that a child from KZN would come to Gauteng?
I feel like for me personally, I was very much scared. I mean, thinking I love acting, I love performing. Any moment I get to be on stage, to be on camera, I'm totally down. So immediately when I found out that, the school's going to teach me on how to get to a point where, like, maybe, for example, I'm the next well-known artist or performer in South Africa. So I got here, and the funny part is that usually we have auditions. Speaking of auditions, I'm so sorry to just go off about this. Our school is currently having auditions. So anybody who wants to come and audition, please go on the online app, and then you can send your video, and then they're going to accept you. But back to my story, I was very scared. I was very much shaking. When I got into the audition room, they told me, you're going to read and then you're going to perform. So mostly they want to see, as a performer, how do you read? Because there is a certain way for you to read something, right? So we got there, I started reading, and then they were like, improvise. And during that time, my improvisation was so bad. But you know what? I still did it. I still went through. And I was one of the people that auditioned very late, like super, super, super late. But you know what? It's better late than never.
Exactly. Better late than never. Speaking about stories, speaking about your story from KZN, the question that we keep asking everyone is, what's the importance of storytelling? What's the importance of music? And what's the importance of the arts? Because a day like this, we get to come together as young people, as South Africans, and we get to celebrate everything in which we do, whether it be through jazz music, whether it be through speaking to the artists who have put this together, speaking to people like Brenda, the artistic director, who puts much of the work and much of the consideration into the school. What is the importance of stories to you, and why do you think young people should be able to tell their own story within South Africa?
I feel like, especially in this world we are living in, a lot of people tend to forget who they are and who they actually come from. And storytelling just allows us as storytellers to remind people who they are, remind people their roots, remind them about who fought for us, remind them about everything so important to us. Because I'm talking about South Africa now. South Africa has a very beautiful story to tell. It's like every time I think about it, I'm just like, okay, I want to go abroad in the future, but like this is where I belong. And I do have a dream to take the stories from South Africa and just take them around the world, because people really need to know how people live. People really need to get reminded that we are one. People really need to get reminded about everything they're capable of doing. So storytelling for me personally, it just allows me to call people back, just call them back, and let's unite, let's love each other, let's accept each other, and let's just be one.
Also the same thing as Sonia, I believe that storytelling, it helps us unite together, and it brings people together. Like, for example, right now we're telling stories through music, like just fun, exciting ways. And I feel like as my generation, the Gen Zs, we're forgetting how we got here, we're forgetting what happened before. So I feel like storytelling is very much important, because it helps us remember that this is how we're here, this is how we got here, this is what happened before we got here, the sacrifices that were taken before we got here. So definitely do think storytelling is important.
Oof. I mean, you speak so telling about remembering our history and the ability to tell our history through stories. to connect the world, to bring people together, and for them to understand where we come from and where we can be going. I think what I want to ask you guys is, you're young, you're 15, you're very early in this high school journey. What do you guys see for yourself in the next few years before you get to matric? But also, where do you want to be as people who are in the creative industry? Of course, you said you're a performer. I didn't necessarily get to hear what your space is in. But particularly in terms of what you guys are already doing, what you guys are working towards, where do you guys want to be after you matriculate? But also, where do you want to be by the time you get to matric?
For me, I am a performer. I just looking at the people, like the ages that are coming in high school, I just want to remind people about how beautiful and important the craft is. I want to be in matric and leave footsteps for people to follow. I don't want people to be like me, but I just want people to understand the creative industry like the way I do, and even more. I'd really love for the generation that's coming. I want to see legends. I want to see myself become a legend, and in the future, I really see myself becoming an international actor. I do see myself performing worldwide, becoming an international. Who knows? Maybe I might be Hlolofatso International.
I'm telling you right now, it'll be a definite. I said the beauty of what we're doing today is that we're able to speak to the future. We're able to speak to the people who are already on the journey to becoming big people, household names, and trust that from the Born Free family, we already believe in you, and we hope to see your journey.
Thank you so much.
From my side, before I finish matric, where I see myself, I'm somebody, when there's an opportunity in the industry, I take it. Whether it's an audition for a very small role, I don't believe that an extra is a small role. I don't believe, because immediately, for example, let's say, Boitumelo, the famous Boitumelo, she did not start there like on top. Obviously, there was a foundation that was still built. So I feel like before I hit matric, I still want to build my foundation. Being the MC of Joy of Jazz for young people, I'm building my foundation. Being here speaking, I'm building my foundation. Then maybe after matric, I see myself as a radio presenter and also a physical theater performer, a woman who is strong, and maybe somebody who somebody that other kids can look up to, like the younger generation can look up to, because slowly, like, things are just changing, and I just feel like things are just turning out to be bad. We're all like, it's just going horrible. So I just feel like I am after matric, so I can fix that.
You guys are already starting your journey today. You've been emceeing quite beautifully.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Take me to that moment where they told you you are going to be emceeing. How did it happen? What was the story? Because I think within that, there's so much of you guys, and there's so much of just accepting such a big moment. I mean, at 15, I wish I could hop on a stage and talk to people and tell them who's coming on next. But already the confidence, already the way you guys dress, already the way you guys engage with the world is very thoughtful. It's very considerate. So take me to that moment when they said, the Joy of Jazz, the stage is yours.
I'll start. Can I start with the audition process, and you go after? Cool. So, funny story is that Hloni and I are in the same class, right? In the same drama class. We do drama together. We do the theory together, everything together. So when we found out that there was actually an audition, we came down here to the drama department, and I looked at Hloni and I said, "Am I about to compete with you?" And then he was like, "Yeah, I think so, but I don't think I can do it." And I also told him that I'm so sorry, but I cannot compete with you. So then we started thinking that, you know what, let's team up. But the problem is, will they agree for us to team up? And just a funny story, the other part is that we did not plan anything. We planned last minute. I told Hloni, we're going to do this together. We're going to get in there. We're going to just, freestyle everything, improvise everything. If something goes down, we continue. We move on. We do not stop. And immediately when we told Miss Eve, which without her, we wouldn't be here, we told her, ma'am, we can't go separately. We need to team up. And we don't want to let the audition go down. We want to audition, but we can't do it separately. So then she was like, you know what? I think it can work. Just show me what you guys can do, and I think it can work. Then we auditioned inside, we improvised, we did our own little thing, and immediately I think it wasn't difficult for us to get the lines. It wasn't difficult for us to get our little slogan. It was very easy because Sonia and I's energy, it matches very much. Like once you put us on the spot, we make wonderful things immediately. So yeah, and then from the part where we got accepted,
Boise was busy with something else. The other part, I was not busy with anything. I was back home in KZN actually during the holidays, and I was just sitting, touching my phone. I switched it off, and then I started socializing and doing everything. As soon as I opened my phone, I was like, a group, Joy of Jazz. I didn't even open the group. I was like, Boise, they took us, and I was like, we were so happy. I was so grateful because me and Boiti, like she said, we're in the same class. We do everything together, but we've never worked together.
This is actually the first time. And sorry to disturb you, but the first time when we got accepted, there was this exam that we had to do where it was like two people pair up together and we do like a duologue together. And I was telling Sonia now, why didn't we pay up that time?
Yes.
Because wow,
I love how our energies are just matching. How we have the same but different personalities. I mean, she is the other side of me, and I feel like sometimes I also bring out a crazy side of her. And I was just so happy when they told us that we're working together, because I would see Boiti and be like, okay, we do everything together, but I want to work with her, but I don't know if she does want to work with me. So when she told me that she wants us to work together, I was like, oh, okay, thank God. And then we started working together, and yeah.
Well, hopefully this is the beginning of a beautiful relationship between the two of you, of working together, sharing your brilliance, exploring the arts and performing together, because like we said, you guys have been taking the stage has been yours. You've owned every single moment, every single second. And you guys said you were nervous at the start. Trust us, no one could tell. You guys have been killing it. Before I let you guys go, I specifically want to ask you, what is your individual message to South Africa? Because in this moment, as young people, as I said, we're speaking to the future. We want to know where you are, where you stand, and what you're doing. So tell us, what is your message?
My message to South Africans, I just want to take it to my peers, the youth. I just want to tell you guys that don't allow people to tell you that your dreams are too small. Your dreams are never too small, nor too big. As soon as you want something, go for it. As soon as you hear that negative thoughts in you, ignore it. Just do the best thing ever. Do what you feel like is right. Choose where you want to go. Don't follow other people. And I just want to tell you that performer-wise, in the creative industry, the best performer is a person with a beautiful story to tell. The best performer is a person who starts young and they definitely end up big.
my message to South Africans is that follow your dreams. But obviously, before you get where you want to get to, there's obviously a foundation that you have to build. So yes, the dream might be for you to become Miss South Africa, but there's steps for you to take before you do get there. And you can't just jump the bullets and automatically get to that stage. There's still steps. And while you're taking those steps, you might receive a lot of no's, especially in the art industry. But don't take a no as in give up. No, take a no as in I'm going to be better next time. And don't compare yourself to others. Don't say Shani can do a male actress better than me, so I'm not going to audition. But then you haven't tried it yet, so how do you know that he has done it better than you? So I believe that, you know what, follow your dreams, go for it. Whatever that's holding you back, push through. You can do this.
Can I just add on a little bit? I just want to say that it's definitely not easy. It's not easy to become the person you want to be in the future. It's not easy. That's why as a person in general who has dreams, you have to just tell yourself that I'm gonna do this. I'm not gonna listen to anyone. I'm just gonna listen to what my heart tells me. And yeah.
I want to say thank you very much for sharing your story. Thank you for what you guys are doing today. Without you, this day isn't possible.
Thank you so
much.
Thank you for the bond that you guys share, because I think little do we ever respect the community and the relationships and the friendships that are created within the industry. I wish you guys the best. I wish you guys many success.
Thank you.
To the Born Free listeners, we are going to be taking a short 2-minute break, and then we'll be back with more killing interviews, more information, more discourse. And of course, we're here at the Joy of Jazz live. If you want to pop through. And yeah, that's been us.
Thank you so much. You guys killed it. Thank you, sir. Yes. But we need some Doug wants to add a guest. But let me get you a shirt first.
Oh, sorry.
So,
Come on, let's put our hands together for Poptown Girls School Band!
This one room is advertising worship hall. And the team of like I put it in the worship comes on way. I see
Come on, as they make their way down, let's put our hands together one last time for Poptown Girls School Band. They're doing amazing, they sound amazing. They also had the moves and the energy to go with it, which is really incredible. Before we continue
know
with
each
the
other.
rest of the day, we still have
But
so much
take
comments
a
coming up
seat
next
here.
because Mana is still coming up on the stage. We still have Ipu
And
Malana
so,
people still coming up later on.
Basically,
There's
the
still
way
some
we
people
conduct these
excited for that, so make
interviews
sure
is
that you
try
stick
to
around.
be casual. We want to have conversations.
Yeah.
This is not me asking you difficult questions. This is me asking you questions as just someone who's curious.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I've got some things I'll give away for people that are being nice and forgiving me for ending up. So I'll give that out a little bit later on. And of course, we're still going to have a lot of fun for the rest of this day. A massive shout out to all the different sponsors, all the people that make today work out as well as it is. Mail and Guardian, 702, Radio 2000, and so many other sponsors.
I don't know if you opened it.
Work together as it is. We want to encourage you, please go on around and enjoy all the activities that are available in the center bank. Gazebo over here, there's a lot of activities and activations that you can take advantage of. In a bit, we're taking it to Soweto. Is anyone from Soweto here? All right. All right, I see. In a bit, we're taking it all the way back to Soweto, celebrating a center.
Born Free family, we're back speaking to young people. We're at the Joy of Jazz, Jazz for Young People. And we're speaking to one of the young artists who is soon to perform with their band. Lwazi, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. You know, we've had the beauty of speaking to so many people from the National School of Arts today, and we've been able to appreciate and really appreciate what the arts mean and how it connects people.
Yes.
I want to change the scope a bit. Playing in a band is very different. Playing in a band takes a lot of collaboration, takes a lot of work, and many of the times we don't get to see the hours that people put in before the performance. Take me what it's been like preparing for this experience before you step up on stage and what you expect to see once you're on that stage.
Okay, so firstly, I'm a vocalist in the band. We have a band, we have BVs, it's just everyone there. Preparation during the week was really, it's obviously always hectic. You know, like it's just like, let's get the songs right. We fix whatever we fix. We want to get the genres right. We want to get the feeling right. We want to get the style right. So yeah, it's just all of that, and I'm hoping to see good things on that stage. I'm hoping that the BVs are really gonna come to the party, but I'm excited, man. I'm happy to be here. Yeah.
I can't necessarily ask you to tell us what you're going to be playing because I'm going to let that be for the stage.
Yeah.
We like a good surprise.
Yes.
But I do want to ask, in terms of your journey at the NSA, how have you felt you've been able to cultivate your experience in the arts and explore what the arts mean to you? And which department do you represent? Because I've understood that there's drama, there's the arts, there's music. So where are you up in the basis of that? And how have you felt as though you've been allowed to explore that space?
So I'm in the music department, right? And I've been in the school for 5 years. This is my matric year. It's been a journey. It's been a whole lot of things in voice. I do voice. And it's really fun, I must say. Like I've really had a lot of fun. More than anything, I've had most fun in choir, in jazz and pop. It's really been a good experience to just really allow me to be myself. You know, I can just do whatever and I'm accepted. And I feel like I'm really doing this thing, you know? So I just really, this experience of being in choir, being in jazz and pop, it really gives you a foot forward. Because, you know, I have an experience of being on stage, being with the band. It really also connects you to people. Just get to know people, get to know how you connect with the person next to you. So I think it's really cultivated me in a lot of ways. You know, like I've grown from grade 8 to matric. I really feel like I'm ready for the world.
You know, we've had the beauty of speaking to a couple of matrics and I keep taking them back. Take us back to that first day when you were here at the National School of Arts. How did you feel? What did you think about? But also tell us, how do you feel now reflecting on that as a matric? Do you think that you necessarily thought you would be where you were going to be now? Or do you feel as though that journey was very much undefined when you were younger and now being defined as you're about to exit the gates?
My first day of grade 8 was it was just blank. You know, obviously I was excited to be here. I've always wanted to come to the school, by the way. But, you know, like new beginnings for me are just weird. Like I get nervous. I'm not good with people like a lot, you know, just still learning social skills. That's another thing. NSA helped me to get good with people, you know, to speak with, but that's not the question. Yeah, first day of grade 8 was really crazy. I remember my friends and I were all like yeah, you sing for me. I'm gonna sing last because I'm the best singer, you know, like type of vibes. Like it was just a lot. But yeah, first day was, and my first period was math. When I entered, the math teacher literally told us, "Lalela, this is not High School Musical #1. You must know that." So like already, like my bubble was burst from the first day of school, and I lost my ruler. Like a lot happened on the first day.
You lost stationery.
Yes, on the first day. Mom, if you sing
And
this,
you
I'm
are
sorry.
still here to tell the tale.
Yeah.
Guys, if I lost stationery, I know for a fact I would not be around to tell the tale today.
Oh yeah.
And now reflecting on that journey as a matric, do you think if you went back to that little grade 8, they would have expected you to be where you are, or do you think a lot of it was really found through those 5 years?
I feel like Lwazi 5 years ago is really proud of where she is right now. One thing about me, Shame, I will put myself on the spot. You know, I will put myself out there. I don't feel Uguti. I'm not regretful of anything. I don't regret anything that I did or did not do. I feel this path for me has been exactly what it needed to be. And I've grown so much that I can confidently say, Uguti, Lwazi 5 years ago is proud. And there's still more to do. Yeah.
Before I pass you over to Otsile, I want to ask, you said you're a vocalist.
Yes.
Who are the vocal inspirations?
Obviously, Ms. Zoe Mutiche, like for real. Like, I'm not saying this because she's part of this event and she's collaborating with Joy of Jazz, but she's just always been a great inspiration of mine. Like, every time I watch Zoe Mutiche, I feel that I can. I feel like I can. I feel like I'm capable. I feel like I'm ready to take on the world. Thandiso Mazwai, your Simphiwe Danas, your Mandi Sikyankis, your Mbuso Koza. Those are my people. Like, those are my people. Yeah.
Sorry, I got lost in the music.
It's okay.
So, my question to you is, as someone who's operating within the art space right now at a young age with NSA Band, I'm sure you've encountered a lot about what it is to work in the creative arts, but within a team context. What is the thing that you found most challenging in building such a symphonic team of people to create music together, co-creating music? Because you all have different talents, you all have different styles, but you have to come together to make one entity that creates incredible music, you know?
Yeah. I think the most difficult thing for me has been to understand, Guti, I'm not an individual when I'm working with a group of people. I am working with a team, and yes, just like you're saying, we are all talented differently in our many ways. We all want to do our different things. Omunye wants to specialize in kinetic, but maybe that's not what we're given, you know, at the time. So what I can say is that the difficult thing for me these years has been to really just let go of myself. Okay, let me say challenging, you know. It's been interesting, you know, to just understand, Uguti, I'm here with people, have to have time, and also energy is a big thing.
Yeah.
Uguti, I can't bring in my own energy into the room and then just bring the whole me. Like, in the space, I'm not important. The story that I'm telling with these people is what is important. So that for me, even when people come in the space and they're like, so you know, so that's the thing for me. Energy, like energy, really. So I think I haven't really faced any other difficulties, I think. Yeah.
But what's the thing you enjoy most?
What's the thing I enjoy most? Having the mic. Having the mic and
you
also
are hearing
playing around.
it.
Yes. And playing around. I love playing around so much. I love interacting with people. I just love. As long as I have the mic and I'm singing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm good.
You're loving it.
Yes.
So, as a student of the NSA and working with so many other students from the NSA, I'm sure you've also had an opportunity to see what other schools' bands are like. I mean, just a few minutes ago, we're hearing Springs Boys. Hey! They
Yeah.
were. If there was a roof, what did they say?
No,
the roof.
yeah.
The roof is on fire.
Yeah.
Like they were bringing it down.
Yeah.
But now you work within a Are we gonna keep it
I
running?
think just keep it. Look, keep it rolling, just because.
We'll give you like an extra 4-5.
Yeah.
Sharp, sharp, sharp.
Technical
I thinking,
difficulties.
Personally,
There's
I'm
no
here,
problem.
but I'm not here.
where are you? How?
You know who's when okay.
All right. So it was still on me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take it.
We're so sorry for the interruption.
It's okay. It's okay, guys.
You know, it's South Africa, and so things happen.
Lale, la, lale.
But nevertheless, we are back.
Yo.
And I was about to say before the air went off or the internet, whatever it was, that I keep having to remind myself that you guys are just in high school. Like you have prelims. Yeah, you're in matric, but you're still in high school. And I'm like, you're all talking like industry professionals. You're speaking from such a great place of not just like knowledge, depth, but also an understanding that I'd attribute to like a seasoned professional in the space that's been doing this since, well, since MC Hammer was like, can't touch this.
Yeah.
Or since Eminem was like, I'm Slim Shady, they call him Slim Shady.
I think that's also just the school, Jay.
It's the school.
It's the school, the people that are around you.
Yeah.
You learn how to speak eloquent. Like it's just interactions, Jay. Great minds.
But it's
Great
not
minds
just-
sharing
but it's not
stories.
just the eloquence.
Yeah.
It's the way you understand the industry and how these dynamics work. Like you're speaking from a place of someone who'd been doing this for 20 years. Do you attribute that to the school, or do you attribute that to just like your passion for the arts?
I think it's both. Like I said, manje ukuthi, I mean, you're around people who are really intelligent. They know what they're doing. They know what they want to do.
Yeah.
They are here for it. So you're having really beautiful conversations. Not ukuthi, hey, hi Gab, you got to like, hi ukuthi, Ngani. As I'm supposed to try like sasa orange Mgani, who are you dating? It's just obviously we have those questions.
Yeah.
I mean those conversations. I mean other people. But it's really like sharing ideas, brilliant ideas with people who are just really passionate
Do you
about
feel
what
like
they
they're
want
like
to
a
do.
second family?
They obviously are. I mean, I've been here for 5 years. I've met a lot of people, amazing teachers. I'm really grateful for the teachers that I got. You know, I feel I'm getting emotional. But the people that are around me, God put me around people that I needed in these 5 years to get to where I am. And I'm going to meet new people, obviously, to take me to my next step in my journey. So, the school, the people, amazing people. I'm also just, like you said, passionate. I'm just really passionate about what I do. I love sharing music with people. You know, that's my love language. Like I just love speaking with people. And I take singing or performing more as storytelling and connecting with people than me just singing. You know, I don't only focus on, oh, I sound nice. That for me does not matter. Like it's me telling you a story and it hitting you like I'm your Coco who you've known for 20 years. Yeah.
No, like
yeah.
One of the things I just have to say before I hit you with my last question is I'm starting to have a deep respect and appreciation for institutions like the National School of Arts and for students like yourself, because you know South Africa's been hit with so many losses of talented people in the art sector, not just from music, but we're talking television, we're talking in the creative arts sector, painters, writers. And this space that the NSA has created, not just partnering with Joy of Jazz to bring it here, but the space is creating artists like yourself. You've given me a sense that there is a renewal. There's this generational renewal of talent,
Yeah.
of people that are committed to this, of people that are going to create a new feeling about what it is to be South African.
Yeah, yes.
You know?
Yes.
Because they were playing
Yeah.
they're playing Chilesha just a few moments ago.
Yeah.
Then they played Mbombela.
Yeah.
And then they played Play Me.
Yeah.
And these were all songs that I attribute with the South Africa my parents grew up in, the South Africa my grandparents were in.
Yes.
I'm still yet to hear Para. I'm still yet to hear Pata Pata.
Yes. We had it,
But
but
then I missed it.
Aibo,
Then I missed
yes.
it. But artists like yourself
Yeah.
that are coming out of spaces like this, you're going to rewrite the sector. And so I'm going to end off by saying thank you so much for following your passion. And from an early age, because that takes guts.
Yes.
And keep going.
Thank you.
All of us here, we support and love that you're doing this.
Thank you. Thank you.
But the last question
Yes.
goes to the main man, KK. Over to you.
You know, I love what you said specifically about the fact that within your performance, you feel like you're telling stories. Because I think one of the things that continues to come up again and again as we speak to different people, regardless of whether they're artists, regardless of whether they're curators, is this idea that, you know, stories connect people, stories unite. And everything that we do as creators is always to tell a specific story, to invoke a specific emotion. And I'm curious to know from you, how do those stories connect people that you know? How do those stories connect the world and connect the country South Africa as you know it?
I mean, obviously, I wanna umngani wakho umeza kuwe, you know. Akutshela ukuthi mngani, I'm going through this and this and that. And you share an experience with them. Already you feel like there's something you have in common. You know, I feel telling stories and really relatable stories make us feel like one. And I think that's the whole thing about Nje being people.
Yeah.
We forget that we are one. We are one. We are one people. Like that's the thing that really matters. You know, even I'm Christian, so I really ubunye and being in one spirit, being in one mind. It's just every storytelling for me does that because sonke siyazi ukuthi ingoma ichilesha imayidlala siyazi makungangena uBrenda fast manje we are just all like when we are together, you know, and we are telling stories, we just really feel ukuthi I'm a black person, these are black people, this is South Africa, I'm a white person, siyafana mina nawe. You know, noma si different sinje, but siyafana. We come from KwaZulu Natal, Gauteng. We are one person at the end of the day. When stories are involved, we are one person. Oh gogo eTexini. One from I don't know where. Mabahlangana bathi hey umntanami yazi ungishontshela ifridge last week. Sebahlangene. You know, stories just really have their way of connecting people, and I think that's the most important thing for me. Just being here, like look at people. Okay, not now, but they were dancing earlier. They were dancing earlier to Asazan. I was talking to people I don't know. You know, like see, gumnandi. Storytelling is really important. It really drives the concept of being one. That's the thing for me. Being one.
No, that is extremely beautiful. I want to just ask, so where do you see the future of storytelling? You're obviously one of the people leading that future. Where do you see it?
You know, I was saying this morning, I heard something you were saying recently. I was talking to my friends and just saying, when I was looking at the first act, Uguti, the future of music and artistry is in safe hands. You know, I see it. Even if we don't need to go. In my opinion, we don't need to go as far as sell ourselves out there in the world for us to say that we are successful in our music, in our craft. I see us just really bringing people together as a country, because this country really needs a lot of binding. I feel we are different in so many ways. There's a lot of things happening in this country, politics, kuningi. But I see this future just really flourishing, and so many amazing and brilliant minds and people and personalities just booming
Yeah.
booming and just sharing who they are. You know, not uguti. I have to uguti to get into the industry. I have to be a certain way. I have to have a certain amount of followers to be respected. You know, I feel like the future is just this is me.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm giving you.
Yeah.
Let's just all have fun. I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah.
No, you did. Khumo, you have to end us off, man. We're over time.
My closing question in 60 seconds or less. What's your message to South Africa?
My message to South Africa, Tandanani, guys. That's all I can say. Tandanani, we are going through difficult times. Love is the one thing. I know this sounds cliche, but like love is a very difficult thing to do. It's difficult to love people, guys. It really is difficult to love people. But when we just give ourselves time to get to know each other, be in spaces like this, tell stories, love each other. That's no one can break us. Masiso. No, not Nigeria. No, not actually.
Don't go there.
Not anything. Not any country. No people can separate us if we are one. As Africa, actually, that's why I said Nigeria. No. Yeah. As a people.
I want to say thank you very much.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for giving us your time. Thank you for telling your story.
Thank you for having me here, guys. Thank you.
Of course.
All right, we'll be back in a minute. I know you killed it.
Thank you.
Yo. It's fine. We'll edit.
We'll edit and cut and.
Okay, so you must get a t-shirt. Now the box is here. Those ones are for display. We realize.
All right, I just say that we're going to be taking it all the way back to Soweto, the Morris Isaacson Center for Music. Serves the community so beautifully, and today, here they are. Put your hands together for the Ubuntu Jazz Collective.
Guys, I really had fun. I didn't feel like I was at an interview.
It's not meant to feel like an interview. It's what we do. It's what we love. Thank you very much. Yo,
You're in the center. You're the man of the match.
Right.
I'm gonna need you to drive this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna drive this one.
We'll say less. Because you know me and TikTok.
Okay.
Molwani Madiba, right?
Yeah. What's Molwane?
Molwane.
Just you know the technicalities when you're broadcasting live.
Yeah.
They'll give us a sign when we're back on the air.
Born Free family, we're back with killer interviews, speaking to South Africans, hearing about their experience. We're at the Joy of Jazz Festival, Jazz for Young People. And today, we're speaking to apparently a very prominent young person, a young person who did the impossible. As Mandela said, the impossible seems possible until you make it possible. Molwane,
Hello.
Madiba, how are you doing today, brother?
I'm good. How are you?
He's the man of the match. You just have to start by saying that, guys. He's the man of the match.
Facts.
Man of the MVP.
Facts.
Who else do you know
Don't play.
that pulled off what this guy pulled off? Sorry. Khumo, back to you.
So, I've heard a story from my co-host that said apparently someone who's also known, very big South African, accompanied you to your very special day in Matric.
Indeed.
Take us through, before we get to who the person is.
Okay.
Take us through the thinking, the storyline, and what was going through your head when this whole idea came together. And then my co-host will very much take us there to explain who and why you are the man of the match.
Am I naming this person or am I just...
If you can retract the name for as much as possible, let's keep them waiting. Let's keep them holding on, because it's most likely they already know your face. So we're not revealing too much, but when we make the reveal, we want to make it big. Tell us
Okay.
the story.
So I'm gonna take us like back in time, far back in time.
Yes, sir.
So it's 2023, and I'm scrolling on TikTok and I'm seeing this person. You know, the song keeps coming up over and over and over, and I was just like, "What is this song?" Because I'm hearing it every day on TikTok. So I go and Shazam it. It shows like the artist and the song. It's Water, and it's by this person. I'm like, "Oh, it's this person." You know, 2020, she was popping on TikTok, like she's making it big now. So now I start following her journey, and I'm seeing she's on Jimmy Fallon. She's now on the Bianca show in Switzerland, Dolce and Gabbana. I'm like, damn, she's putting South Africa on a global stage. So I slowly start to follow her journey, and I follow it. And then she drops her album. The music was really nice. And I think about 2 weeks later, she said she had a pop-up in South Africa. So I'm like, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna meet her. And my friends are like, there's no way you're gonna meet her. My brother was like, there's gonna be hundreds and hundreds of people. You are not gonna meet her. I get there, I get inside, I get my photo, and I met her, and the photo went viral amongst like my friends and everything. So now grade 11 dance is approaching about 3 months later. So initially I wanted to take her to my grade 11 dance, and then that didn't end up happening because apparently she's in New York. We tried getting her, but it didn't work. So I thought to myself, okay, MD is next year, and everyone knows that I like to go out and pop out, and I always have to shut down the space. I said, what better way than to take this person to my MD? So then again, I tell my friends. Some of them said it won't happen. Some of them, because they knew how much I love this person's music and the art and what she's doing for our country, like it's gonna happen. And I had that gut feeling that I get like when I know something's gonna happen. I don't know how, I don't know when, I don't know where. I just know it's gonna happen. So she comes to South Africa in December. She has the whole concert of hers, and I go. And then, because I kind of like washed away the thought of taking her to my MD, I was like, you know what, maybe it's a bit unrealistic. And I was like, no, man, like I should actually just try. So I tell my friend, she's like, nah, go for it. She does another show in January of last year. And we made a poster. It said, truth or dare, I dare you to take me to MD. I was front row and we were waving it, but she didn't see it. So I'm like, okay, it can't end here. Like we have to keep pushing. Let's try something. So I had done a campaign last year for prefectship, which was, you don't know who Molwane is. So I said, okay, let me do something similar to that, but asking Tyler to MD. And Push to Start had just come out. So I love the song Push to Start. It's like, okay, let's make a Push to Start campaign. So one day I'm like, my friends from Rodine, St. John, St. Peter's, I'm like, guys, get videos of people saying this, this, and this, and this, and this. And the Friday we're dropping the video. So we put together the video, put it together. I post the video, and in like 3 hours, the video went crazy. Like I didn't think it was gonna go that crazy. And the next day, I think I was already on like 100,000 likes or something. And then the Monday, I was on 300,000 likes, 2.4 million views. So then, still no response. But I had known Tyler had seen it then because my friend had tagged her in her Instagram story, and you can see like who views her stories. So I knew she saw it then, but still no response. So I'm like, okay, we've come this far. There's no ways we stop now. Like I have to keep going. So what I did was like, okay, in order to get her attention, I had to find something that she was like working around so that it can get her attention through that. So she just signed to Nike. So I said, okay, let's do a Just Do It campaign. Maybe Nike would see it. And then she did a Vogue thing with the pop and Vos. I was like, okay, let's do like a cooking thing where we're all gonna cook. We want pop for dinner, we want Vos for dinner, we want this, and say Vogue, you know? And then we did more of the Push to Start, and then teachers saw it, and they're like, let's do a teacher Push to Start. So we did that, you know? And then I kind of like, that was over like about 3-4 months. April holidays came, and I was like, okay, it's getting a bit like, maybe just slow it down a bit. And I was like, no, I can't stop. Like we've come this far.
Keep going. He said it's not over.
It's not over. We have to keep going.
Until I win.
So oftentimes, like I like to brainstorm a lot in general. So I just like come up with ideas, and I was kind of like fading out of ideas, kind of, not really, but like just to like make it fit around her. Then my aunt said, okay, it's holidays, people are traveling. Why not do a video where people are at the airport saying we're on our way to go find Molwane and Tyler for MD by the beach in Cape Town, the Kruger. So we did that. We got everyone who was on holiday. People were gymming, they were running. We're on our way to find Molwane and Tyler for MD. Released that video, put it together. That also went viral. Now it's May, and this is a month before MD. It's a month before MD. And now I'm like, hey, time is ticking for sure. Like time
Hey,
is ticking.
the clock is saying it's
But
almost over.
I was so certain that this person was gonna come. I just knew that there is no ways that she wouldn't do it. So like we got to keep going. So I do another video. People like, time is ticking, bruh. Cut it out. Enough is enough. This is harassment. She'll come when Jesus comes. They're saying a bunch of crazy comments. And what's crazy, these are fully grown individuals. Like one day I was going through comments and I'm checking, trying to see like these haters. These are full grown individuals hating on my videos. So yeah, it's now May, end of May, and it's kind of faded out. I've kind of like not given up, but I'm just like, you know what? If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And then I get called onto one of the radio shows and they kind of revive it a bit and bring it up to light. And it gave me motivation. I was like, okay, we're back. We have to, like, we're back on the roll. We're gonna do it.
Yeah.
So the following week I had the BAL. I went to the BAL.
Yeah.
And Uncle Waffles was there. Natasha Sahane was there. Musli was there. So we're like, let's do a video with all these influencers and get them in. They said yes. We recorded them. That video also went crazy because I mean Uncle Waffles in the video. They're like, why not go with Uncle Waffles? I'm like, guys, what a loser I'd be. No, not to say Uncle Waffles is like, it's valid, but what a loser I'd be if it's now MD's about 3 weeks away and now I want to give up and say I'm taking Uncle Waffles. That's rude also. That's very rude. So I'm like, we're going to stick to Tyler. But the manager was there at the BAL. And my mom is very close to the manager, Uncle Colin. So I went to him. He knows me. I knew him. And, you know, this thing I could have easily just sent him a message and said, Uncle Colin, can Tyler come to my MD? But I knew that wouldn't have been enough because, you know, you can easily say no to that. They need to see something that's strong enough to, like, she must
There
come.
needs to be some scissors.
So he sees me and he goes to me, so you're the one who's been making my schedule hectic and busy. And I said, Uncle Colin, please, can Tyler come? I am dateless. Nobody wants to be a second option. There's just no ways. He goes to me, man, why didn't you guys just call me all this time? Tyler's been seeing these videos and she's been saying, let's do it. You could have just called me. So my mom comes later. He tells my mom, okay, we'll have a meeting next week. Let's have a call. They have a call. Now, this is 2 weeks before MD now because it's towards the end of May. 3 weeks. Time is ticking. So they have a call the following week, you know. And then my mom just says to me, just have a date just in case. And the thing is, my mom's close to him. This could have been done easily, but I think she wanted me to have something like of mine, to make something of my own and not her like interfering, which I did, which is what's powerful about this whole thing. So had a meeting, you know, she says to me, just have a date just in case. So now I'm a bit shaky. So I knew she was coming. He said to me she was gonna come. He's gonna make it happen. So now I'm like walking around knowing she's coming, but I'm not 100% certain that she's coming. I don't want to be like confident. I'm still like, you know what?
You want to be
I don't want to be, yeah. So I'm just like, let me just like keep it to myself. I have a friend, Cleo. I tell her everything. Even if it's secret, she knows. So she knew. I told her like, look, he said she's coming. So my mom's like, okay, just have a date just in case. So now the week passes. I'm like, okay, maybe I should start searching for a date because she's not being clear. Now it's 2 weeks before MD. Now the next week, I'm hearing that they're planning, you know, security just in case she comes and everything, but it's not certain. So I'm still a bit unsure, like there's no solid answer. And then the week comes, I get a call from the one radio station and they're pranking me. They say to me, sorry, Tyler can't make it, unfortunately, you know, she's busy and everything. But guys, when I tell you, my gut feeling is never wrong. If you watch that, because they recorded the call, I was not sad. I was like, oh, damn, sorry. But deep down inside, I was like, but it doesn't make any sense. You know, she would have done. Tyler is a nice person. Like, she's a genuine nice person. She wouldn't have, like, she saw the hate, I'm sure. She wouldn't have let me get embarrassment like that. So she would have done a video or something, you know. Should have made a plan to just make it thing. So I'm now putting things together. Something, consolation. Something would have come together. So I'm saying to my friend, you know what? It doesn't make any sense. I think everything was just so perfectly put out, you know. I go to the radio, it gets revived. The week later, I bump into the manager again. He says, gonna make it happen. And then she has nothing happening in that week of my MD. It's like a schedule. Well, not that I know like a schedule, but like nothing publicly. She had the Nickelodeon the weekend before. So I'm like, it's just perfectly mapped out. There is no ways that she can't make it. This is the Wednesday before my MD. My MD is on Friday. And I have no date.
Exercising the faith pastors wish they saw in
The
church.
God is never wrong. So the Thursday comes, and I'm like, okay, no, damn, I have no date. Like, okay, maybe I should, you know. So Cleo says to me, you know what? Do a cardboard cutout of Tyler.
I remember seeing that thing.
Yeah,
I was like, yo.
do a cardboard cutout of Tyler. You know, no one wants to really go there and be the second option, and you don't want to make another girl feel that way. So do a cardboard cutout, make the most out of the moment. You know, have the final laugh. Don't be sad. Don't be a loser, because you don't want the public to perceive you as that. So we get the cardboard cutout done, and you know, the way, because I was telling my mom, okay, I think I found someone to go to the dance, but they kept saying to me, no, just go with the radio host and stuff like that. I'm just like, okay, but so they're trying to make me not go. They were trying to make me not have a date, so that because they knew, they knew she wasn't coming. But I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'm just being delusional. So anyways, we get the cardboard cutout. The night before MD, I am so stressed, you know, because we had like a few assessments that day, and now people are saying, and it's actually funny. The whole time when I said I have hope she's coming, people are like, no, she's not coming. As soon as I had given up and I'm like, guys, she's not coming anymore. So I did a whole announcement video like, she's coming, she's coming, she's coming. So people are so weird and odd because they were picking opposites. I'm like, how is it when I say that she is not coming, suddenly you guys think she's coming? They were so certain. They were so certain.
You will believe anyone but the source.
But the source. They were so certain suddenly that she's coming. This is the day before MD. I did a whole video saying that she can't make it. You know, she's in America. So the night before MD, I'm stressing and everything. No one is telling me anything about my pre-drinks, you know. The venue, I don't know. The invites haven't been sent out. I didn't know why then, but now I know, you know. There's a whole thing of trying to figure out how they're going to have it done. So I'm stressing the night before. I'm like, yo, things are crumbling. People are putting pressure on me. I'm hearing parents are getting emails at school that Tyler's coming. I'm thinking she's not coming. Next thing you're all coming and Tyler's not there, and I'm gonna disappoint you.
Yo, and the haters feel like they won.
The haters feel like they won. They said they heard of some 8 o'clock plan that I'm gonna arrive at 8 o'clock, and I'm gonna show up with Tyler. I don't know anything about this plan. I know nothing. I'm hearing about behind the scene plans, which were not true, but you know, they were along the lines because people got intel from various. I just didn't know anything. So like the stress is building up. And I have a test the next Friday, the morning before MD. I'm like, I didn't even study for that test. I was like, you know what, God.
Stress is too much.
I was like, God.
She's like,
I'll make my comeback in prelims. I'll make my comeback in prelims. So I didn't study. I'm stressing, you know. People are calling me. And my one teacher calls me and I'm close to her. She's like, what's happening? I'm hearing Tyler's coming. And she knows the things. Like, she has the intel. Like, she was in. She's like, I'm hearing Tyler's coming. And I think they're trying to surprise you, but I just feel like it's fair that, you know as well, because, you know, obviously the pressure. So I'm like, I'm also hearing this around and I'm not sure about it. And my mom she keeps saying to me, Mo, Tyler's not coming, but don't worry, you're going to have the best MG. But it didn't,
something's not smelling.
No, but it didn't even clock to me. I was just like, you know, she's like the type to just like make everything just feel. So I thought maybe she's just saying that just to say it. Didn't clock it to me that she's like hinting that Tyler's coming. Yeah. She's like, don't stress, you know, you're gonna have the best MD, you're gonna have DJs at your pre's, it's gonna be fun and vibes. So then at a certain like point of the night, I'm like, you know what? Peace just took over me. I called it a night. I closed my eyes, I went to bed, and I woke up in the morning and I just felt so happy. I was so happy, and I was just, Tyler or no Tyler, I was gonna have fun, you know. I think this campaign, it drew a lot of support, and so many people came together and they were there for me and there to support me. So I said, regardless, it's Molani and Tyler for MD. Like, it's 27th of June and people are waiting. So I was just make the best out of it, have fun. Yeah. So I go to school, you know, I write my test. The test was fine. Now it's time to leave. So we left school early to get ready for MD. My grade, we know you're lying. Tyler's coming. We are aware of you. Trying to surprise us. I'm like, guys, she's not coming. I swear on everything on my life, she is not coming.
Until it's done.
So I don't know anything. So I go to Santon and Now I'm like, damn, I have no date. So I posted on TikTok. I'm like, does anyone want to be my date? You know, last minute, let me know. I don't want to be dateless now walking. Anyways, I go to Santon. I go finish up my suit because I got my suit I got it done in Shanghai. So it was still a bit too big. So I had to get it tailored in Santon. Went to get my suit and I went to go cut my hair. So as I'm cutting my hair, my mom posts a video of the whole Mo and Tyler for MD campaign and my cousin. And my mom doesn't post anything on Instagram unless it's about Jesus. So I'm like, wait. I'm like, something's off here.
The holy anointing.
Something is off here. The first time she's posting about me and Tyler on her page on Instagram, my cousin, I just thought it was random. So I post on my private account. I'm like, guys, what's happening? My mom never really posts like this. People were like, she's definitely going to surprise you. So as I'm cutting my hair, then my friend calls me. Someone has just spotted Tyler in Santon at Discovery. I'm like, nah. I still was like, guys, people are lying. It's banter. And they were like, no, this person at Discovery Bank. I don't know if it's true. This is what I was told. And they said, sorry, we'll get to you. We just have Tyler. They're like, Tyler. Mulane is Tyler. They were like, yes.
Mulane is Tyler.
I was like, guys.
Mulane is Tyler. Guys, that line.
Mulane is Tyler.
That line.
It's powerful.
Encompasses 2025. Just saying.
So I was just like, people are lying, man. And it was just a lot is happening. So anyways, I'm done cutting my hair. I go back to Santon to get my last stuff. And then I go back home to get ready. Now, I get home. Okay, the car arrives. It's fine. I wanted the car. I was good at that. I get into my room. And there's so much crews. There's so much photography crews and videographers and mics, and I'm just like, how
famous overnight.
But then but I thought to myself, okay, maybe it's just because of the whole campaign. They want to be there to support. I don't understand. Nothing clicked to me that day. I was so certain that she wasn't coming, but deep down I knew she was coming. But I was just like, I was just like,
you don't want to jinx.
Yeah, I didn't want to jinx myself. I was just like, no, she's in America. There's no ways. I mean, if she's in South Africa, I was like, surely she would have come. Yeah. So there's so much photography crews, videographers. I'm getting mics, VHS, BTS, you know, and my team in terms of people were there for me. They kept saying, Molwane, time is of the essence. It didn't click to me. It didn't click to me what they were saying by time is of the essence. They kept saying time. You got to get moving. So you know, we do the whole video behind the scenes of MD. I get ready. I go up to the rooftop everyone's waiting for me at the rooftop. And I do my entry to push the start, you know. We're all singing. It's fun and everything. Say hello. And then they bring out the cardboard copy of Tyler. We're all happy, you know. They said, no one said it's going to be Tyler in the flesh. Tyler's here. They said Tyler's here.
You didn't read the fine print.
We didn't read the fine print. So I'm happy, you know. I'm having fun. My people are there to support me. My friends are there, my family, my teachers. It's really fun. And I do my photos, you know, we get ready. And then again, time is of the essence. So I'm being rushed to do everything. Like people are rushing me and nothing's clicking that there's a timeline that we have to be following.
What's this crunch about?
I don't know what it's about. So, you know, we do our speeches. I thank everyone. And there was supposed to be a scheduled call with Tyler, which I knew about. But it didn't happen. That didn't click either. The call didn't happen. So, because I was meant to go downstairs for the call, and the call didn't happen. Anyway, so I go do my photos outside of the car and everything, and then I leave to school. So I go to school. I'm on the way to school. I think I was about the second last person, and we put the cardboard copy in the car in front of me because it was
it's human size.
Yeah, it was what do you call those? I forgot. Convertible car. So the cardboard was standing up. And Push the Star was playing in the car. So as soon as people see this cardboard Tyler pull up, because now people still think that Tyler's coming, like they're ready. So as soon as they see the car drive with the cardboard, I'm hearing screaming and Push the Start. I was like, oh God, Tyler's not here. I was, oh goodness gracious, she's not here. Anyways, I walk out, you know, some people are happy, many people are happy for me, you know, they were like, you know what, you tried. Some people were there laughing and they switched up, that when they said they switched up, I'm very aware of you. They were laughing. Just the walk-in was fun for me, you know, and people, we still doing the Mo and Tyler for MD thing. Actually, at the priest, they were still capturing Mo and Tyler for MD content. Things just weren't clicking. A lot of things happened that I generally should have clicked. Like I'm smart, but I think
Yeah.
I was just so a lot was happening that night. I was
Stress,
anyways.
it does that, bro.
Yeah.
Kills.
So I walk in, I do a few photos of people, wanted photos of the cardboard copy.
Yeah.
And then I walk into like the actual venue and there was a whole photo booth where you take a photo with your dates. So now I'm here with this cardboard and these girls, they walk past and they start laughing at me. And I was just like,
I want to know were they there for the dance?
they ran to the dance floor first.
Oh.
They ran to the dance. So they're laughing at me with the cardboard copy. And I was just, I was happy, but then it started to hit me like, damn, she's not coming. It started to hit me like when I got there, like, damn, she's not coming. So they kind of brought my mood down a bit.
Yeah.
So my teachers, they obviously knew that she was coming because they were at the prison and everything. They
Yeah.
overheard this and this and this.
Yeah.
So they came with me still. Also, I don't know why that didn't click to me either. They were with me the whole night.
Chief, there's so many things that are not clicking.
A lot of things didn't click. And my photography crews aren't allowed, like a personal photographer aren't allowed inside.
Yeah.
Mine was inside the whole night. And they kept, and then even the ones for the school, they kept asking to get photos of me and the cardboard copier. Because usually it's like 2 photos and then you move in. Me, I think I did like 12, 20 photos were there getting. I'm just like, why is there repetition? So anyways, my teachers, they take the cardboard and they put it inside a room. Because I didn't want to go inside of the thing with the hole and have it sit next to me there and I look like a loser. I'm not a loser, but just people laughing at me.
The sympathy, man.
Yeah, so those girls laughed at me and I walked into the hall and people were just like, oh, we're so sorry. I know I was hating in the beginning, but deep down I wanted it to happen for you. I really hope she'd come. And then it was making me sad because I'm trying to be happy and you keep reminding me that like she's not here. And it's just like, it's repetition. So the night goes, I go outside, more sorries, photos, more sorries, this, more sorries. And I go on my phone and people have posted the cardboard thing and they're like, game is gone. Oh, this is so lame. This is lame. They were posting. So I'm looking at my phone. It made me so angry. And I became sad in that moment. I was like, damn, all of this because I did a campaign. 6 months of campaigning and I could have just gone with the dates and it could have just been quiet, but I still, something's like she's gonna come and I just knew. Anyway, so then these people, my friends, my peers, not my friends, they come to me, they're like, hey, we heard about the plan, Tyler's coming soon. My dad just got a message. What? I'm like, guys, it's okay. She's not coming. Let's accept it. It's over. So I go to the dance floor. I'm dancing. My 2 friends, Tamisha and Maddie, were dancing. We're having fun. It's okay. It's not what I want it to be, but it's okay. And then suddenly they say, everyone, please come inside the hall. Please, can you be seated? I'm like, how? So then people are like, she's coming. And I'm like, guys, she's not coming. Stop. She's not coming. So go to your seat. Please quiet down. So I go to my seat. I sit down. Flashes, cameras facing me. I was so embarrassed. I felt like, I thought the surprise was like some DJ, they're playing white music. I thought a white DJ was coming through, some DJ.
White girl music or just white music?
It was just like a white beachy vibe, So I'm thinking the surprise is it's a white DJ. People are facing me with their cameras. I'm just like, please stop. I swear she's not coming. My teacher, her camera's right in my face, and they're like, ma'am, why are you only going to him? She's coming, isn't she? She's like, no, it's because I like all of you, and she goes to everyone's faces like this. Yeah. So now tension is building. Like I'm starting to shake because I'm like, wait, there's no ways.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at the door at the back. Nothing's happening.
Yeah.
And I hear Tyler's unreleased song start. It's Tyler. Sorry, it's Tyler. I said the name now.
Yeah.
You guys knew already.
I
said the name already.
know.
I said the name already.
They know
Yeah. So then Tyler's unreleased song starts playing. She was meant to drop that song that Friday. That Friday, she said I think she posted somewhere or something that she couldn't post it. She couldn't drop it because of some obstacle or something like that. So I'm hearing this song playing. It takes me 2 seconds to register. I'm like, wait, that's Tyler's unreleased song. And I'm like, hold on, no ways. So I look back, nothing. And I just stood up. I just knew she was in the vicinity. When I heard that song, I knew she was in the vicinity. So I just stand up. I don't know where she is, but I start walking. I start walking forward because there's nothing coming from the back.
Yeah.
So I start walking forward. People are now screaming, people are running ahead of me. I didn't see anything. I
Oh.
only saw her like as she, because of the angle I walked through. So there's kind of like a wall that blocks. As she like
Yeah.
came like this. So I see her. As soon as I see her, my hands go up. I like to do this thing when this is the thing I do. I like to do this. Parties when that's my signature for real. Like before, I do this. So I see her and I start doing this, and then there's two angles. So my angle, I'm walking to her angle, she's looking for me. Because she was apparently supposed to walk from the back and pick me up from my table.
Yeah.
So it's fine. I spot her, she spots me. I'm like, Tyler. She came in, she gave me a hug. It felt like I didn't even feel I wasn't starstruck. I wasn't like shaking my boots. It just felt like, damn, she's here.
It happened.
So then, gave her a hug and we're just vibing together. And I wasn't all over. I was just like, you know what, she's here for me. There's no need to be all over her and show people Tyler's here for me. Just have fun. I'm gonna have my moment outside with her,
Yeah.
Just have fun with everyone, So I'm singing, I'm dancing. Is it wrong? It's just it was so fun. And then I sing Push to Start for her.
Yeah.
And she says Malone and Tyler for MG. Everyone went crazy. And then there was Tyler, we wanna party. Which is reference to an album EP that just dropped recently.
Yeah.
So it was really a fun experience. And then she was like, okay, I need to go take my photos with Molwane. We go outside. She's like, yay! It was just amazing. And
Yeah.
I was just telling you about. I was very grateful that she came.
Yeah.
I knew she would do it. Tyler's just the type of person that she shows up for people, and I was telling her that I appreciate how she puts South Africa particularly on a global stage and what it means to me, because I've seen so much potential in Africa and the talent.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at this, there's so much talent here. Like DJ Zane, that was insane.
Yeah.
That's a child and he was popping. So, I was just telling her she's just shown the world what we have as South Africans and what we have as Africans, and my gift to her, the roses. She even said I'm a gentleman. Hey, no to dance. I'm a gentleman.
Boys, you need to catch up.
We did our few picks. It was fun. And it still didn't clock to me that like, damn, Tyler came. I was so in
shock.
The way I was in shock. Like everything just went like blank. Like everything was just moving around me. I wasn't thinking properly. I just knew Tyler was here. She's here for Mulani and Tyler for MG. Let's have fun. Everything other than that wasn't happening. I couldn't I just went blank, So then we did our photos. I gave her my roses, her gift, and she left. And it still didn't click after, And I went back into the hall to fetch I was leaving anyway.
Yeah.
I was about to leave, so I went back and thank God I didn't leave. I was gonna leave, like for real. I was gonna leave before she came. I was gonna leave, but I guess they would have stopped me. So I went to grab my phone, and then I shed like 3 tears of joy, like a few tears of joy. I was just like, damn, I actually made this happen.
No, but
and
you deserve it because
Yeah.
let's be real. This man just earned generational aura.
ish.
I
And
am
peop-
talking
people were commenting. They were
multi-generational,
commenting.
multi-dimensional.
They were
aura.
commenting generational aura dead before. And
you
actually,
turned around.
the people were
Who know
posting
reverse?
exactly. People were posting the cardboard thing and saying game is gone. They deleted so quickly. The switch ups were insane. I blocked a few of my friends because people are so fake, and I don't understand how people look forward to hate. People were so ready to hate on me. Twitter was going insane. I was Black Twitter was going insane,
To turn our
bro.
own people down, but
People were saying
you showed them.
people were saying I was manifesting Tyler wasn't gonna come. I was just like, why on God's green
You're
earth would you want that on
hating
anyone?
for no reason.
On anyone.
Hating
You
for
know?
no reason.
So
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, it didn't click to me, and I left the hall and I got in the car and I went back home and I got ready for the after party. It still didn't click to me. I wasn't like, oh, insane or crazy. I was just like, damn, she came.
Yeah.
And then I'd have moments I'll just click in and then click out. Like I'd be like, oh, she came. I'd be like, oh, Tyler actually came to my AMG. And I click out again. So, we got ready for the after party, went to the after party. People, thank you, well done. You did a good job. It was a good journey. So the next morning, actually, before Tyler came, my Instagram was on like 3,000 followers.
Yeah.
When I left that hall, I was on 10,000 followers. In the span of 10 minutes, my following went up. That just shows how much support I had. So yeah, next morning, support was still going crazy. I think I was a bit upset because of a lot of brands are trying to lean off of the thing and we're making the dream come true. And I'm like, you were there for
I don't know, for the last leg.
For the last, not even the last leg.
You did the legwork.
The last tiny bone.
Few
and you're gonna
seconds,
take-
yo.
Not even a month. They were like, just the last
exactly.
few weeks. You were in the 6 months.
Yeah, a lot of credit for a 6-month campaign that I ran, and I kept going despite all the hate. And for you to just take all of that and try and make it your own, it made me really upset. So that morning, you know, I wasn't really thinking of the whole thing. I was more upset on the more upset side, and I was like, you know what, it's fine.
Yeah,
she came for me. We know who she really came for.
Yeah.
The people know who campaigned, and it's okay. And I went back into the damn, she came for me.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, and I think a lot of the credit was also my mom. Those 2 weeks since the BAL, the amount of planning she had to put in, you know, the international calls, the security, the staff. The staff involved from my school. I want to give so much credit to. You know, a lot goes into to get Tyler to walk into any space is a lot, and to come into a school, you know, they wanted to make it as smooth as possible and not, you know, a big scene out of it, and they did that. So I want to give a lot of shout out to them. You know, you guys put in the time and the efforts. It ran so smoothly. You guys are by my side. My mom, she made it happen. Like, if it wasn't for her, and the credit was given to other people, which I think is absolutely unfair.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for her, it was not going to happen at all. And I just want to be honest and say that a lot of credit to her, credit to the staff involved. And I was sad because, you know, they didn't even get a photo with us and Tyler.
Really?
They didn't get a photo with us and Tyler.
That's not right.
So that made me sad because, you know, a lot of the stuff were there for me.
Yeah.
But, you know, it all worked out in the end. It was fun. And I'm just grateful to a lot of the people involved. So that's how the One Tyler for MD
I'll
campaign
be
came
real.
together.
Your story captivates so many people because it's like one of those situations of where your persistence and faith pans out even when other people are rooting on your downfall.
Yeah.
Like, I remember coming across your stuff on my TikTok and I was like, what's this? I was like, no, man, guys, what's going on? And then people in the comment sections are like, it's never gonna happen.
No, but
this guy, he's dreaming.
Yeah.
But then when it happened, I won't like, I stopped following. At that point, I was like, no, guys, I don't want to
It's
watch
over,
this
yeah.
thing. I don't want to see this. It's going to be painful. When it happened, I was like, Khumo, you're laughing.
I didn't know it was happening.
Okay. He's like, he was not around.
Yeah, I didn't
when
see
this was
it.
happening.
Yeah.
But, hey, Chief, I'll be very honest. When it happened, I was looking around. I was like, this is the definition of it's not over until I win.
No, guys, you know, I don't take hate personally ever.
Yeah.
In life, I've never ever taken hate personally. I think I use it as a motivation to keep me going. And I see it from a perspective of, in life, if you have no haters, you are doing something wrong.
Yeah.
You are doing something wrong because people only hate on people who are doing something different, who are doing something unique, trying something that they would have never done, you know?
Yeah.
So I think my advice to younger people is go big or nothing at all. Because when you go small, you leave space to question, what if I did it this way? You know? And a lot of people, they kept saying, Waffles is right there. Waffles right there. Don't get me wrong. Uncle Waffles is a beautiful individual, you know?
Yeah.
I love her art. I love her music, you know, everything.
Yeah.
But the goal was Molane and Tyler for MG. And in life, you never settle for anything. I think it's the principle. It's the principle of just saying, when you set your mind to something, never ever think it's okay to settle for something below it. The principle. Yes, below it. When you never know what's coming. Because can you imagine? I had then gone, okay, Uncle Waffles and
you settled for second.
Uncle Waffles.
Well, not really
no, that's not even
but
second. I'm just saying
not the original plan.
Not even
Imagine
that.
Uncle
I'm
Waffles
saying,
is second. What's happened to our country?
I retract the statement.
No. I'm not even speaking from that perspective. I'm saying that imagine I'd asked Uncle Waffles to MD him, and let's say hypothetically shit come.
Yeah.
Tyler caught a flight on Wednesday. And she went
from the
States. She went undetected. Well, somewhat undetected. And imagine she's here, and now I've done this. And you see, so it's just the principle of in life, when you set yourself your mind to something, go for it. Don't settle for something other than what you set yourself for.
Yeah.
Because you know you don't know what's there for you, and you don't know how it's going to, you know, affect the other.
Yeah.
So just go for what you want, achieve what you want, and don't stop dreaming. Reach for the stars.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
man, I'll be real. Your story is a real MVP story.
Thank you.
It's an inspiration specifically for what you just said. It's
Yeah.
a testament to the fact that when you put your mind to something, when you want to pursue
Yeah.
something, when you're gonna go all big, they say go big or go home.
Or go nothing.
Once you've made that bet, don't change.
Don't change
Stick
it.
to
Yeah.
Keep grinding. But unfortunately, we've gone over time.
Yes,
But
yes.
I'm really appreciative of you, man. You gave us your full story.
Thank you.
You gave us a context from your side that was not lacking. Like, well, we didn't see those TikTok videos.
Yes.
But shout out to your mom.
Yes.
Shout out to all the people that made this happen. Khumo, wanna wrap up or should I?
Like Otsile said, man of the match, man of the hour. You know, I'm just very appreciative and a great credit to you as
Thank
well,
you.
bro. Because 6-month campaigning, thinking about it, putting together those ideas, getting people
Yeah.
to come with you, mobilizing all of that stuff. That's a testament to your brain. That's a testament to who you are. Thank you for sharing your story. We're happy
Thank
that
you.
you had the night of your life.
Of course.
And it all happened eventually after all the fear, after all the torment. And hopefully we get to see you do more crazy things.
Thank you.
Do more, advertise more, campaign more.
Yes.
And hey, next it'll be someone at your wedding. We won't know. We won't know how to say it, but when it does happen, we'll be there, bro.
Hey.
I mean, they say
So
go
far.
big.
Or
Go big or-
Go big or go home.
Yeah.
Guys,
But yeah,
Yeah.
Born Free audience, we want to say thank you very much. We want to say that was an exclusive interview, something that wasn't planned for to the day.
Yeah.
But you know, as we said, Joy of Jazz, this is where we are. We're speaking to young people. We're telling young people stories. And we're happy to be out here. We're happy to be listening to jazz. And we're happy to be having a great experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank
we'll
you
be
guys.
back after 2.
Thanks.
Man, your story is an inspiration.
Thank you.
But we're gonna cut this up as well. Try put on TikTok. Okay. But you must take a shirt, man.
Okay.
Take a shirt.
Let's take from here.
Yeah, you can take from here. There's large, medium, and extra large. Yeah, I take medium. Then.
First time you done an interview about no, that's it. It's the first time I was watching them.
Yeah.
How did this go 65 them? So they actually like they took the band and they did nothing.
No, legacy leaders like that. But also you don't want to bend those breeze, eh? Yeah, but yo.
DJ Khaled, another one. Are we done? Oh, okay. Zandy just listened in and said,
So you guys the money to take the middle seats? Hey, Jonathan Batra, 7th Avenue, guys. Okay, let's get started. The red microphone is yours. Now, because of the music, they're using augmentation that focuses on your voice.
Okay.
So you have to keep it close to yourself like this.
All right.
So that all they hear is your voice and not the music.
Okay.
Yeah. They'll give us a green light when they're ready.
you're not related to Hosi January, are you?
I know. I don't know what that is.
Just same surname.
Yes.
It says pro grade 12. I don't necessarily what does that mean?
Public relations officer.
Thank you.
Good to go? Green light.
Born Free family. Hey, we just had a hot interview. But now, today, we're speaking to more NSA students. We're keeping the conversation going back, appreciating the moment, appreciating the joy of jazz, and appreciating the great students who made this possible, who are part of the institution and have been giving us the music all day. Zinga, how are you doing today?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing well. You know, we've spoken to so many students from the National School of Arts, and we've had such an appreciation for the confidence, the beauty, and the ability for you guys to have an appreciation and love for the passion in the arts, but also for the fact that you guys have been able to represent your school so well. I want to ask you and open this conversation with, tell us a bit about your story. Tell us what department you're in, what artistic journey you've been following. We know you're in matric, so you're almost at the end. Tell us what your journey has been at the National School of Arts.
So I am in the music department. I've been doing voice, so that was my auditioning instrument. So that's my first instrument. And then I did flute for like 2 years. And then I did harp from grade 10 to 11. Then this year is just voice. It's been a great experience, a lot of learning. And I guess it's just, you have to get used to the falling and getting up again so that you can actually learn and like be able to find what your niche is within music or the arts itself. Yeah.
You know, today we've had such a beautiful day. We've been able to speak to beautiful people. We've been able to appreciate what the arts means. And just for everyone out there, what has the art meant for you and how has it allowed you to express who you are?
Oh, the arts have allowed me to express myself in a way where I don't have to directly communicate what it is that I feel, but because of music, I can get through to the soul of somebody else. So I'm able to translate something that somebody else may be able to feel too, which is, it's something great to do because not many people get to do that. And through music, it's so amazing. I don't have to say much or do much, but the instrument itself can speak volumes. Yeah.
Who's been your biggest inspiration within the music industry? Because, I mean, everyone has their heroes, everyone has everyone that they look up to. So who's that been for you?
For me, quite weirdly, I wouldn't say I have one, but when it comes to performance-wise and like stage presence, I would say over the past 2 years, it's been Zoe. And then from grade 8, I don't know, but most of my inspiration comes from musical theater. So like your Hamilton, just all of those. Those have been my inspiration, not specifically artists. Yeah.
You know, we've spoken to so many matrics today, and we keep taking them back to that first day, the first day that you arrived at the National School of Arts.
Yes.
How was it? What were you envisioning and what were you dreaming for yourself? And how do you reflect back on that journey 5 years later?
When I got here, I was very scared, very nervous, and I didn't know what to expect. But what I knew is I wanted to be a musician that made an impact and could be able to communicate as best as they could through music. And looking back at my journey, I would say I could have done a lot more than what I did. Because even though it's like I'm half of who I wanted to be. So I guess it's just like, now that I'm here, I'm grateful that I got what I got and I received the help I received because it helped me to be at least at the point where I can be able to say, okay, this is what I've grasped. I can go this far now with this. So I can't say I'm fully where I wanted to be, but I've gotten to a space where I'm able to get there. So yeah.
I mean, the story you're telling here, I was saying to Khumo earlier, so many of the students that are coming from NSA right now doing all that they're doing within the institution. I mean, I'm looking at so many people and I'm like, where the hell are we going to fit all of this talent? Because it's like, you guys are ahead of the game, but in some ways you're not even in the game yet.
Yes.
And to me, my question to you, I always ask people, where do you want to like when you discuss with people your future and you say, ultimately, this is where I want to be, this will be the stamp of approval to say, I have succeeded. What is your ultimate goal?
My ultimate goal is to be one of the greatest musical theater performers.
Hey.
That's where I want to be. I see myself in theater a lot. And also be able to be, I think, expressive in my Christian journey through music.
Yeah.
It's been something that I've been thinking about a lot.
Yeah.
For the past few years. So yeah, for me, be a great musical theater performer worldwide, internationally, and also through Christian music. Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
No, because you think I'm being coy when I say that, but I'm a huge believer in put in the universe what you want to be, and eventually it'll give it to you. And I say
Yes.
the universe can be God, Allah, whatever you want to call the grand force.
Yeah.
That pushes us and propels us forward.
Mhm.
I mean, the person we just had now is evidence of that.
Yes.
Put something out into the universe and it gave it back.
Yeah.
No, but my next question to you is, so as you're preparing to depart from the National School of Arts, are there people here who you've worked with in class, you've worked with on specific projects that have made you say, yes, the world out there has a lot more people and a lot more to offer, but you and you, we work well together and we can go far together?
Yes.
And who are those people and what makes them people you want to keep close?
Okay, so those people, it's Lwazi, Tepi, Konke, and Nomti.
Shout out.
Shout out to them. We've done a lot of work from like the past few years, over the past few years, and I've learned a lot from them because they're people who are quite determined in who they want to be.
Yeah.
And in times where I lost myself, they're people who pick me up. So yeah, with them, I think just working together, we could go really far because we're people with a straight vision and we want to work towards that, and we're able to pick each other up whenever one goes down. So yeah.
So the Standard Bank Joy of Jazz for young people.
Yes.
That's where we're at right now. We're listening to good music. When we started, we were playing 7th Avenue by Jonathan Butler. And hey, I was struggling, guys. I was struggling to stay in this chair, but the
Yes.
conversation just gets so sizzling
Yeah.
in this tent. I want to know, initiatives like this, how far do you think they go in giving young people a platform and a space to not just show their talent, show the skill that they've been acquiring and they've been fine-tuning in their art, but like, do you feel that this is a space that takes young people to the point where they're ready to launch? Or do you think there needs to be more invested in the youth arts? Do you think that that's a sector or a space within the arts that we're just neglecting?
I think this is the best place to see if you can launch yourself or not. It's definitely the best place because you're able to see how an audience can receive you. You're able to see how you are on stage. You're able to see your mistakes so that you know that next time you go onto stage, okay, this is what I do, this is what I do not do. You're able to learn from other people too that you see on stage. So it's a very inspiring and encouraging moment because not only do you see your mistakes, but you're able to learn from other people. So you don't only grasp from yourself, but different people too. And you learn different ways of performance and different ways to interact with the audience and just seeing what the audience likes and what it does. And especially in places like this, because people who are here are people who like this type of music. And then if you try something new, then you know, okay, this is how the audience can receive it or not. So it's very helpful. And I think it really does pushes the youth to, launch themselves in places and spaces like this.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very great place.
Okay, one of my questions that I've been asking every guest.
Yes.
Do you Spotify?
No.
You don't use Spotify?
No.
What do you use?
I use Apple Music.
Okay, but Apple Music has a raft of sorts.
Yeah.
Who is your most listened to artist or group? What's your favorite song?
Yeah.
And since we're at Joy of Jazz, I need you to give me at least one jazz recommendation that you know of. It's okay if you don't listen to jazz.
Yeah.
But Walk us through it. Like, we're at the National School of Arts. The talent here across so many different principles is massive. But I mean, I think it'll be bad if we leave without getting some music recommendations.
I'm a gatekeeper though, so this is hard.
On the show, imagine.
I gatekeep my music. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you a recommendation.
We're getting exclusives, yeah.
This is another exclusive. You'll only find it here on Bond.
Yeah. So my most listened to artists, it's Sunday. And my favorite song. This is hard. I would say my favorite song is Grateful, Amazing by Tandonje. She's a South African artist. And recommendation jazz. I would say Gabrielle Cavassa.
Hey.
Yeah. She's pretty good.
No, that's hot. That's hot. It's a good recommendation.
Yeah.
Khumo, over to you, man.
You know, Otsile's already touched on it about the investment into young people. But specifically when you get a day like this where young people get to come together, where they get to perform and the entire focus and appreciation is on them and who they are. What do you think about the importance of young people telling their story, expressing themselves and being able to utilize platforms like the Joy of Jazz to essentially launch their career?
I think, you know, in this, the importance of this is for them to know that their stories are not neglected. You are being heard, and there's more people who want to hear you, even though you may not receive the support and closeness. But the further you go, like here in such big platforms, you're able to be heard. So I think it's very important because as artists, I think a lot of times people feel very shut down and not listened to or valued or seen in society. So I think for one moment in time, you're able to feel important and feel like you have a space in society to tell your story. Yeah.
Okay, so this is my last round of questions.
Yeah.
Because we're tight on time. Unfortunately, it is what it is.
Yes.
But I wanted to know, what imprint do you want to leave here at NSA, that when people look at your example as someone who's been at this school and what you're going to do when you go out of here, someone that will say, I want to walk the footsteps that you set.
Yeah.
Where do you want it to lead? What do you want someone to take away? You're at the start of your journey, so it's important to know where you want to.
Yeah. I want people to see someone who is able to get up at any point and moment in time through all challenges, someone who's an example that God's grace is a thing, and it shows. I want people to see someone who was a little bit hidden, but they come out and they're such a big light.
Yeah.
Who can still walk, even though they're not being seen. Your work will show whenever it does, and I think that's important. Put in a lot of work. Somebody who's worked a lot for them to be where they are, and just being persevered, be a persevering person, and just push through and know that God will see you through everything. Like, even if it's at a point where you think, but this is small, it's something big and it will get you somewhere. I think that's what people should take away from me. Someone who's got, like, God's graces. Like, I'm God's product. Like, it's not by my doings or whatever. Like, it's literally through God's grace. And I think that's the one thing they should take from me. That even if, like, you know, at this point you've lost your faith, get it back, because it will get you far. Like, you'll see yourself in places where you didn't think you would be. So I think that's what I would want my story to be.
I noticed there's a massive emphasis on God.
Yes.
I'm seeing the blazer, I'm seeing the sashes, I'm feeling excellence.
Yeah.
Coming from you.
Thank you.
You credit most of that to God, that journey.
I do. because I think for me, without the prayers and the faith, it wouldn't have happened. I prayed a lot for me to be here.
Yeah.
And I've seen in like the duration of this year that in times where I didn't pray, I didn't show up the way I did.
Yeah.
So I think the praying has helped me a lot, and believing in God has helped me a lot. So yeah, that's why there's so much great emphasis on it, because without him, I don't think I would have been anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo. Okay, guys. Unfortunately, due to time, this is where we have to wrap this interview. But I know this is not the last time we've heard from you.
Yes, it's not.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not. And so please stay tuned. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll be back with our next interview. Yo, guys, no, like NSA kids, I don't know what's going on. But I know that she's definitely the last person. What?
That's it.
That's it, she's the last one.
Everyone else was either meant to come and didn't come. Everyone else was feeling. I'm feeling good. I think there's one more. But if we can call it, no, we call it at 5. Right, so you guys push the 5.
I'm losing. That's the feeling. And how was this? That's what you
So well, this is going very, very well. We actually got like a really good interview with the guy from Thailand.
Oh, so you were just telling me about it.
That was like very fun. Like fun.
Yeah.
We're going to be going back, cutting stuff off, trying to put together next to this hour.
Awesome. And Zoe, but also Zoe was really cool as well. No, I kept with you guys, like having a moment, just like laughing and stuff. Okay.
Let's ask Khumo something. Hold on, let's just stand by.
Yeah.
So do we have interviews? Are we finishing at 4:30?
Let's go to the artist quickly, because I said to one of the artists that she can come on at 4.
Okay. So yeah, now family wants to make plans. So that's how I'm trying to.
Hi, how are you? I'm Lucy, the social media lady from Kabelo.
I know.
Oh, I was like, this sounds like
that's what. Do you think I'm that friendly to people when I just see them?
Listen, I don't know. Okay, awesome.
Hold on, let me just confirm here. I'll say I'll call back. So I'll say that. At the restaurant. Nice, we finishing now.
Let's try it again. Come on, put your hands together one more time for the Tswane School of Music. They've done incredibly well. Congratulations to all of them. They sound amazing. To all the parents and everybody that's here supporting, coming through from Pretoria, shout out to you as well. Shout out to all the parents, actually. All the parents that are here today. Shout out to all the parents that are here that are supporting their kids from all the schools that were playing from earlier this morning. I know, I think there was East Rand. NSA is going to come up a little bit later. Just shout out to all the parents that are making sure that their kids get to enjoy the music. Can you put our hands together for all the parents, all the grandparents, all the uncles, all the aunts? You guys are definitely the real ones. So I've got a couple of things I want to give away, right? So I'm going to start off with this one. And this is for people that have been listening to, I think especially for the older crew that have been listening to South African jazz music for a while. I want to know how well you know the artists that I'm talking about. I'm going to give you one cue at a time. The moment you know, just shout it out.
You guys want us to make like cut it short just because of rain and stuff? Or you?
Yeah, no,
So this
telling
artist
them,
was
I'm
born
saying no, so they're packing up
in
the unnecessary
1959.
stuff.
As soon as it rains, we'll make the show.
Hey.
Hey, I can't even lie. Doing it in this free jacket.
Wait.
That's your one. Well, not fortunately. You
And
know,
Brenda, no,
fortunately, you're in the middle.
That's a painful thing, right?
Oh my gosh.
But don't worry.
Oh,
we look at us.
But she was taking a
Khumo, you're
guess.
gonna kill me. I wanna go pee.
Not a kiss.
I wanna go pee. Guys. I'm not
you
surviving
can
this thing.
hold it for 20 minutes.
She has a birthday with you.
Otsile, this is the last leg, bruh. You know when they say fourth quarter.
It's the final countdown.
They can hear us.
They can hear us.
Apparently, yes, they can.
Because I can see there's people who know their music, right?
They can't see you, but they can hear you.
Sorry.
Guys, we goof around. Eh? We goof around.
All right. So
We're cool guys behind the scenes.
see how well you know about this artist, right? This one was born
know. So in such spaces, it makes it possible for people to come and experience something that they might not have felt comfortable,
Yeah.
you know, to walk into like an art gallery, you know. So
Sure.
for that part, I would say that it is a good space to have art shown, and also since there's a lot of youth as well, you know, they could also be inspired. You know, someone young could actually discover that I actually like art, you know, but has never been to an art gallery before,
Sure.
has never been to a museum before, you know, because these are spaces that feel exclusive, you know. So yeah, I do enjoy the setting, you
Yeah.
know, but at the same time, I do still feel as though such spaces maintain the beauty of the work, you know. Personally, for me, I love my work on a wall,
Yeah.
you know, not outside. So that's still another yeah.
It's a facet.
Exactly. I guess so.
Yeah.
It's in
For art. Who fed you, like, who fed into that specific passion? Because, you know, all of us have these little flames in our lives.
Yeah.
Of things that we could do that, you know, we're like, nah, we could do this. But more often than not, it takes one person saying, no, you're not just good at this,
Yeah.
you're great, and you should pursue this because you could do this properly.
Yeah.
Who is that?
teachers that I've had, you know, the educators who have pushed me, and also the support of my mom, you
Yeah.
know. You cannot forget
Shout out,
your,
Mom.
your mom. Yeah, shout out to my mom. Yeah, and how much she has shown support, you know,
Yeah.
in something that most family members didn't believe in, because the art industry is very looked down on, you
Yeah.
know. So yeah, so I'm very thankful to have such a parent, and yeah, but mainly the educators. And that's why even in this festival, I'm happy that the young creatives, you know, they are given a platform, you know, to shine and be made to feel as though they can, you know, be in the space and make a living,